Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Network wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to 8 time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
All right. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne along as well. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up at any time, 713-572-4610. You can call or text. Seth, you and I were just kind of catching up before the start of the show. Is this awkward at all for you?
Why? Because why?
Because I threatened you blindly about a month ago that I was going to kick your ass
in a
boxing match.
I genuinely forgot about that. No. I respected that.
Oh, man.
You know what? That's interesting, Sean. I'm glad you brought that up because I do believe this about you. I believe that you would fight me. And that's one of the things that I had said about Nick Caley. I'm watching Nick Caley, and Nick Caley's not a huge guy at all. And he didn't play at John Carroll University. He had started off at Walsh University or something.
Yeah.
And was not a big guy. He was a punter and a defensive back, I think, but he got injured, went to John Carroll and was involved. But he's a smaller guy. But I get the sense, this could fight anybody. I think I'm always looking for that. Out of NFL coaches in general, there needs to be a certain amount of physical courage and toughness.
Yeah, a little crazy.
You got to stand up to some big dudes every now and then when they get irritated. And I very much feel that about Nick Caley, that he'd fight you. And to you too, Sean. I know I'm much larger than you, and et cetera, but I believe you would fight me. So I respect you for that.
Well, I worked myself up to that. It just started with a little verbal diarrhea, at night. And I was like, yeah, what the heck? Let's talk a little crap.
But plus you were talking about a boxing match, right?
Oh, so it was relevant, yes.
Yeah, if it was like a street fight or something, that's always different because you've watched enough YouTube. Sometimes big guys don't even know how to fight. If the size difference is enough, and the guy doesn't really know what he's doing, the smaller guy, you can toss a guy around. But boxing's a whole different story. I don't get cocky about anything really when it comes to boxing because I know. The one thing that made me nervous is that if you actually have boxing training or something, that's a whole different deal. Because then you can get inside and just tap, tap, tap.
Yeah, well, and I don't. I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy. We ended up talking to some guy on the night show that Patrick knows, and he runs like a bare knuckle fighting ring. And I'm just like, he's like 36, 37 years old, and he boxed for 15 years, and he'd said, I'm retired, so let's try bare knuckle boxing, wearing the gloves, and now you're going to go.
I thought that was illegal. I guess nothing's illegal if you can just find it and put it on the internet.
MMA and UFC do exist, and so bare knuckle, what is that?
That's true. Yeah, well, but with no gloves at all.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to have to watch do they have a YouTube?
I'm sure they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure
that's back in the day. That's why those boxing matches would take they take 12 hours sometimes when really good fighters got together.
Yeah.
Because there's a strategy for boxing bare-fisted. You just can't go in there hauling haymakers.
You had the old school motion there, just like you see.
Yeah, I wonder. I got to look into that. I think there might have been a rule that you had to punch with the back of your hand. That was one of the things. You realize that if you actually bare fist box for any amount of time, people are going to die pretty regularly amongst professionals. So I think they had to punch with the back of their hands.
Yeah.
It became very. That's like the sword fights in the movies or any kind of martial arts. The experts will always tell you in real life these things are over in 30 seconds. Because it's like it's too lethal with a sword fight. But in the movies, you somehow make it look like, oh yeah, these two expert swordsmen could have a 5-minute sword fight. Apparently in real life it wouldn't work out.
Yeah, I don't think so. I wouldn't want to find out anyway.
You watch fencing. Fencing, it's like, oh, one point is also, I'd have a sword through my heart. They got to find ways to make it safer.
I always wanted to try that, actually. There's a place in town where you can actually do that. I might have to do that at some point in time. But I like the whole fencing idea because, it didn't, especially with, the little joust, they have the ball on the end so you don't really get poked. Just kind of bounces off of you. I would like to try that. That's more up my alley.
You get to wear that cool mask where you look like a mosquito.
Yeah. It's like a beekeeper mask.
Yeah, more like a bee, huh? Yeah, you look like a bee with those bee's eyes, yeah.
Oh, man.
Or a beekeeper, but I like thinking I'm a bee.
Hey, happy Lance McCullers Day.
Yeah, happy Lance McCullers, who's the person who harassed him online, it turns out, is from a foreign country, undisclosed as of right now, but I will extradite this SOB.
Yeah,
and
from where? We got to find out.
A guy who claims that he was drunk and upset, and that's why he threatened the lives of Lance's young children. And he apologized through authorities to Lance, but it does appear that he's in no imminent danger, as you probably expect. Except still, it's kind of jarring when somebody threatens to kill your children.
So look, we'll get on. We'll have more on this a little bit later on, but I found this very odd. I think it was on Friday. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that randomly on Friday, we'd finally learned that Lance McCullers Jr. had 24-hour security. That was a report, and Jim Crane ended up stepping up. He flipped the bill for 24-hour security for Lance McCullers and his family. All this happened 3 weeks ago. Second start, and now he's about to make his 6th start for the Astros in his return. So it's been a little bit. We learn about that on Friday, and then yesterday afternoon, HPD announced that they had found out who this person was and oversees better, but the details were kind of sketch. He was drunk. He had lost a lot of money apparently betting on the Astros that particular day that Lance had thrown, and it happened. But I thought okay, does this make you feel better if you're Lance McCullers and family? Okay, this guy's overseas. He was drunk. He's apologized. The whole thing. This has been rectified. Are you keeping 24-hour security just in case anyway?
No, I don't think so. I think the fact that the guy left enough of a digital footprint and everything that he's not an actual professional. He's probably already got restrictions on him in traveling to the U.S. now, and I would guess that his story checks out. People are so stupid, especially when they're drunk.
They are stupid.
I can attest to that.
The problem is, I thought this gives people ideas.
And
somebody out there's that wasn't thinking along those lines, and maybe drunk and stupid too. I would be very, very nervous to okay, they got this guy. Oh, overseas better than drunk. Yeah.
Who knows how I would react in that situation, obviously. But I think in general, if you think about people getting killed over poor performances in sports, it usually really involves him, and where the athlete himself may have been involved with some kind of point shaving or anything.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I feel like this is not a Pulp Fiction type of situation. You know, I don't like. Although I mean, Lance did allow. Let's see how many runs that day. That was 7 earned runs on that day. So, but like Lance. I don't think so. I think it's one of those things. You don't necessarily need security. You just need to maybe try to cleanse your soul about how the human condition, and realize like, all right, yeah, there's some ugliness out there and stupidity, but I just gotta keep motoring on. I don't know.
We get a text message from Joe in Minnesota. He said, Bijani and Seth sharing the airways together. We're either in for a real treat or this is going to fall off the rails real quick. I have a feeling the show rundown will take a back seat this morning.
Yeah, we're going to have some fun,
Probably.
everybody. We're just, screw you and your need for a nice, steady, and even timeline.
Another texter says, bare knuckle boxing is safer than regular boxing. Look it up.
Okay.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Well, let that guy fill me in so I don't have to do the research myself. You've got to have rules in place, right, to keep it from being, or maybe it's just because the threat of getting, I would imagine if you're doing bare knuckles, you're a lot more defensive. You're going to Mayweather it up because you just gotta be really sure you're not getting caught. Which, yeah, I bet it's more boring than you'd expect when it's two skilled fighters. Now, if it's some drunken guy in a foreign country who's threatening Lance McCullers online or what have you, then it's probably pretty ugly.
Yeah, I would imagine it's not a 12-rounder, maybe closer to like a 3 to 5, and maybe 2-minute rounds or something like that. But then that would promote like, okay, well, I don't have time to mess around and dance. I got to go get this guy.
So
I don't know if it's safer. I don't know if I buy that.
This is the fun thing about tonight versus the Pirates. And you might think, like, it's the Pirates. It's McCullers versus Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
And the poor Pirates who have been, their fan base is so beaten down to the point where they have to hear about trade rumors with Paul Skeens, one of the best young talents in the league, because they don't know what to do with anybody when they have talent. But Lance McCullers, who's by and large shown steady and solid progression here. He goes 6 innings his last outing. It was really that first game he didn't allow any runs, but it was kind of hairy.
Yeah, it was rough.
He could have allowed 0 runs or 5 runs in that game. And these last few games, he's kind of steadily upped the ante. He goes 6 innings in his last outing, allowed 3 runs, but he just looks a lot closer to the old Lance McCullers. So I think Lance, I love seeing him in this situation going head-to-head against somebody like Skeens, because I think that he's probably dialed in and focused, and we might see a classic Lance McCullers effort.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. You know, in light of these death threats, you know, the fact that he's been able to compartmentalize that and whole unfortunate situation took place, he's taken his game to a different level. Never mind, you know, he's coming off of, you know, multiple surgeries, having not pitched in 2 years, and trying to, you know, reinvent himself on the mound. And he's done it exceptionally well to this point. I don't know that Lance McCullers is really going to be able to get the proper respect and admiration for what he's currently doing that he should, because people were out on Lance for months, and I was shocked. I could not believe it, but I'm very happy for the guy to see him having the success that he is. And could you imagine having a better pitching matchup, you know, for him tonight? Like, he's got to be salivating. Like, man, you know, Paul Skeens is on the opposite side. We could very well be in for one of those, 1-0, 2-1 type of Astro games that drive us all crazy tonight.
Like Sunday's, right? Sunday. Well, I mean, Sunday's game with Hunter Brown. That was a pitcher's battle where Hunter Brown wasn't even at his best.
Yeah.
And that was that. I mean, it was tense, but it was fun. Especially given that the bullpen showed I'm kind of trying to look at this Rays series as, all right, this is one of the best bullpens in the major leagues.
Yeah.
And yet, if your bullpen is going to have a meltdown, I'm kind of glad that it happened to multiple guys in 2 games in one series, and you end up splitting the series, because unless this is a continuing trend, obviously, I'm willing to hopefully flush that and think, yep, everybody has some bad performances, and they just happen to have multiple bad performances performances from.
I think it's a good. I got some thoughts on that. We can touch on that when we return. We'll also get to this: a Texans retirement and a possible return. That's coming up next. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Pendergast. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
Hey, if you're looking for a place to bring the family for a big meal this week, get
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast this morning, I'm Sean Bijani. Seth Payne here as well. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to get in. We got a text message. Good morning, jabronis. Does MLB have comeback player of the year? If so, would Lance McCullers be the clear winner if he continues to improve? This is something, Seth, that me and Patrick Creighton talked about a couple of days ago, because I said the same thing. I'm like, dude, if Lance keeps rolling like this is going to be easy. Runaway. And then I looked at the other names eligible on comeback player of the year, and I was like, yeah, he's got a little work. Who's
the biggest contender who's got the most convincing story?
Well, Mike Trout's on the list, of course. And then
screw him. Like what? Like how many times can he come back from injury? I guess given how well he's played.
I mean, there's some good ones. He's probably not even the favorite, but you've got guys like Jacob deGrom, Spencer Strider, Ronald Acuna Jr., Sandy Alcantara. Those are probably, in that particular order, the favorites. And then you get to guys like Mike Trout and Lance McCullers. But
Mike Trout still has to make it through this season, and he's already scathed. I almost said unscathed, but he's already scathed, right? But he hasn't played. The last time he played since 2019, the most games he's played in a season is 119 games, and obviously 2020 doesn't really count because that was COVID. But 36 games, 82 games, 29 games, and so far this year he's played in 33 games.
Yeah, just came. You talking about Trout, right?
Yeah.
Just came back from the IL yesterday and hit a 454-foot blast. So he's very much back. But, even when he was healthy earlier this year, I think he got hurt when he was hitting like 218 or something like that. Had the home runs, but, wasn't really doing much else for him.
The person who asked whether there was an MLB comeback player of the year, I'll forgive him for this, but Justin Verlander won it in 2022. So
he did.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
But, it's not a bad question because the NFL does all of these awards like via the ESPYs, best play, best athlete, best comeback, all that stuff. In the NBA a couple years ago, like hustle awards, effort awards, and stuff like that. And I thought, does the NFL really, they don't really do that as a league. Major League Baseball, they could probably do a little bit more, or at least like publicize it more. It's almost like these secondary awards beyond like Silver Slugger or MVPs or Pitcher of the Year, whatever. Remember you had like the Rolaids Relief Man Award back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
They don't really do that stuff anymore, really. And maybe if they do, I'm not privy to it because it doesn't seem like it's as big a deal these days. But I would like to see it, kind of pumped up a little bit more.
I don't. As far as potential comeback player of the year, if let's say Mike Trout somehow ends up playing 140. No, he couldn't even play 140 some games.
No,
130 some games.
Yeah,
but he does it like in his classic old MVP fashion or something.
Yeah.
Versus if Lance McCullers, really just went on a tear and plays at a Cy Young clip. I guess in the minds of the voters, I think that people just love Mike Trout so much that Mike Trout probably wins on the popularity side.
I was going to say people like a winner too. I kind of related to the MVP.
Yeah.
Who's getting MVP on like one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball? Probably, And look, I guess Mike Trout, you could point to him before, but Lance McCullers, he's like a legit number 3 on this staff at this point in time. And the Astros won a division. I think that would go a long, long way.
Since his meltdown in his second appearance, just in the last 3 games, take this with a grain of salt, obviously, because it's baseball. But he went 4 innings, 6 innings, if I remember correctly. And his ERA is about a 3.5. So that's a solid, third, fourth pitcher for sure. But he's also showed steady improvement along the way.
Yeah.
And for him if he got back into his classic form and just stays healthy, then I think he would be a slam dunk top 3 candidate for comeback player of the year. But the big wild card is also, just like you said, whether the team's playing well or not.
Yeah, book it. I agree with that, man. 713-572-4610. We mentioned there's a Texans retirement and a possible return. The retirement, I don't know if you guys, maybe this came out after y'all's show yesterday, you and B. Scott. I saw it yesterday afternoon. Texans veteran cornerback Ronald Darby.
No, not Darbs.
Is going to retire. He's told the team of his intentions per league source. Aaron Wilson of KPRC, Local 2, had the story. This was apparently, quote, totally unexpected, according to one source. Darby was signed to a 1-year, $2.5 million contract this offseason. Can I tell you, I forget that Ronald Darby was even on the roster. And all of this talk of the secondary, which in general, of course, but the secondary particularly, the Texans, without Darby, in my mind, they've always been without Darby, are maybe a top defensive secondary unit in the entire NFL. I think that's what a lot of people are anticipating coming off of the season that Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock and obviously Derek Stingley had last year. Now you got a healthy Jimmy Ward back, Jalen Petre's back and healthy. This is a really stout unit that I don't even know. It's almost like the tree that falls in the forest. If nobody's around, does it really make a sound? This is Ronald Darby's retirement.
Yeah, that's exactly. I was actually kind of surprised by my push notifications and some of the people that asked me questions on via DM and whatnot. I was like, I was right there with you. I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I figured he was one of the guys who wasn't in attendance either because he's a veteran or his injury or whatever else for these voluntary camps. There's probably a part of him where you got to remember he hasn't really been a full-time player since really in his career, but since 2020 was the last time he played anywhere close to 1,000 snaps. And I looked at him as a complimentary piece of a guy that, hey, man, we've seen various guys have to rotate through in the secondary in the last couple of years, and that's when things get kind of dicey at times. Like when we had what's his name there in the Browns game, allowing Robert Edwards or around Robert Woods to go off. Not Robert Woods, what the hell? Sean, we've got our first name messed up. Anyway.
What are you talking about, from an offensive or defensive standpoint?
From a defensive perspective. But the corner position, usually at any given point during the season, there's a guy who ends up starting a couple games where you're like, oh, that guy, yeah, I kind of forgot he was on the roster. And it's nice when it's a veteran. So like Ronald Darby, I anticipated him in that role, that at some point he's going to get some snaps. As a guy who's been in the league 10 years or so, and probably when the team drafts a cornerback and Jalen Smith in the 3rd round, and you start to see the lay of the land and exactly where you fit, he probably just felt like, all right, this ain't for me no more.
Yeah.
And I just appreciate when a guy does it at this stage in the season as opposed to August 5th in training camp. Those are the ones where like this is not a meter mover in a lot of ways, but if you're there and you're in training camp and you feel like, all right, well, we got Ronald Darby who's, as a backup for this or that, then all of a sudden it becomes a lot tougher and you have to make moves a little bit more urgently. It's harder for Nick Caserio to sit back and be cool, calm, and collected about it. So I appreciate that he did it right now instead of later. He was on a 1-year, $2 million contract. So it's not like the team had invested buku dollars in him thinking, yep, this is one of the linchpins of us having success this year.
Yeah, no, it almost felt like at the time, because you had such an embarrassment of riches in talent in the secondary already, that, hey, you know what, if this guy's healthy and he works out, that is some great quality depth for you. On a completely different level, because Ronald Darby was one of the very best when he was going. And hell, I wanted the Texans to go get him a couple of years ago. Opened in the secondary. They didn't. I forgot where he went to. It might have been, I don't know, did he come from like Philadelphia or in his last team before the Texans? I can't remember. Nah, it wasn't Philadelphia.
No, he was in Baltimore. He was in Jacksonville last year.
Jacksonville.
He was he's been on.
I think he'd been there for a couple of years, maybe.
He's been on 5 teams in the last 6 years or so. So he's just been kind of just gun for hire in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I agree with you. When you do this in training camp, as a team, you kind of have a blueprint of how you think it's going to look. And then if a guy just all of a sudden, up and quits or, makes this kind of a decision, it kind of can throw a wrench in. So I think the Texans aren't going to miss a beat. As I said, I don't think it's just me. I never really considered him a part of that quote-unquote nucleus, if you will, in the unit anyway.
I think when I looked at it when they signed him, I thought of it. Yes, they want, for one, it is good to have veterans around. And the one weakness on this defense last year was just that they allowed too many big plays, too many long passing touchdowns.
Yeah.
Some of the things where the veteran presence really, really helps when it comes to getting guys on board, having the right psychology given what the play situation is. It's hard when you have two rookies playing in the secondary. And then it's also hard when, some of those deep passes were Jimmy Ward's fault. And he's the guy who's supposed to be the veteran guy that's limiting stuff like that.
Yeah.
Either because of injury or age or just being out of position. That you go back to that first game against Indianapolis. Jimmy Ward was just a little bit out of position on a couple of those deep balls, or he just it's so good to have that veteran experience back there, but it's also, at the end of the day, something that, all right, you can go out and trade for a Ronald Darby from another team if you need him during training camp, or pick him up off of waivers, like whatever it might be. You're not going to be giving up a third-round pick or something to get a guy of that caliber.
So there's your retirement. That's happening. Will the return be happening? Will C.J. Stroud be working out today? Texans OTAs resuming today. He obviously missed all 3 sessions last week, was present, did take part in some drills, did not throw footballs, did some handoffs and stuff like that. Pectoral / shoulder tightness. I think that's what we know about the situation right now. Was your concern level, did it ever peak beyond a 3 at this point in time for C.J. Stroud?
It's an interesting question. I think it was a 3 with an asterisk, which is I was hyper vigilant about it, because it's one of those things where in various times in your life as a sports fan, you remember the things that people tried to scoff at as paying any attention to. Oh, this is no big deal. Oh, Deshaun Watson asked for a trade. He's just posturing. Nothing weird and even crazier that could come from this. Got Kyle Tucker, it's just a bruise. Jordan, he's dealt with hand issues before. Christian Harris, soft tissue issue. So with CJ, the biggest thing that I was wondering about, and honestly, the thing that the team kept saying nothing to see here, that D'Amico and Nick Caley, Caley wouldn't even talk about CJ Stroud individually when discussing exactly why CJ wasn't out there practicing. So it was notable that he was at OTAs but not throwing. And then you start wondering, well, he's got a history of shoulder injuries. He cited injuries at least as a partial excuse for some of his play last year. He had couple of shoulder issues at Ohio State. He had the separated shoulder his rookie year, which he played through. And, whatever his nondescript injuries were last year, you start wondering, all right, did he have off-season surgery that nobody found out about or something? That made me nervous. At this point, and I'm probably reading way too much into this, more than I should, the fact that he was shooting three-pointers at GameCon on Saturday night, it made me feel like obviously shooting a basketball doesn't put as much stress on your shoulder as throwing a football. And yet I don't think he would have been out there doing it if it was a genuine issue. And I don't think he would have been I'm trying to look at this just like any pitcher in spring training where, you roll into it, you're really hyper vigilant at the beginning, and you just try to be sure guys aren't overdoing it early in the process.
Yeah, look, I get the jaded and maybe we're all scarred from just Houston injury situations in general, but it all stems from the Astros and the way that they try to hoodwink us literally every time, and maybe themselves to a degree, especially the latest with Jordan Alvarez. But I feel confident the Houston Texans with C.J. Stroud will not go down the Jordan Alvarez path that the Houston Astros have gone down. And we'll get to more of that later on with the recent comments by Dana Brown, the Astros GM, talking about maybe we should have handled things a little bit differently.
Maybe when he said this felt different than previous hand injuries, that we shouldn't have treated it like previous hand injuries. Yes.
Right. I think in my mind, this is it's early. They're going to get through these OTAs, then they're going to go chill for a month. and in training camp happens. Like, the concern level for me is like nil. Would it have been something maybe if in fact he just outright wouldn't have been there and we're all just kind of left scratching our heads looking around like, hey, where's CJ?
Sean, this is where the importance of like a diversity of the way people handle things emotionally and threats emotionally, it served us well as human beings. Back in our tribal days, you had to have some people in the village that thought, wait a second, I hear a lion's roar in the distance. What the hell? We got to get ready to fight this thing. But it also served you well to have other people who are like, we're fine.
Yeah.
You know, so you got to find that balance. Every now and then, the guy who said, we're fine, ended up getting eaten by a lion. So I'm more wired to be the guy that was kind of like, hey, let's post a lookout for this lion just in case, okay?
Just in case.
And that's how I'm treating this CJ Stroud thing. Like, all right. Listen, I get it. You don't think it's a big deal, but let's just keep an eye on it, okay?
yeah, better safe than the for Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. Coming up next, we'll get into the headlines. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
Kirk Holmes, you want to be
details.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, time for headlines. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne here as well. Good morning, everybody. Time to get you caught up. We'll start with the little Astros. Boy, wish they'd played last night, but they did not. Day off, well-deserved. They've got a 6-game road trip that they'll begin tonight, 3 of which will be in Pittsburgh, and then they'll move on to Cleveland. But tonight, it's Lance Astros coming in, Seth, having won 7 of their last 9. Don't know if it feels that way particularly, but it was a hard-fought split of a series this past weekend against the Tampa Bay Rays. Maybe that has something to do with it, just the roller coaster that was.
They split that series after being outscored 30-9. That was wild. What a strange series, and especially because so much of it came from your otherwise phenomenal bullpen. And that I'm just trying to flush it all. The fact that they got out of that with a split and still remain having won 7 of their last 9, let's just flush it, get on up to Pittsburgh. Nothing gets you right like going to Pittsburgh in life and in baseball. And hopefully we see this steady continuation of Lance McCullers looking more and more like his old, let's not say his old self, because his old self was injured a lot as well, but the best version of himself.
Well, and you mentioned his stats earlier. You know, his last 3 outings, he's now combined for 10 1/3 innings. But it was really the last one that has everybody talking and, looking forward to seeing what's next. 6 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, and 12 strikeouts against the A's. A lot of people are probably going to poo-poo that because it came against the A's. But it's Lance McCullers. And if you watch that game, he was tremendous with the breaking ball. The slider usage that he's had over the course of the last 2 games, up and around 40%. And that's the old Lance McCullers that we're used to seeing. It sure feels like he's able to break off the breaking ball, change speeds as much as he has. And the velocity, it's maybe creeping up a little bit on his fastball. I think his last fastball that he threw was like 93, 94 miles per hour. So that's getting a little bit closer to the Lance McCullers that we're used to seeing.
And look, and the Pirates are tied for 28th in the league for runs scored right now. So this is, you can poo-poo whichever opponent he's faced on his way to where he is right now. But he's also facing another poor opponent. Now, Paul Skeens has a 2.15 ERA. He's got like a .9 whip.
Sick.
So this has all the makings, given the Astros and where they've made fits and starts of looking good offensively, but they're also not scoring a lot of runs. This could be, if Lance has a good game, this could be a blessedly short game as well. You just hope you see the best version of Lance McCullers.
Yeah, no, good point on that. Over under, you see Livy Dunn on camera tonight on the local telecast.
What's today, Tuesday?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that she's probably doing something else. Is she still a gymnast, or is she? So those of you who don't know.
I don't know.
Because you're older than 30 or something.
30's ancient for gymnasts, huh?
Livy Dunn, former LSU gymnast who's much more successful as an influencer more than anything else, but the girlfriend of Paul Skeens.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be. She wouldn't annoy me the way like some other celebrity girlfriends do, just because it's the Pirates and it's not. It's not quite. I want to see anything interesting at all happen in Pittsburgh. That's what I'd like to see.
Just one more note as it relates to Lance McCullers. HPD announced yesterday afternoon that it was intoxicated bettor overseas that was behind the threats to Lance McCullers Jr. and his family. The man admitted that he was gambling and lost money on the Astros and was inebriated when he sent the threats. We got a text message when we were talking about this earlier. Says, something ain't adding up. You threatened my kids and I found out who you are. Oh, well, bleep happens. One too many Modelos, huh? Yeah. It does feel like there's a little bit more to the story, but maybe not. And I hope there isn't, because that would put me at ease, I know. And
okay, this
Lance.
is what, you know what? In my mind, this has always been, ever since I found out that it was in a foreign country, but you didn't say where it was.
Yeah.
In my mind, I was thinking off in Europe or Asia or somewhere else. I didn't think about the fact that, like, what if this is, if it's a guy who's in Mexico or Canada, then I'm still not completely at ease if I'm Lance McCullers.
A little too close to home.
If I find out it was a drunken dude that was an idiot, but he's living in Luxembourg or something, I'm like, all right, well, clearly the guy's not going to get on a flight and fly over and mess with me or something. But if he's right across the border, either south of Texas or maybe up he's north of Minnesota or something, that guy could get drunk and drive to Houston if he was drunk enough.
Yeah, I would worry
Probably
about
better
that
chance of making it through Mexico drunken. I'll tell you this. Drunken
canceling 24-hour security watch. Keep it in effect for at least another 90 days. See if Jim Crane would be willing to flip the bill for that.
That's one of the things I've been watching the TV series Fargo, and in the second season there's this mob family that just always has guys stationed on their porch with guns.
Yeah.
And it's one of the many things, as I get older, anytime I watch anything that involves any kind of criminal, like organized crime or professional criminals, you realize how miserable that life is, no matter how much money you're making or anything. Like, I don't think I'd be comfortable with a live-in servant, much less 10 people with guns just in case somebody tries to kill me in the middle of the night. Yeah, I don't need that life, man.
Talking about guys with guns, is the FBI investigating both the MLB Players Association and NFL Players Association? Jeff Passan was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday and explained.
We're still trying to figure out exactly what's going on. What we do know for sure is that there is an FBI investigation right now into the financial dealings of the Major League Baseball Players Association, the NFLPA, and this company that they created called One Team Partners that essentially serves to license the NIL for all of the players and try to make money. And they've done a phenomenal job of doing that so far. One of their original partners was named Redbird Capital, and Redbird Capital had a 40% stake in One Team Partners that it sold in 2022 at a $1.9 billion valuation. So this is big money that we're no full scope of the investigation. Anytime the FBI comes around asking questions of players, it's a big deal.
This is interesting because without really knowing what it is, and for one, I thought it was interesting that he's calling it NIL on the professional side of things.
Yeah,
which is, I guess, it's name, image, and likeness. But okay, as a player, I wasn't a big name guy that was going to have all kinds of apparel with my stuff sold on it. But you still get royalties from the licensing deals, but you never really know exactly how it's all split up. You know that just through football cards and apparel sales and whatever else it might be, you get a certain cut based on just how much you or your team's stuff is out there. But it's a black box. You don't know exactly how. So I'm wondering if maybe some of the bigger name players audited it a little bit or wondered, wait a second, this isn't adding up. I should be getting That's interesting. I'm just glad that I'm not under scrutiny.
You heard some of the figures there, upwards of $1 billion that Jeff Passan mentioned. One Team Partners paid the MLBPA $44.5 million last year. The NFLPA has received nearly $423 million over just the last 5 years alone. In this New York Post article that was written about this situation, and look, everything's very blanketed. You don't know very much right now. But one thing that I did find kind of interesting as it relates to this, looked at question potentially. You remember DeMaurice Smith, the NFLPA guy, former rep for them? Yeah. He helped found this company, One Team. And so that may be kind of something to keep an eye on as a level of interest, continues.
So to be clear, the way I'm looking at it, when you say however many millions of dollars went to the NFL Players Association, I'm guessing that my guess would be that amount is suspected that they should have given the players more money, but that somewhere along the way, it was getting siphoned off. It wasn't like there was $300+ million of illicit money being sent to the NFLPA. In a situation like this, it's usually that, all right, somebody was skimming some of the royalties that guys were supposed to get.
Yeah.
And I hope they all get hung up in a town square. Yep.
Good
if
Lord.
That's what they did.
He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, rolling into the 7 o'clock hour, the Texans' biggest strength weakness, an X factor, and more, according to the nerds at PFF. We'll have it for you next at Sports Radio 610.
Father's Day coming up in less than 2 weeks.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani, along with Seth Payne this morning. Good morning. A lot of people just joining us, Seth, and we got a text during the break from the 720. Just joining in and so excited. Are you guys going to fight or what? People have not forgotten.
Yeah, I had completely forgotten that Sean and I were supposed to box. I'll tell you one thing, Sean. Although I have the supreme confidence in my ability, there's not a chance in hell I'm ever going to do any kind of a boxing match unless it's a life or death situation.
Oh, come on.
I did enough. I messed around with boxing enough when I was younger that I know how grueling and tiring it is. I don't need to stroke out at the age of 50 because I tried to do either a charity boxing match or get in a bar fight or anything else like that. It's exhausting. That's where I gave you credit. If you made it last past the second or third round, I'd be screwed. I would be absolutely screwed.
I've been floating out the idea just for fun. You know, maybe like on a 6-10 day one of these years, maybe this year. I don't know. If you ever get out to Home Run Dugout, you know, they can set the boxing ring up there in the middle of the baseball field, and we can just at least 2 rounds. And let's see what we got.
I don't know, though, because we'd be wearing those big comical heavy gloves, more of technique and scoring shots.
Nah, let's go bare knuckles, bro. Come on.
Okay, all right, well, there, I like that, yeah.
Let's go old school bare knuckles. Why not? YOLO.
My George Foreman overhand right will be your good morning on that day.
Yeah, it'd be good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. The Texans' biggest strength, weakness, X factor, and more. Those were the topics in a recent piece by Pro Football Focus. And I always love these. I thought, actually, when you'd sent me this, it was the one that I'd read and talked about already, like last week with PC. But no, this is different. Now they're coming hot and heavy, fast and furious. And there have been a number of these pieces out, you know, looking at various NFL teams, Seth. And when they get to the Texans, I feel like there's been one glaring omission from the national perspective here recently. And I can't remember the fella that did one for ESPN about a week or so ago. But not one single solitary mention of the offensive line. And I was like, I could not believe it. I was like, that's all people are talking about down here.
I like this one because what they're doing, they're just ranking the strengths of the rosters. So based on how they grade the players and everything. And it kind of takes coaching out of it. And with every Pro Football Focus piece, it usually turns into, all right, I'm always skeptical of these guys. Let's see if they're full of crap, or if they say something, I'm going to say, oh yeah, these guys know what they're talking about. But what shocked me was I wasn't expecting them, out of all the 32 teams, as they rank just the strength of the roster, because all the power rankings have the Texans around middle of the pack for the most part.
Yeah.
They ranked the Texans 7th on just the strength of their roster. And, looking at it objectively and using the numbers that they used, I could see where they would come by that, especially given the strengths on defense that they have.
Yeah. And that's their biggest strength in this PFF article, pass defense, right? Between their pass rush and secondary, the Texans fielded one of the best pass defenses in the NFL. They were one of the 3 teams placed in the top 10 in both team PFF pass rush grade and PFF coverage grades, and the others were Super Bowl 59 challengers, Eagles and Chiefs. Houston has one of the league's best edge pairings in Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter to go along with a young, impressive cornerback duo in Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. I was waiting for them to mention, they got Kalen Bullock and Jalen Petrie and Jimmy Ward and Ronald Darby. But they did not mention the Darby situation.
Yeah.
Retired now.
Yeah, news alert for anybody. Ronald Darby, who many of you probably didn't realize was actually on the Texans, retired yesterday. The pass defense, we've talked a lot about this on the show. The defense in general did so many things really, really well last year. They were top 5 in so many different categories like TFLs, sacks, etc., interceptions. And yet one of the things that they struggled in was the deep ball. And it's one of the few areas where they weren't elite defensively, and they're actually bad in some respects. And that's really the one thing they have to clean up. And a lot of it last year I could attribute to just having 2 rookies in the secondary. And then the injuries at the safety position where you're rotating various guys in, MJ Stewart, Eric Murray, et cetera, et cetera. I think that should get hemmed up this year. If you look at the cornerbacks alone, if you look at Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley, obviously Derek Stingley was really, really good. But Kamari Lassiter, you start a rookie and you think, okay, there's going to be some hiccups along the way.
Yeah.
From week 9 onward, he allowed 21.7 yards per game, 50% completion rate, 59.3 passer rating when targeted. He just did all of those things that just you want to see a rookie get better along the season, and he did. He improved, and by the end of the season, he was kind of screwed over and not even being included in a lot of the Rookie of the Year conversations, just because he was a second string or a second round pick, and superseded his expectations. And I think also in a weird way, probably didn't get enough credit because he was playing opposite of Derek Stingley. When in reality, if you think about it, he should be getting extra credit because teams aren't going to test Derek Stingley.
They'll be testing
They're going to test the rookie cornerback, right? Yeah, and the fact that he improved as much as he did and played as well as he did in the second half of the season, back on their side, that makes it that much more impressive.
Yeah, no, I think you hit the nail on the head, which it doesn't make any sense. But look, when you're playing a defense like this and you continue to play the way that Lassiter did last year, he'll get his. He will get his. I absolutely think that. So the biggest weakness from last year, offensive line. There's no secret about that. The write-up briefly in PFF is C.J. Stroud experienced a slight regression from his incredible rookie season, most of which can be attributed to his offensive line's failures. The Texans dealt with the league's 8th lowest graded offensive line last year, which they graded 65.9. And making matters worse, they say, is that the team traded 5-time Pro Bowl left tackle Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders this offseason. I've been waiting to talk to you about this because I understand the offensive line. It was their biggest weakness last year. But to not feel any better coming into this season is a little silly to me. And it's bigger than just, well, they can't be that bad again this year, can they? Even if it's without Laramie Tunsil, I just tend to think about it like, okay, one, in Caserio, I feel like when does he start to gain a little bit of the credit, in constructing the offense this year? And I know we have to see it first, but the way that he and D'Amico have constructed the defense and just the overall roster to this point in time, like I feel like they've earned a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. And then, lastly, can't you be good collectively? If you had Laramie Tunsil, who was the best at his particular position, but for 2 straight years you put out one of, if not the worst offensive line in the entire league, why can't you have something at least mediocre to average this year with a whole bunch of different dudes that, have had some success and have been starters before in the NFL? Their veteran experience mixed with, a good young core that you've drafted the last few years.
Well, 2 of their worst offensive linemen from last year that they don't mention here are Bobby Slowick and Dalton Schultz. Horrible offensive linemen. Horrible.
I was waiting for you to get to Slowick, yeah.
Yeah, right, and Slowick is a big part of that. And this is the thing. There are plenty of offensive lines in any given year that are either solid or actually genuinely good without having a lot of high-caliber players along the offensive line. And it's because they're well coached and because they have a good offensive coordinator. And a lot of times, if you look at the Ravens, that offensive line vastly overperformed compared to what you would look at with their depth chart. Mm-hmm. That's an extreme example because part of that was that, when Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry are in the backfield, it's a lot easier to be a good offensive lineman. But they were also really well coached. So it's a projection, though. You can't sit at the beginning of the season with a bunch of new pieces on the offensive line, many of whom really don't titillate you at all, and say, well, yeah, but they're going to be better coached, and there you go. That's where Nick Caley becomes the huge X factor on the offensive line. That's where Cole Popovich becomes can be a solid offensive line with the guys they have right now, but it takes good coaching, and it also takes good play from the tight ends. And, there were times last year where, yes, Dalton Schultz is not great in pass protection whatsoever, but there were also times where, from a fan's perspective, I'm thinking of the Green Bay game. They had a full turn protection. That's where basically, so that tight end, Dalton Schultz was aligned at the left. He's got it blocked down to his right. And then they send a blitz off the left side. And to the fan watching, you look and think, how could Dalton Schultz let that guy run free?
Yeah.
That's all he was doing what he was supposed to do on that play. It was a Bobby Slowick issue. In the first half of the season especially, defenses were baiting the Texans into using the pass protection that the defense wanted to see. And it was ugly. They were able to align, and they knew what protection was going to be called, and then they were going to be able to exploit it. It got better as the season went along, but it was kind of an illustration of just how primitive in a lot of respects Bobby Slowick was in that second season. And he wasn't able to adapt to teams having a full season, off season to study what they did the previous year, and then how do you adapt in season. That's where Bobby Slowick really fell short, and we don't know if Nick Caley's going to be any better at it. If he is, they can be a better offensive line despite not having the same PFF grades as Laramie Tunsil or whatever.
Well, and what about this too? Maybe just the difference between Slowick to now Nick Caley. But what about the responsibilities placed on C.J. Stroud, a play particularly Green Bay? That's something that I think we'd all like to believe that C.J. Stroud could recognize pre-snap. But he didn't have the flexibility or the ability to, switch out of that or make a line change, the last second before he snaps the ball. This year, what we've been told is that, hey, he's going to have more responsibility and the ability to kind of make some of those changes. How much does that actually help, the tight end play, the things that Dalton Schultz maybe gotten blamed for, last season into this year?
Right. And that's where that's another huge variable, is that he is still a young quarterback, and the great NFL quarterbacks that can handle everything at the line of scrimmage, no matter how smart they are, it takes a few years to work into that. And CJ hasn't had experience doing it in his first 2 years. So if they do add more to his plate as he's learning a new offense, you got to be careful with just how much you heap on it immediately because he still has to just let it loose and play football. You know, like the Chargers game, it felt like a decided turning point after he had that incredible scramble play with the deep shot to Xavier Hutchinson where he fumbled the ball. CJ fumbled the ball, fumbled the snap, and then picked it up and then threw it to Xavier Hutchinson. It felt like after that, CJ he played football after that. He just kind of let it loose. Yeah. And you got to get to the point where he's not thinking so much that he stops just letting it loose. That's going to be one of the big challenges for Nick Caley. But the you go to that Kansas City game, the fourth quarter, did what they do, which is, all right, Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, just releases the hounds with the blitz in the fourth quarter. And the Chiefs are so good at disguising their looks that there are a lot of quarterbacks, veteran quarterbacks, that would really struggle to set the right protection in those moments. But especially when you look at the Texans and how primitive they were in a lot of respects, they just had no answers for it. And it doesn't help when your running backs can't pick up blitzes either. So like all of that can get better just through like on the margins with all of these little things with the actual play of the offensive line, with whether the quarterback's setting the protection, with whether the running backs know who they're picking up in blitz protection.
Here's an interesting one. In this piece by PFF, the X factor for 2025 for them is new left tackle Cam Robinson. Their write-up is Cam Robinson, whom Houston signed in free agency, will attempt to fill Laramie Tunsil's shoes. He's been consistently below average in his career, failing to grade as a top 40 tackle during any of his 8 seasons. If he can't adequately protect C.J. Stroud's blind side, second-round pick Ariante Ursary could be given a shot. This is interesting to me, Seth, because I don't know really. When you talk about Ariante Ursary, he didn't play left tackle last week in the OTA sessions like outright. Like they had him at guard, I think, initially, and then he got some left tackle reps, you know, with the second or third iteration of whatever offensive line that they put out there. But when we talk about this, the people on the outside looking in, like PFF or ESPN or whatever, Ariante Ursary, okay, yeah, maybe he'll be given a shot at left tackle if Robinson doesn't work out or Trent Brown doesn't work out. But in the meantime, the Texans are going to play him maybe on the interior, maybe they won't. D'Amico says he's a tackle, not a guard, that whole thing. How do you see this if you're Ariante Ursary and you're a second-round pick, you're coming in, you've played left tackle, but they're moving you all around. Can that be beneficial or can that hurt more your first year in the league?
It can be beneficial. I think right now they're in that phase of they're going to give him some snaps at right tackle and see how he picks it up. There's a whole lot of muscle memory involved. And going back to, hey, with CJ, like it takes reps. And I think they're just going to want to see how he adapts to it. I'm optimistic about Ariante Ursary right now because it's easy to be optimistic about Ariante Ursary right now. I think one big difference between him and Blake Fisher is that when Blake Fisher came in, he was widely regarded as, okay, this guy's probably a 2-year project. He's got some physical maturation that needs to occur. People always talk about getting an NFL weight room like they don't have weight rooms in college or something. He's lifted plenty of weight. Sometimes with offensive linemen, it's just a matter of physically maturing and putting on your full-grown man weight. I don't have that concern with Ariante Ursary. He is physically ready to go. It's a matter of whether he can just pick up the technique and whether he's good enough to play in the NFL. I'm more concerned right now. Cam Robinson at left tackle. That's cool. He's been passable. Like whatever his PFF grades were, I've always looked at him as like basically just a passable to just solid, I suppose, left tackle. One of the weird things is that some of his best games have been against the Texans. So I'm a little bit. I've watched Cam Robinson have some good games versus some really good Texans pass rushers. So I might be skewed a little bit more positive on him than I should be. Yeah. But it's that right tackle position, and whether it's Blake Fisher or Ariante Ursary, I think the biggest thing is that I just need one of those guys to look like he's ready to start at right tackle, and that if they like Titus Howard at right guard where he's been playing during OTAs, then I feel a lot more solid about things. Even though Titus hasn't been nearly like a Pro Bowl caliber guard or anything. He does bring some things to the table above and beyond his PFF scores that I like with him at guard. So that right tackle position is where I'm more worried than anything. It's just that you gotta be sure you don't have a liability. You can't have Blake Fisher out there getting destroyed by George Karlaftis the way he was last year in the final game.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that somebody did some work earlier this offseason. They put together Cam Robinson's numbers against some of the best pass rushers in the league just from this past season. And I think against Will Anderson, Myles Garrett, and a couple other guys, like the numbers were very good, like very few pressures allowed. I think it was Garrett, figure. He ended up getting like 3 pressures. I'm looking at Doug Farrar on Twitter just a few months ago. In Week 18, Vikings left tackle Cam Robinson allowed a sack and 11 total pressures against Lions' evil pass rush concepts. So the point is that, hey, Robinson's played really well against some of the league's more elite pass rush.
Yeah.
But, he's also had some bugaboos as well.
The whole thing about that is, and this is what was weird about Cam Robinson, is that he got traded midway through the season in Minnesota, and he had a hard time adjusting to a different scheme and put some of his worst film on from the NFL late in the season in Minnesota. And I think where Caserio probably looked at it, and when he thought about the market and what it was saying about Cam Robinson, is, man, a lot of people are scared off by this poor performance in Minnesota. He was much better. The Jacksonville version of him was much better than Minnesota. And I give him a pass for getting swapped mid-season and having to adapt to all that stuff.
Fair,
The thing about Cam Robinson that's interesting, if you think about the guy he replaces in Laramie Tunsil, Cam Robinson is not nearly the pass protector that Laramie Tunsil is, but it seemed like there was a decided emphasis on sheer mass at the offensive tackle position this offseason. Because Cam Robinson is 6'6", 335 pounds. Ariante Ursary is 6'6", 335 pounds. Trent Brown is damn near 6'9", large human being.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's even going to play this year. He's in his 30s, coming off of I think if you're trying to emphasize physicality, I can tell you from a defensive lineman's perspective, like going back when the Ravens won their first Super Bowl, the one thing about that offensive line they had there is that, remember, that was Jonathan Ogden, Orlando Brown Sr., their inside Blackshear, the guard. They had some just massive human beings. And no matter how good one guy is individually, when you're facing, 1,700 pounds of human mass on an offensive line, it sucks.
Good
Lord.
Lord.
It just,
yeah.
And I think and even moving Titus Howard down inside, he is a massive dude as a guard.
Yeah.
That I think there's a little bit of an emphasis that, yeah, we have to improve the technique, but also if you've got 5 ogres up there, it presents challenges for defenses.
Yeah, great point. So PFF had Cam Robinson as their X factor for 2025. In my opinion, this rookie to watch for the Texans, according to PFF, might end up being their X factor. Jaden Higgins. They say this about Jaden Higgins. He, along with Jalen Noel, Higgins led all Power 4 receivers with a 90.5 PFF receiving grade this past season. Has great size for the position at 6'4", 215. If he can hit the ground running as a rookie, he can seize John Mechie Third's the job as the starting outside receiver opposite Nico Collins. I feel like that's already something that we've kind of, expected him to do. John Mechie's very much under the gun, but
this is with a grain of salt. Like, what? Seize John Mechie's job as the starting outside receiver opposite Nico Collins. What the hell are you talking about?
They're looking at the depth chart.
Who? Has there been a single sports radio host, sports writer, blogger, or dude on X in the city of Houston that has framed it this way?
No.
Can one of these guys seize John Mechie's job? Because apparently it's John Mechie's job to lose. What the hell are you talking about? I'm so glad you read that, because I had skimmed right through this earlier and I hadn't recognized that. No, it is not John Mechie's job to lose. What the hell are you talking about, PFF? Can Jaden Higgins be the guy? Can they go? I mean, at times, depending on, I do very much feel like with Nick Caley, much like it has been with New England in the past or with the Rams. I mean, just because a guy is a slot receiver doesn't mean he can't be one of your top three. You can't have two of those guys as your top three receivers.
Yeah.
So it's not like Christian Kirk only lines up in the slot always and forever, that Jalen Noel can only be a slot. But yeah, I think with Jaden Higgins, it's an all but, unless he really somehow vastly disappoints or gets injured, I would expect him to be the guy who's lining up opposite of Nico Collins early in the season.
Sure, and I think for that reason, isn't he like the X factor for the Texans? Like, I get the focus on the offensive line, but if we're removing offensive line, Cam Robinson, all of that stuff, Nico Collins, you've got Christian Kirk. Now, a lot of people, I feel like, forget about Christian Kirk and maybe focus a little bit too much on his injury history. Well, he had a broken collarbone last year. That's a lot better for me than, some soft tissue injury that you need to be worried about him coming off of. Christian Kirk's been a 1,000-plus yard receiver in this league before. He's damn near done it twice. He could be that guy, in my opinion, for the Texans. But Jaden Higgins, given his size, and never mind even just the Nico comps and just appearance alone, isn't he offensively a potential X factor for this team in just doing, maybe whatever Nick Haley decides to do, and I hope they ended up spreading it out more and stop running so many bunch sets and things like that, but he could really open up this offense in totality this year.
Yeah, and a lot of it with him, where I'm optimistic about Jaden Higgins, is his calling card in a lot of ways is his length and his sure hands and his ability to win contested catches. And when you're paired up with a quarterback like C.J. Stroud, who, if he's healthy and throwing the ball the way we know he's capable of throwing, when he is genuinely a ball placement specialist, that there's going to be opportunities for him. With the amount of attention that Nico Collins gets, there's going to be opportunities. If Woody Marks can be a viable passing threat from the backfield, and that's not a huge thing I'm leaning on early on.
Yeah,
that there will be opportunities for Jaden Higgins, and as long as he makes the improvement he needs to make in making the transition from college to the NFL, I think he's going to get his opportunities. So if you're thinking about just lining up conventionally with one big guy on the outside on the left and one big guy on the outside on the right, Jaden Higgins makes the most sense, but he is still a rookie who hasn't done anything in the NFL right now.
Yeah, 100%.
And then, other than him, I don't think it's anybody's job to lose. Like, for them to put John Mechie in there is like written as a guy who's got the job to lose on lining up. Who, by the way, like, John Mechie takes more snaps in the slot than on the outside. I don't know. What the? I don't get.
Like I said, they're looking at the depth chart.
I'm pissed off at this whole segment.
They're looking at the Yarlad's depth chart. That's it. Yeah. That's all you need to know about.
Oh yeah, they make no mention here of Titus Howard playing at guard either. That's the, I don't expect them to know exactly what's going on in OTA. He's all over the place, but that's one of the big wild cards. Is just exactly even what position are these guys going to play on the offensive line.
He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. This story about Stephon Diggs, could the Patriots actually cut him? Or has that actually, at least that take, spoiled worse than convenience store milk? The reason why I ask that is because, look, Scott Zolak, who works for Patriots Radio, recently said that the Patriots could part ways with Stephon Diggs and pay him absolutely nothing. Well, before we'll get to this, Mike Florio took a look at the contract because, of course, he did. But the reason why I ask if it could, this whole notion that he be cut spoiled worse than, gas station fund is yesterday practicing.
He was out at OTAs.
He was out at OTAs. He's practicing. So by verbiage of this contract, according to Mike Florio, he's got to pass a physical and practice for his guarantees to begin to kick in. Yeah. Did they kick in yesterday?
No, I don't know. That hasn't been reported yet because whatever the physical might be and however much he was practicing yesterday, I don't know if that triggers it or not. What Zolak had said was that it wasn't about him on the boat or those videos necessarily. It was a question about whether he was all in and whether he really, cared enough or whatever it might be. that's where it gets really interesting.
Sounds like it all works together to me.
Yeah. Well, and that's if you're going to cut him, you can't cut him for missing voluntary OTAs. Like the NFLPA would be all over that. It would be hard to cut him. It's not like North Dallas 40 back in the day where you can cut Nick Nolte because you saw him smoking a joint. It would be a lot. It would be very, very dicey. The Patriots would probably end up having to settle or get arbitration and pay some chunk of money.
Yeah.
I would be really surprised if they bailed on him this early in the process, and that whether he passed the physical yesterday or not, I'd be really, really surprised if they do. I do feel like the Texans handled the Stephon Diggs situation perfectly because people were skeptical about Caserio kind of modifying that contract to basically make it a one-year deal after they traded. Was stay ahead of was, listen, whether we change it and modify it or not, there will be drama with Stephon Diggs if he feels like he's being underpaid or that he's locked down for too long. So the Texans got Stephon Diggs basically in a contract here where he was on his best behavior and he was going to do everything and check off every box in terms of leadership and everything else like that. Where now he's got a boatload of guaranteed money and he's in a new place, and now maybe he shows up to OTAs and he's going to pass the physical, but he doesn't have that same incentive to just toe the line the way he did when he was with the Texans. And I'm kind of happy about it because as many times as the Texans have screwed themselves over by trying to copy the Patriots or make Rex Burkhead their feature back or anything else like that, I feel like the Texans may have pulled one over on the Patriots. Because the Patriots, the common ties between those two organizations, you know that people from the Patriots talk to people from the Texans about what Stephon Diggs was like last year.
Sure.
And I'm guessing the people from the Texans said, he was awesome. He was a dream. He was everything we would have wanted. I wish he would have stayed healthy. And now they might be getting the other version of Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, to me there was a situation for the Texans, like it was perfect. As you said, they moved the money up. You get him on the one-year deal essentially. And if he stays healthy, who knows? But it was almost like kind of catching lightning in the bottle in the sense for the Texans. Like, they, to me, understand the person, okay? And there's an inherent risk with that person and Stephon Diggs, not with the character, the guy. And maybe we're seeing that now. Maybe we're seeing that, with the boats and the chicks and the drugs and all that stuff, that surfaced on the video last week that's made its rounds now. Maybe that's something that the Texans were kind of very, keen on in terms of, like, the character of Stephon Diggs. Like, this is not something we necessarily want to roll with in the future that he's capable of. You'd like to have the football player, but you don't want to have to deal with the, other stuff.
Yeah.
Like the Patriots are now.
As of 12 hours ago, this was after he had already practiced, that Stephon Diggs still has to pass a full physical. Ian Rappaport reports, and this is always interesting the way they frame these, that the Patriots have no plans to cut Stephon Diggs. Like,
that didn't mean anything.
That's not what Zolak said. Zolak said it was on the table. So, right, they have no plans. I remember when the Patriots had no plans to trade Jimmy Garoppolo. And then, because Schefter reported that, like, this is ridiculous. The Patriots have no plans to trade Jimmy Garoppolo. And then a month or two later, they traded Jimmy Garoppolo. So, I think anything could happen at this point, depending on how Stephon Diggs feels about everything.
I trust Florio's reporting, and this little excerpt towards the end of his piece written last night said, until he passes a full physical, and in parentheses, including as to the injured knee, he's entitled to nothing. And that wrinkle gives rise to another question that recently became very relevant. If the Patriots decide to cut anything, he has, like, I would call them escalators. Maybe they're called something differently. But Diggs would get $12 million with $4 million being paid within 2 weeks of execution of the contract. $4 million due on October 31st. $4 million due on March 31st. It makes it sound like that he's already been paid $4 million. But This is the kicker. He has not passed a full physical, and he has not practiced until yesterday. So I'd be interested in following this reporting because he did practice yesterday, which means Shouldn't he have already passed a physical?
I don't know, because the full physical, you could get into the weeds on this too much, but like full physical might mean like cleared and ready to play in a regular season game or full contact football, whatever it might be. He might be cleared for some things but not others, so I don't know.
Yeah. That's interesting, man. That's interesting. I do feel like the Texans kind of skated on this situation, though.
What they need is, if I'm
Diggs.
Stephon Diggs, I'm calling the Astros doctors up there for the, hey, could you just give me a full physical and tell me where I am? And they're like, okay, they look up and down, and Diggs himself might say, should you guys give me an MRI or something? Astros doctors, no, that's dumb. That's dumb. Yeah.
You're 60%. You're good to go.
Those are overrated. Yeah.
Somebody texted earlier about C.J. Stroud's shoulder being 60% broken, but he'll be fine.
Okay, tell me where you feel on this, because one of the reports about you're the one partially broken, but it's a matter of pain. It's a matter of pain tolerance after that. How about no? I don't feel awesome about that. Yeah, no. Yeah. He's played through the hand issues before, but as he said this time, it felt different this time.
What are we talking about?
The most alarming things, like when Dana Ford was talking when Robert Ford was talking to Dana Brown the other day on 790. Dana Brown said something basically like, well, he said it felt different this time, so we probably should have maybe investigated it further. I'm like, yeah, I'm not a medical professional, but I feel like whenever anybody says, well, I've had this before, but this time feels different, that you might want to investigate it a little bit more.
Yeah, look, but Jordan said something, in response to that, too, about it feeling different. I do feel like, at least to a small degree, that the Astros medical staff and Dana Brown are they take a little bit too much heat in these player injuries like this. Like, something has to be put on the player itself, like in trying to like push through an injury, because it sounds, at least to a small degree, like Jordan tried to do that, take it upon himself to push through that injury.
Well, that was one of Jordan's comments kind of sounded like he might have turned down the opportunity to get more imaging.
Yeah,
which is just strange because it's a hand. It's not like you have to do a 4-hour MRI of your brain and you're claustrophobic or something. You don't want to go in that MRI machine. The situation is weird.
We've got the actual quotes, and we'll go through that a little bit later on in the show. Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, talking about the Astros. Here's the lineup the Astros should be rolling with going forward. Do you agree or disagree? We'll break it down next. It's Sports Radio 610.
Father's Day is coming up, and there is no
Live from the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. I'm Sean Bijani. If you'd like to be a part of the show, text in 713-572-4610.
How late were we coming back in? You and I were having a conversation, and we just didn't realize we were coming back in.
I wouldn't say late. I would say,
okay, good.
You want to get technical, maybe a couple seconds.
Okay, good.
Good.
I felt bad. I was demanding that you explain the Bill Simmons appeal to me because I've never gotten it.
Well, I listen to him far less nowadays than I used to, but I was telling you, I enjoyed his delivery, and he, now he just talks about Boston stuff, and I don't care about Boston stuff. But he always seemed to further the discussion, and ask.
I feel like he throws a bunch of crap out there, and every now and then it's like, oh, yeah, that's a really good idea. But the expense of that is that he throws out, for every one thing that's really interesting, he says 9 things that are absolutely ridiculous.
Like his preposterous trade idea for the Celtics and Rockets swinging a deal for Jaylen Brown. Like, of course, that would be convenient for you, Boston Celtic fan. Makes no sense for the Rockets.
Because a lot of people that I really like, Meltzer and I used to butt heads about this all the time. Meltzer, I really respect him, loves Bill Simmons, and I just didn't get it. So I've always just tried to figure it out, and it's just one of those things where obviously he's done very well, and yet he doesn't appeal to me personally. What would he say about this Astros lineup that you're about to roll out?
Well, I was going to ask you, does this appeal to you?
Jacob Melton, do you really? I mean, he's like, who would he be as a Sopranos character?
I don't either. I haven't watched it yet.
Got big
Shout out Irwin. My bad, bro.
Yeah.
One of our listeners, Irwin, gave me the complete box set of The Sopranos. He mailed it to the station, and I watched one episode that night about a year ago, and I have not watched episode 2 yet. I need to watch it.
Wait, what do you like a box set?
I
know like those still existed.
Well,
what do you put in it?
Not VHS, but DVD.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I haven't done it yet. I saw Patrick Creighton tweet this out yesterday. I imagine he talked about it on his show last night. I was out, so he was rolling solo, and he says there's one particular lineup that the Astros should be rolling with going forward. I don't know that I can necessarily disagree with it, but maybe for all but one. But even still, you mentioned Jacob Melton, the way that guy'd been hitting in AAA, it's hard to disagree with. But he says Jacob Melton should be your regular left fielder. Shea Whitcomb, who's been tearing the cover off the ball for the Space Cowboys, hit like 5 homers in 3 days' time this past week, should be your everyday second baseman. And Jose Altuve should be your designated hitter until Yordan Alvarez returns.
Okay.
Buy or sell that?
Well, all right, because I try to defer to Patrick on a lot of baseball stuff because he's very, very good at it. I guess where does he get this faith in Melton and Whitcomb at the major league level that's what you should be rolling out there? Like, why Whitcomb instead of Mauricio Dubon? Where does this all fit in?
Okay, so there's kind of a two-part here, and I if you understand Patrick and his baseball take on what the Astros are actually doing this season, I think he's termed it as kind of like a soft reset. And that's something that, we had conversations about in the offseason, and with the Kyle Tucker trade and what they got back for him and Isaac Paredes now, well, that worked out. Hayden Wisniewski, what he was doing until he got hurt, and Cam Smith, obviously, now seeming to round into form and settle in as the everyday right fielder. It became, can you win in a soft reset? I think with the addition of Jacob Melton and Shea Whitcomb, I think you're starting to see the Astros really kind of go all in on that soft reset. And in a year where they can absolutely afford to see what they have in these young guys while still trying to win and be competitive. I mean, the Mariners are not running away with this division. The Astros are a half game out as they interplay today. And so it's worked out. And you've done all of this without Yordan Alvarez, really, without the real Yordan Alvarez. Even when he was healthy, the guy was not hitting the baseball. And it quite similarly, the Astros have had success without him in the lineup like they did last year for 3 months without Kyle Tucker in the lineup. They went 47-31 with no Kyle Tucker. They've got the pieces to do it, so maybe this is an opportune time to see them and how much they can win with a younger group in a reset year.
Yeah, and I guess there's what it is, and you've just got to see what you have with these guys at some point, and where you're kind of teetering precariously right now on whether you're actually a good team or a less than average team or just an average team, then yes, let's do it now. And let's get whatever hiccups Cam Smith had in his first 20 or 30 games. Let's roll on through that and see what you have. As opposed to, you know what? If I had to choose between Shea Whitcomb every day at second base versus, Brendan Rodgers is shuffling in and out with Mauricio Dubon, then I could live. I'll stomach some Shea Whitcomb hiccups a lot easier than I'll stomach Brendan Rodgers hiccups. I would feel better about that. Jacob Melton makes a lot of sense, if only just aside from his upside, because he's a lefty. And instead of having the fewest number of at-bats in Major League Baseball by lefties on a team is the Houston Astros right now. And it just makes it really easy for teams going into a series against the Astros to protect some of their lesser pitchers and just roll out what they want. So I'm okay. He's won me over.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just the idea. It's the concept, right? And look, Whitcomb, this is not his first rodeo. You know, he played 20 games with the Astros last year, so it's not like, you know, you have this wide-eyed kid up at the big club for the first time. He's seen Major League pitching before, and now the way that he's been performing and hitting at the minor translate, and the Astros do have the ability to be a little bit more patient, I would say, at that particular position, second base, because listen to these numbers, Seth. Like, second base defensive runs saved this season in 492 innings. They're +2, the Astros are. And that's some iteration of Jose Altuve, which I think to date, somehow he's like a +3.
Yeah, he's much better at second base than he's actually played well when he doesn't have to do it every night. He's played well when he's at second base.
In like 11 games, but whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it's been a positive. Brendan Rodgers, he can't hit worth a lick. That's been an absolute failure of a signing so far for the Astros to this point. Mauricio Dubon, he could play second base, and you would be a plus defensive team and better for it. But is he an everyday player versus would he be better in his role that is best suited for him as that super utility guy? He could become that super utility guy for you again if, in fact, Shea Whitcomb works out at second base, and the defense isn't bad. Whitcomb's played all over this spring. I mean, this season for the Space Cowboys. He's played at second, short, third, in the outfield. He's played at first base. He's DH'd. He's been all over the place. They give him an opportunity to kind of settle in, play every day. Who knows what you could get from Shea Whitcomb?
Yeah, that's no, and they are. Look, it's not like all of a sudden if Jordan came back and played exactly the way classic alone makes this a good offense. It does help everybody else around him in the lineup as well as adding his individual stats to it. But for this to be a genuinely, championship caliber team, they need some extra juice above and beyond Yordan Alvarez returning. And the upside there isn't really there with Mauricio Dubon unless you end up with him on one of his, hot streaks that every player gets in his career.
Yeah.
It's certainly not there with Brendan Rodgers, where at the very least, with Shea Whitcomb, without having to trade anybody or do anything at all, there's upside there. And as there is with Jacob Melton. And that's where, I guess it's a matter of just kind of changing your expectations about, all right, well, what are they this year, and are we addressing the reality of that they're just not they're a very mediocre offensive team this year.
The problem with this whole idea for me, and I haven't talked to Patrick about this, but look, on the surface, it sounds good while Jordan's out. But when Jordan returns, hopefully this is a very short-term kind of a thing, and he's back sooner than later. But what do you do with Altuve? If you're going to DH him while Jordan is out, Jordan returns, he's going to be the DH. Now you're stuck with making a decision on where to primarily play Jose Altuve. And is that in left field again? Because that experiment, from a metric standpoint, hasn't really worked out.
It hasn't, but it's not like he's been atrocious in left field.
Right.
I think a lot of it, too, some of his negatives in left field was more, there were, or at least couldn't get the ball out of his glove. Now it's very clear at times, especially if he plays against the wall at home, that we're even playing the carom or understanding how to time his jump, he's leaving some big plays out there on the table. If you go to the old, the original Moneyball where they had, what's his name, the catcher who started playing first base, Scott Hatteberg, right?
Yeah.
And Hatteberg was atrocious at first base over the first half season there, and then he started to figure it out. There is that element of like, you just got to, give the guy some reps and time out there to figure it out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not nearly as down on Altuve in left field as a lot of people are. And maybe I'm not. Maybe my standards aren't high enough, I suppose.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not either, to be honest with you, but I just said it's not good from a metric standpoint. This year's numbers in left field, whatever iteration it has been between Altuve and whoever they put out there, they're -9 in defensive runs saved. Now, I think Altuve was probably like a -3 or something like that. Maybe it's a little higher than that. It's just, how can you make this an optimal situation for you defensively and offensively? I think they got the offense figured out if Whitcomb hits.
Right. Well, so Altuve's -3 in left field. So -3 runs saved, but you got to remember at second base last year, when people say the experiment.
He was like -7 last year.
He was -9.
Was he?
He was -9. Yeah. He was atrocious. And it was weird. Same thing with Kyle Tucker. A lot of people refused to accept that Altuve wasn't a good second baseman anymore, and it really all started when they got rid of the shift, and he just had to cover more ground. That it felt like more of a shock. Like, why are you taking away a guy who's a good second baseman and putting him in left field? Because he actually wasn't a good left baseman anymore defensively. Yeah. So the sum total of it is that, like, so far it's still, at least it's a lesser evil with him out there in left field, and presumably I think he will continue to get better in left field. But yeah, him at DH as much as possible is preferable, but I also don't need Yordan Alvarez showing up on the IL again if and when he eventually returns.
Yeah, I don't need him playing left field more than Altuve, I think, from a safety perspective.
Well, and I think part of it, too, is while Altuve was slumping, then it really became a question of, like, okay, how much of this is because he's also learning how to play left field? Yeah. Probably didn't help that, man, some of his better games as he started the turnaround, he was playing second base and maybe felt more comfortable there. That part of it, I'm not as down on it. I don't want to call it an experiment. They want to keep his bat in the lineup, and he was becoming an extreme liability at second base. Oh, the other one, the Kyle Tucker over the last couple of years. It was really starting to annoy me when people wouldn't agree with me that Kyle Tucker was not the same guy defensively anymore. And he wasn't. And a lot of it looked like he was just being lazy out there. That's where it made it a lot easier to say goodbye to Kyle Tucker, because he's got that dopey look on his all that in right field.
That's a fair point. I can't disagree with you on that one. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, we'll roll into the 8 o'clock hour. Are we going to be petty next? We've got the petty cast.
Who and what are you petty about? Who are we petty about? We celebrate all of their pettiness, especially college baseball coaches. Chef's kiss to you. This is brilliant.
Next.
Hey, guys, Men's Tea Clinic. June is a big month. It's
Council.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sport.
Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne.
Time for the Pettycast, Sean.
It
I
is
know that
time.
this isn't, this is usually Sean Pendergast Dojo. So this is the Pettycast, loosely defined. We just celebrate the pettiness in the sports world, and including sometimes what we're feeling petty about, or sometimes we just admire pettiness from afar.
Mm-hmm.
I do enjoy this type of stuff. Pablo Torre has been the guy who's kind of been leading the charge and doing a lot of the hard-hitting investigation into Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
All of it,
which weirdly and oddly is a sports topic because of her involvement with the UNC football program and everything else. And yet it feels a little bit frivolous at times. And Sean and I dabble in that frivolity. But Bill Simmons, on one of his podcasts, basically he was reviewing an old movie. I can't remember which one, some old sports movie. And part of the conversation come up where apparently there was a journalist in this movie. And Bill Simmons took it as an opportunity to criticize Pablo Torre's coverage of the Bill Belichick girlfriend situation.
Pablo Torre would have done a long podcast about Leo Farnsworth trying to practice with the team and then done a media tour about it afterwards. This guy, bro. Like, I've never seen anybody dying on the stupider story for a week and a half while pretending you're a journalist. What the was that?
Whoa!
Seriously.
What the
dating a girl.
No, are you
settle the down?
If this was about Jeffrey Lurie, though, would you be like, we got to get Pablo Torre on the
That's
thing,
thing,
right? Like, why are you getting
right. All right, you don't need to do a media tour.
It was
about
a story that
podcast.
everybody was talking
That's
about.
fine.
To be fair.
Maybe do 2 shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so this is the problem. I get it. I get criticizing Pablo Torre for going full bore into this and all. But, like, Bill Simmons' entire career has been forged on humorously talking about nonsensical stuff at times. Like, but I don't need to hear Bill Simmons criticizing somebody for really attacking a story or, like, blowing something up or anything. Pablo Torre responded and says, since you have such a strong public opinion about my work, I happen to have a few questions for you, specifically. Unless you're afraid of Pablo Torre and someone just pretending to be a journalist, of course. So I haven't seen whether there's been an invitation. I feel like this is going to end up in the situation where everybody feels filthy about it, which is, these guys use this as an opportunity to talk about, to get a bunch of clicks for talking about whether people should be clicking on what we're talking about or not.
You talk about, like, the pot calling the kettle black. You know, Bill Simmons having a problem with Pablo Torre. It's whoever said there, everybody was talking about this for weeks is not wrong. Whoever just said that in that clip that we played, it's not wrong. And so you're going to go all in and trying to find out every possible thing you can about Belichick, who was maybe one of the most topical media personalities at the time, too, doing his raised really good questions that, unfortunately for the rest of us, he was not even really asked about. Or certainly didn't answer.
Yeah. Well, no, and Pablo Torre was he was investigating the story, and it's not like, Pablo Torre is being asked to come on all these other podcasts and shows to talk about it, and it's doing everything that Bill Simmons would do in the same situation, except it's Bill Simmons' beloved Bill Belichick. That's where it's fraudulent and hypocritical, is that what Bill Simmons is really upset about is that somebody is investigating a Bill Belichick story in which Bill Belichick doesn't come out looking all that pretty.
I forgot, too. Today's June 3rd. You know what that means, right?
$1 million, Bill Belichick can buy himself out for $1 million. Yeah.
June 1st was the date that it went from $10 million to $1 million buyout. So it's been 2 days, and Bill Belichick is still very much the head coach at UNC.
He ain't going nowhere. Yeah. No, Bill Simmons criticizing the media for not sticking to the more serious stuff. It feels like Jar Jar Binks addressing the Universal Congress or whatever he did there. Like, get out of my face, Jar Jar Binks, with your demand for seriousness. Okay, This is something that I feel like a lot of Houston fans might be feeling petty about in a good way. Like they might be sanctimoniously enjoying this. This, as we've already discussed yesterday and today, is Scott Zolak, former New England quarterback and currently color commentator for the Pay Radio up there in Boston, talking about the possibility of Stephon Diggs getting cut by the Patriots.
Do you think Diggs should be cut?
Do I think he should be cut?
Yeah, you.
No, I don't.
I do not.
I came to this show yesterday with the not opinion, but the knowledge of that it is on the table, that it is being thought of. And it's not just the boat. It's not just the boat. There's some other things that I've heard. That's all. That puts some things in question. Are you all in? Are you all in here?
Are you all in? I love this. I just love this that the Texans might finally be the one that's screwing over the Patriots. After all these years of the Texans trying to copy and emulate or take players from the Patriots that did well with Tom Brady but weren't going to do well with anybody else.
Yeah.
I love that Stephon Diggs was on his best behavior while he was here. Nobody ever doubted or questioned whether he was all in. We didn't have any sketchy boat pink powder substance type issues like they have up there. And the all-in part, that was never really a concern. He was the consummate professional. And now New England, which has been on this long and steady hangover from their glory days, might just be in a – because remember, if they don't have Stephon Diggs, even if – look, I don't think they're going to cut Stephon Diggs. And for those of you who are wondering, there's a potential way they could do it where they could void his guaranteed money. That's how it's even possible. He's there, but not all in. And Matt Collins is the other receiving threat on that team with your young second-year quarterback.
Yeah.
I have a hard time thinking that Drake May is going to take giant leaps forward. If he, and remember, Stephon Diggs is also coming off an ACL at the age of 32. So I'm personally petty about this and enjoying every minute of it.
I mean, I'm enjoying it too. That was one of my first thoughts is maybe the Texans, just kind of escaped absolute disaster. But you remember, I brought this up with PC the other day, and he didn't recall this. When Stephon Diggs was a Texan in the first time that we got a chance to talk to him in the locker room last year, there was a big topic outside of football that we needed to ask him about. And I think he fielded like maybe one question about it and poo-pooed it. Do you remember the allegations brought against him in that counter lawsuit situation where it was like some chick that was a basketball wife or whatever, like she was suing him for sex abuse and yada, yada, yada. And then he was suing her back for like
sexual abuse. It was that he had, it was some kind of physical violence. Yeah. And he was countersuing her for,
like physical assault as well. Like he said that she punched him in the chest or something like that.
But it was a civil suit. It wasn't a criminal matter, but we haven't really seen anything about it.
Right.
And the part where Zolak said the all-in part, it made me wonder if I think this is because the Patriots would have known about the civil suit, obviously.
Yeah.
But I wonder if just even in the way he's approaching his rehab or whatever.
I bring it up because it's another thing that compounds. There's the injury, there's something else that's taking his attention away from football, and now there's the boat and the drugs. I think it's more about that than what that piece of audio from Zolak would lead you to believe.
Yeah. 100%. This is where the college coaches come in. Sean Pendergast loves college basketball coaches flipping out, but college come playoffs time, the college baseball coaches, they are putting in a strong run. Yeah. Because Tim Corbin, Vanderbilt baseball coach, I was not all that happy to talk to the media after they lost to Louisville in the NCAA tournament, and it set up a situation where they're out. But this was Tim Corbin, and there are a couple long stretches of silence here as he fields multiple questions from the media. Just enjoy the tenseness of the silence here as Tim Corbin basically lashes out at everybody.
The potential for a second game tomorrow affect your decision as to how you go about your...
I don't give a rat's ass about a second game. All I care about is Wright State. That's it. Tim, what was the issue with the offense today?
No, we didn't score enough runs. Issue?
Yeah,
Human?
it was so different from the last couple weeks.
Play baseball, are you? I mean, it's tough pitching on both sides. I mean, we're pitching hard, they're pitching hard, two good teams. You realize that, right? These are good pitchers on the mound. These are battles. We just didn't win the battle. You don't go searching for like a lot of ancillary bullshit. It's just we didn't get the hit.
I agree with everything you said there, but the part that I felt like he went over the top is when he said, "You play in baseball, playoff baseball, are you? Like you don't know what it's like." All right,
I hate that.
Settle down, Turbo. Right? She didn't ask the question in a way that was negative at all. She just asked what happened, which, you're right, it is baseball. Sometimes it's really hard to hit against good pitching. But he took that as if she was saying, I can't believe you guys didn't score any runs against good pitching.
Yeah.
And yet I celebrate the pettiness and the raw emotion.
Hate when coaches and players ask media members these types of questions back. Like, do you know what it's like to play playoff baseball? Do you know how hard it is to hit these baseball? You know, it reminds me of Greg Doyle. You know Greg Doyle? I don't know who he writes for now. It used to be CBS Sports. But did you see the post-game interaction between him and Pascal Siakam the other day?
No.
He asked Pascal Siakam, well, I should say this. Pascal Siakam, in a response to another question, said, yeah, they just played harder than us, talking about the Knicks. And then Doyle goes, played harder than you. And Siakam's basically like, what do you mean? You saw it. Like, they just played harder than us. Like, who is this guy? What's your name, bro? You know, and tried to make Doyle feel like a dumbass, but he might have very well been a dumbass because he was probing and probing. Well, how can you say like they played harder than you? How is that even possible?
Because Doyle was in Indianapolis for a long time. I think with Doyle, it's a little bit different because I think he's kind of either in the relentlessness with which he asks questions or just the way he frames sometimes, he does get underneath people's skin.
Oh, he does nothing but press buttons,
I've tried to role play with that before, and I thought, if he's interviewing me, I would be on the Pettycast at some point. I'm like, all right, dude, where are you getting to with that? So Tim Corbin answered that question from that reporter who just couldn't have sounded more polite. I felt like he treated her like she was Tim Doyle or something. But I celebrate the raw emotion.
Yeah.
More baseball.
Yes.
Coastal Carolina coach Kevin Schnall was Coastal Carolina was hosting the tournament and their regional, and the Kevin O'Sullivan, the coach of Florida, apparently because his game was rescheduled, was just ripping into the grounds crew, the coordinators on site, all of these people, these Coastal Carolina employees who are helping run the tournament, and really stick up for those guys in his press conference.
It's not okay, and this needs to be brought up. Absolutely disrespectful. As a coach, it's our job to mentor young kids, and the way he treated the two site reps, the way he treated our associate AD, the way he treated our field crew is absolutely unacceptable. And that's what I'm most disappointed about. This is a national champion coach who thinks he can come in here and try to bully people around. Disappointed. Disappointed, somebody that a lot of coaches look up to. For him to act that way, really disappointed.
Yeah, just a big
He's spot on, man. I'm sure you saw the video. I'm glad you brought this up because Kevin O'Sullivan, for like 30 seconds in this video, was just ripping the on-site field manager to shreds. And I was watching less of O'Sullivan and more of the on-site manager because at one point the on-site manager puts both hands on his hips and it kind of leans one way and is like, yeah, when are you going to shut up, old man? like, let's move this along. I mean, he was arguing with this guy like he was a home plate umpire arguing balls and strikes, was just relentless.
Those I saw in some of the replies, people pointing out, like, those site managers can be kind of pains in the ass. Sticking up for Kevin O'Sullivan, originally from downstate New York, if I remember correctly. So that makes sense. There's anywhere in the New York City region or what have you. He was playing out the stereotype, like he thought he was arguing with a taxi driver or something.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great video, though. College baseball this time of year is very, very exciting. All right, that's PettyCast, Sports Radio 610. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast, along with Seth Payne. Coming up next, speaking of Petty, we've got to discuss Deion Sanders, who recently addressed all of the pre-draft hit pieces on his son, Shador, that he was subject to. We'll have that for you next at Sports Radio 610.
Hey, you love making picks for...
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast, not Seth Payne. Seth
you can
is
be
here
in
with
for me if you want. I'll take the next hour and a half off.
No, I'm glad you're here.
I'm not. If you think I'm afraid to not work the next hour and a half, you don't know me, bro.
Yeah, don't take off because Pendergast ain't back yet. I saw, by the way, he posted a picture of him at Fenway Park yesterday evening. I guess is he doing the tour of the ballparks?
I can't even keep up with it. When he and Amy go on vacation, they do about 8 times as many things as I can physically do even when I'm at home. So yeah, they've done like 19 different things already, but they were at Fenway Park. He was wearing an Astros jersey.
I can't keep track. Yeah.
There's not the hatred for the Astros in Boston that there is in New York. So
Definitely.
and there's manager, everything else. Like there's not. So I doubt he got. Even though Bostonians are just as angry as New Yorkers, I doubt he got harassed as much as if he had gone to a Yankees game wearing an Astros jersey.
Yeah, fair. Well, they're saying thank you to Sean because they now have Alex Bregman over there as well, and he's doing some really good things for them.
I'm unaware of any such thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Certainly we didn't spend the first 3 weeks of the Major League Baseball season talking about how good Alex Bregman is doing.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that anymore. Tip the cap and move on. So Deion Sanders finally addressed the pre-draft hatred, the hit pieces, the reports, all of it that his son Shedeur mainly fielded. He mentioned Shiloh in some of this too. But
Shiloh was curiously left out of the when people would make arguments for how the funniest thing about this is, okay, so Shedeur, obviously, like, that's a whole separate conversation. But when people would try to say, look, his father's a Hall of Famer. He's got the genetics for it. How could you not draft him? You're like, his son with those same genetics who plays the position that Deion played. The genetics aren't an argument for him being a good prospect. So let's can the whole lineage argument as far as why a guy will or will not be any good. But
yes, good point. Good point.
Yeah, nobody was. There's no campaign to show how Shiloh was wronged or anything. It's Shedeur. It's Shedeur because of the
quarterback,
the projections of where he would go, et cetera, et cetera. Yes,
quarterback, man. Samuels, Say What Needs to Be Said podcast. I actually went and looked at some previous interviews that Asante Samuel did, and some of his takes. It's pretty good. He's probably going to end up getting more stuff and be more publicized, I would imagine, after this interview with Deion Sanders. Because
my advice to him would be just stick with your podcast, bro.
It might not be a bad idea.
No, that's what I mean. Like, you can hit it big with the podcast where, like Jason and Travis Kelce are supposedly in line, or they already did. They're going to sell their podcast for a lot of money.
I heard that, and I don't remember the figure, but it was...
It's tens of millions of dollars.
It was, yeah. Asante's probably get a little ways to go. I mean, he's him, and they're the Kelces. But Sanders, kind of opened up, and he was asked initially about, like, how, hearing all of these things, reading all of these things about Shedeur made him feel. And I've got 3 really good quotes here from Sanders about 3 totally different aspects of this, and I'll read them for you. He said, first, quote, "It hurt, but the Bible says God uses the foolish things to confound the wise. There was some foolish stuff that went on, but that gave them something that they needed, that edge that Tom had," talking about Tom Brady. He continued, it says, "It gave them the edge that you had. It gave them the edge that I have. Folks said we weren't going to be nothing, but we had to prove that. It gave them the edge that they needed, both of them," end quote from Deion Sanders. I actually love this in that's how that he would choose to kind of like go forward, like having dealt with all this criticism. It gives him the edge. And we know the story behind Tom Brady and countless others, the naysayers, the critics, the you'll never do nothing, blah, blah, blah. I like that. I think that's important. But here's my question for you. Being a former player, and, either you yourself or having played with or against guys that have fielded, kind of this criticism and maybe had doubters going into the league, you're either built for this or you're not. Do you think that these guys coming from which they have in the light of Deion are actually built for this?
There's no way to know until you find out that. And like in Shiloh, there was no scrutiny of Shiloh, so like he's not even in the conversation. I think that with Shedeur Sanders, he is a guy who's had his father with him throughout his high school and college career, and in some ways that might have worked to his detriment. I think in some ways it was very much a positive in that when Deion says, "Hey, now they've got that edge or they've got that chip on their shoulder," Shedeur wasn't one of the top QB recruits coming out of high school. He might have, if he had he had pulled from Florida State, right? He had pulled out of Florida State
so, yeah.
when they went to Jackson State. Like he might have really had to earn his spot there without his dad around, but he ends up going to Jackson State doing very well. And like, so he did, just by going to Colorado and doing what he did at Colorado, I feel like he did overcome some adversity in terms of not being a highly regarded quarterback, regarded quarterbacks in this draft class. So, like, he's already done that. I think the huge question is just, all right, can you do it without your dad by your side?
Yeah.
And that's what we just don't know about. So far, the reports out of Cleveland have all been great and good. The notion that somehow the scrutiny was unfair or that some of the articles that were written were unfair, I feel like that's a little Southern Belle. Like, that's where, like, I don't know why everybody's paying so much attention to us. Like, because you've, like, as Deion himself cites in this interview, they had TV shows about them while they were in high school.
Yeah.
Like, you invite all this, and then Shedeur threw his offensive line under the bus, just swatted the ball away from that ball boy. Like,
other
all
players,
these other
too.
things.
Other former teammates he threw under the bus, too. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like all of this was just like they had no role in any of this. That part of it, like, I'm not here for Deion Sanders acting like he's the victim and the sympathetic figure in all of this. Like, we've seen this time and time and time again. There are enough things reported that the easiest thing to do when there's a draft prospect and people are reporting things about you and there's multiple things all over the place, they try to act like they're the victim and this is a media onslaught and a media campaign. All right, well, they're only doing it about you. And then more times than not, a lot of it ends up being just justified in some respect. That where there's smoke, there's... Having said all that, yeah, I'm very open to that. Shedeur on his own and having his ego checked a little bit and also having upside and talent as a football player might defy a lot of expectations.
Talking about the reporting, I've always wondered, and this is the question that I think a lot of people are wondering too, is how solid was the reporting that, said Deion Sanders, or Shedeur Sanders rather, went to that New York Giants interview with headphones on and was like not professional and was really immature and not in it. Deion Sanders was asked about that by Asante Samuel, and he'd said, quote, when you sit up there and say something like he went into a meeting unprepared, like, dude, Shedeur Sanders, who has had 6 different coordinators, who has still functioned and leveled up every time we brought somebody new in, and you're going to tell me he was unprepared? He went on to say, you're going to tell me he had on headphones? Anybody who knows my son understands he's a professional. You got to understand my kids are built for everything. We've always been in front of the camera, and there's the part that you're talking about. So they know how to navigate. They know how to handle themselves. You're not going to catch them in no foolery or no mess. You're not going to do that whatsoever, end quote.
Yeah. I don't know. It just there were so many reports from the combine about teams or quotes from, albeit anonymous scouts or whatever, that said that it was just that he had some really bad meetings. This goes back to, all right, Shedeur has always had his dad around, and so many of these in football genuinely knows how his kid is operating. And sometimes, I mean, Deion sounds a lot like a lot of parents when called into the principal's office, and the parent says, there's no way my son did that. And the principal says, well, here's the video footage of him dumping his the poor nerd in the cafeteria's food on top of his head. So, no, your son totally did that. So I don't, like, I I admire that Dion believes that his son would never act in such a way, but he's also never been away from daddy before. So we don't know how he's going to act when he's away from daddy.
Yeah, I tend to not want to believe that because it's so unbelievable, yet there's the narrative that going into the draft, he doesn't want to play and his dad will not allow him to play for particular teams. So did they purposely tank these interviews? I could see that, but then I could also hear maybe other teams kind of put these things out in effort to make him slide to where they could then grab him.
Well, yeah, okay, if one of those teams did that, do you think they would have waited and thought, oh, maybe he slides to the 6th round, maybe he slides to the 7th round? That's where if a team was going to do that to try to be sure that he slid out of the 1st round or something, they would have plucked him up in the 2nd or 3rd round. I think that's the big part there. The other part, though, too, honestly, I'm very intrigued by Shedeur Sanders. I'll give you an example from history. George Patton, badass American general. His mom came to live in West Point while he was at the military academy because Patton didn't he was you could say he was mollycoddled or something. He ends up being a pretty badass of a dude historically. So it's there's nothing to say that this is a barrier to Shedeur Sanders doing well. But whenever they brought up his record at Colorado as if Colorado had accomplished great things, that kind of annoys and bothers me because, yes, they vastly improved the team, but it wasn't like they won championships or won a bowl game or anything like that. And people will bring up, well, Shedeur Sanders, the all-time pass completion percentage leader. Great. You know who he displaced? Tell me. Colt Brennan. Oh, yeah, but who did Colt Brennan displace? Colt McCoy. Oh, sorry, Colt McCoy almost got Colt Brennan. Then Kellen Moore, Graham Harrell, Grayson McCall, Will Rogers, Brandon Whedon, Case Keenum, respect the case, Chase Holbrook, and you go down to, before there's actually a viable NFL quarterback, it's 12th on the all-time completion percentage leaders in Joe Burrow. So this, bringing up the college record as if they'd actually accomplished some great thing, that annoys the hell out of me. It's admirable that they turned. It's 100% admirable that they turned that program around. But that part of it makes me nervous, in that I don't know where Shedeur is getting in his head that the standard is to go to a bowl game and get destroyed, and that somehow you've proven something there.
Yeah.
No, you haven't proven anything yet. You haven't played a snap in the NFL.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this situation unfolds. And just saying, maybe you should follow on Twitter as well. It's kind of fun. We've been there, done that before. Coming up next, does this retirement for one Texan clear a way for a rookie? We'll discuss next at Sports Radio 610.
Have you been injured in an accident or unfair?
com.
Live from the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Alongside Seth Payne, I'm Sean Bijani, in for Sean Pendergast. Like to text in the show, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Appreciate all of those joining us on Twitch and YouTube this morning. We told you earlier about retirement. Ronald Darby telling the Texans that he's going to retire. And that was first reported by Aaron Wilson at KPRC Local 2, nixing the one-year, $2.5 million deal that he'd signed earlier this offseason. According to reports, a source said that it was, quote, totally unexpected. Now, we said earlier, it's like, man, I don't even mention Darby. And
it was unexpected, especially in that I never actually thought to consider whether or not Ronald Darby was going to retire, or remind myself that, yeah, Ronald Darby is on this team.
Yeah. But I asked the question, does his retirement clear the way for a Texans rookie? And I ask because Aaron Wilson, had wrote in his reporting yesterday, quote, the Texans are well stocked at corner with the presence of all-pro selection Derek Stingley Jr., as well as returning starter Kamari Lassiter, and they drafted versatile USC corner Jalen Smith in the third round. The Texans are pleased with Smith's early development and envision a solid role for him. You look at the depth chart, Seth. Are you as confident in the depth without Ronald Darby just at the cornerback position right now with Stingley, with Lassiter? Because beyond those two,
right,
it's Tremont Smith, who this is his second, maybe third iteration with the Texans, coming from Denver. Now you add Jalen Smith, that third-round rookie. Beyond him, it's D'Angelo Ross and Keidron Callaghan. Do you need to be deeper at that position? How do you feel about it at this
I think
point?
that they would have more veteran experience back there, because at the very least you want somebody that can come in and play the scheme and be okay with it and cool with it. And Tremont Smith's now had a few years, but as possible. Now, last year, it didn't necessarily work out because, both of the failed first-round picks that were in camp, Okudah and I'm blanking on the other one.
Okudah's the only one I can remember, too.
I think there are guys out there. Look, Ronald Darby was on a 1-year, $2 million contract. It's not like all of a sudden this was some part of the key linchpins of success for the Texans this year. I'm guessing that, there's a chance they replace Ronald Darby with some other veteran type of guy who's either still out there, or you trade a 6th-round pick for him, or you pick him up off of waivers during training camp. The biggest part, I guess, where it becomes a concern is that, man, last year was the first time that Derek Stingley played an entire NFL season. And it was the first time he had a healthy season in college or in the NFL since 2019. And I don't want to just kind of whistle past the potential issue of a guy that might, have injuries again in the future, just given his history. So one of the big X factors is, okay, how does Jalen Smith factor into all of this, a 3rd-round pick? And I think I would look at Jalen Smith as a guy. It's funny. I don't know. The first time I learned of Jalen Smith, I went and watched his highlight reel from USC.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I've ever seen a defensive back where, like, the first 15 highlights were all tackles for a loss, blitzes, things like this. It was stuff in the run game or more so than the actual coverage skill. So and he's really good at press man, but also in college you get away with a lot more handsiness.
Right.
So I don't if I had to stick him on an island on the outside in week 1 because somebody was injured, I'd be really skeptical of that. I see what they see in him, and I think, yes, I could totally understand. He was drafted appropriately, et cetera, et cetera. It's just not. It's not like I feel like, oh yeah, this is a slam dunk. This is the steal of the draft, and he can go out there in week 1.
Texter said C.J. Henderson. That was the other guy that we were trying to think of.
Yeah.
The Texans, I feel like, have had a pretty good success rate in terms of early playing time, early opportunity for rookies. And that's probably been more the case over the course of the last 3 years, really, since, they'd started to rebuild and become competitive. So maybe it's kind of obvious, but I also think, you have to give them credit for having the eye for the talent and the ability to go out and get guys that they know can come in, learn a system, and be effective right away. In the secondary, maybe some guys that we don't, give enough credit to. When you think of the defense, it's D'Amico Ryans, and hey, look, that's his baby, but, their position coaches and certainly guys like, Dino Vasso and I forget their cornerbacks coach. They've been there for a couple of years, and they've coached the idea Jalen Smith, needs to come in right away, or, in a lesser role behind Lassiter and Stingley could be productive. It's not crazy. I'm with you, though. I would like a more veteran presence back there just on second thought, because I do feel good about the secondary in general, but we know injuries can happen. And Derek Stingley, I don't know that we've all reached a point yet where, hey, let's pencil this guy in for 17 games and you feel great about it.
Well, I think that is one part. This is what the development that I don't think I've seen or heard a lot of people talk about this, but that I would love if this ends up being the case. If you look at the Chiefs have been able to withstand departures from their secondary because they've drafted well, but also coached those guys up really well as well. So, the Chiefs feel confident that, all right, we can coach these guys up, we can get them playing, and they've done a great job of it. The Chiefs, they've ridden that defense for a couple of years now. And I think the fact that you had that secondary last year where Kamari Lassiter came in very polished by rookie standards. Kalen Bullock was not polished whatsoever. And he improved a lot as the year went along. but he still has improving to do. Like, he's not a finished product yet, but the upside is right. Like, you saw the playmaking ability, you saw the improvement over the course of the season. A lot of his upside might just be simply getting on the jugs machine and coming down with some of these near interceptions that he's. That's all the cornerbacks coach and Adegoke, the safeties coach.
Yes.
A lot of that, I think, is on them. You have to give them credit. When you have a secondary that's got 2 rookies starting the entire season or for most of the season, and you end up being the unit that they became, it's tempting to think, oh, yep, here you go, best defensive backfield in the league. You got to be careful with that. Like, as Matt Burke said the other day, the 3 most dangerous words in the language are "I got it." Like, just don't think they're like, okay, that's what we did last year. We're all set. We're good to go. Let's work on it. Like, no, it's always back to basics.
I know, but on paper, Seth, it's hard to not look at this defense and say, wow, a defense that finished top 6 in the NFL last year and saw as much production as they did in the secondary alone. How are they not better right now?
Okay, they were not. They were top 6 in yardage, which is a bogus stat. They were 15th or 16th in points allowed. So
points allowed, yes.
The first thing when I say that is people say, well, they didn't get help from the offense. No, that's part of it. But part of it was that they were one of the worst in the league at allowing big chunk plays and long touchdown passes. And a lot of that is a testament to how young they were in the secondary. So, there's a lot of, like, the simple advanced stat of allowing fewer points. It is a real thing. Like, they have a lot of playmakers. That's true, and they did a great job with that. But they weren't a consistently sound defense last year. That's the next step they have to take to where they're a genuinely elite defense. And yes, also get some help from the offense, because part of that is they get put in a position where they're having to be. You're going to end up letting a few slip through the screen at times.
Yeah.
So, so I'm intrigued by it, but I'm still you got to maintain that level of vigilance that, man, just because it was promising last year, just because Kalen Bullock made a lot of improvement, doesn't mean that all of a sudden, and realistically, Jalen Petrie did some really good things, but man, there's some liabilities with Jalen Petrie when he's out there in man coverage, and teams are spending the offseason looking at that and figuring that out. So there's still, I think they could be one of the better defensive backfields in the league, but there's still things that they need to hammer out if they want to be genuinely elite.
I think both can be true, though, too. And what you just said, that, hey, they gave up a lot of big plays last year. Yeah, sure, they did. But I wonder how many of those big plays, too, came after a missed tackle. Like, the missed tackles, it was, to memory, a little less prevalent last season than it was the year prior to that. And you mentioned Jalen Petrie. That's something I feel like he's gotten a little bit better at. I don't know if the numbers prove it out, but, I think I told you this earlier. Like, the eye test, it looked like he was in better position. It looked like he was more comfortable and had more success.
But when you end up with Jalen Petrie one-on-one versus Devontae Adams without safety help over the top, he's going to get dusted at times. And we saw that in training camp last year. I was skeptical that they were going to use Jalen Petrie in the slot as much as they were during training camp, because he was getting destroyed in man coverage in training camp. And, physically, anatomically, he's not a cornerback. He is a safety/linebacker at Brick, and kind of balancing out. I don't expect him to ever be as good in coverage as an elite nickelback. He is a nickel. He's a nickelback. He's a nickel linebacker more so than he is a nickelback. And you just got to manage that in some ways. And at times, when you have a deeper secondary and you have more actual cornerbacks on the team, there's times where you'd rather have a cornerback playing slot corner than that's what I should have said. He's not a slot corner. He's a nickelback. You know, there's times where you want an actual slot corner there instead of Jalen Petrie covering a Devontae Adams or somebody like that. In terms of missed tackles last year, I'm glad you brought that up, because people know I get agitated about this. They were the 6th worst team in the NFL in terms of missed tackles last year.
God bless, yeah. That's not good. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Final hour coming up. We'll get to this. We're talking about some concerns right now, maybe in the secondary. Okay, well, what else should we be a little concerned or scared of with the Texans right now as they resume their second round of OTAs? That's next at Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caley expects physicality from the new-look Texans offensive line.
Everybody will block. We're going to be committed to that in the run game. That's part of who we are. That's toughness. That's physicality. I think that's a non-negotiable, period.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Brought to you by Chris Spring Water. Right in the Katy eastbound at 45, the Gulf Freeway, Hogan. Right lane is blocked. 610 north.
WFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Alongside Seth Payne, I'm Sean Bijani, in for Sean Pendergast. Final hour of the program. Get to a little Astros here in just a bit. I want to stick with the Texans. And Seth, I just saw this article on NFL.com, and it'll kind of help us get to where we want to get here. But the title of it, written by Eric Edholm, is most likely to win their first Super Bowl in 2025, ranking the 12 teams that lack the Lombardi Trophy. Where would you say the Houston Texans, off the top of your head, wind up on this list? Have never won a Super Bowl, the most likely to win it for the first time this season. Where do you think the Texans finish?
Okay, so I'm guessing the Bills are pretty high up on that.
Bills are number one.
Oh, the Lions have never won. What's that?
Bills are number one.
Bills are number one. Okay, I'm guessing the Lions, even with the retirement of their center, Frank Ragnow, yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Frank Ragnow retirement hit a lot harder than the Ronald Darby retirement.
A little
bit. Boy, the Vikings haven't won, right? So the Vikings are probably above the Texans at this point.
You just mentioned the two teams. The Bills are number one, as you said. Lions are number two. Vikings are number three.
Okay, I know where I'm going to get PO'd is that the Chargers haven't won. And yet, despite getting destroyed by the Texans in the playoffs, I keep seeing the Chargers above the Texans in the playoffs, or in the power rankings.
The Chargers are actually behind the Texans in this list.
They are? Okay. Yeah. And then the Bengals are the other tricky one, given the way their defense played last year, but them also having a guy named Joe Burrow. I'm going to say the Texans are, sixth?
Oh, very close. Your Chargers that you just mentioned are sixth.
Okay.
The Bengals are fourth, and the Texans are actually on the list at five.
Five of the 12 teams that have never won a Super Bowl, which is really shows you how hard it is to win a Super Bowl.
Well,
what are we up to? Like Super Bowl 397 by now?
I think it's Super Bowl 60 upcoming this season.
Most of the time, fewer than 32 teams, and you got 60 Super Bowls. And when the Patriots, when either the Patriots, the Chiefs, the 49ers, the Cowboys are taking up, and the Steelers are taking up a huge chunk of them, it doesn't leave much space for anybody else.
I'm going to read you just a small excerpt from this write-up on NFL.com as to why they think the Texans are fifth on the list of teams to have the best odds at winning their first Super Bowl in franchise history. It says, this offseason, Houston made significant changes to the roster at wide receiver, along offensive line and secondary. Will it pay off? With C.J. Stroud entering year 3, the Texans expect to be competitive. The back-to-back reigning AFC South champions should again be the favorites in the division. Houston's schedule appears competitive, but not daunting. D'Amico Ryans looks the part of very capable young coach, logging a pair of 10-win seasons. The question is whether the Texans can elevate their performance level, having struggled to consistently beat their toughest opponents over the past 2 years. This season, they opened with a tough pair of games at Rams against the Bucs, and they also faced the Ravens, Bills, and Chiefs, and Chargers, with most of those contests on the road. Now, that being the case, we were going to talk about levels of concern. Like, what are you most scared of with the Houston Texans right now?
This moment?
Yeah, we talked about offensive line, so I'd kind of like to do like besides O-line.
Yeah, the offensive line, I think you just have to put up at the top of any power ranking of concerns. In the immediate moment within an hour or so is just C.J. Stroud's shoulder. Even though I know it's 99% chance it's no big deal, and it's just being careful with a quarterback early in the season. I still don't like seeing C.J. Stroud out there watching drills and not participating in them. So if we're gonna power rank him for how immediately concerned I am, it would be C.J. Stroud. But truth be told, that's probably lower on the list unless he goes all through OTAs without throwing or something. Yeah. So the offensive line is first and foremost. I'm just going to throw the tight ends in there because it's also part of pass protection and run blocking, and the tight ends underperformed there. I feel good about Brevin Jordan coming back. I feel good about the potential development of Cade Stover. I'm intrigued by Luke Lachey. I think that at the end of the day, Dalton Schultz is what they said he was, which is if everything else is right, Dalton Schultz can be productive in a good offense, but you can't rely on him or expect him to be the straw that stirs the drink. He's certainly not a George Kittle or a Travis Kelce or anybody like that. So the tight ends group, needing to be a part of a genuinely diverse and really good offense, I need to see a Dalton Schultz who's closer to the 2023 version than the 2024 version.
When they hired Nick Caley, just knowing briefly at the time what we did of his, journey, his career path, having worked with tight ends for so long, I always ask the question, when they're looking at a roster from the outside looking in, they want this job. He wanted the job with the Texans. And I wonder what player or players does Nick Caley look at and be like, boy, I can't wait to get my hands on that guy. Brevin Jordan is the first name that came to my mind because tight end, versatile guy, athlete. We saw his playmaking ability last year when he was healthy, and that's been the question, when he's healthy, ... Who knows what he could be? Is it wild to think that if Brevin Jordan is healthy, that he could be a X factor offensively for the Texans this year?
Yeah, I think, but not in a traditional sense, because I think he's best utilized the way that they've used him in the past, which is kind of a wild card that you throw in there, and you can use him all over the formation. You can put him in the backfield. You can have him line up as a slot. You can do all of these things that keep defenses off balance. But I'm skeptical that he's ever going to develop into a bona fide, inline tight end who's good. He's just not a bigger guy, and he's perfectly willing to run block. It's just that he's going to have some physical limitations. Now, I'm willing to be surprised on that, but he's had enough years in the NFL now that I think he is what he is. So, yeah, I almost put Brevin Jordan into the category of tight end that I but almost like a positionless tight end. The thing with, I think Cade Stover doesn't have the athleticism of a George Kittle or somebody like that. But I think enough as a receiver, but also physically looks like he could develop into a good run blocker. He's just so raw that he might end up becoming that second guy amongst your tight ends, but you can really lean on him to be good at run blocking and do a lot of the other stuff. So I'm intrigued by him. I think Luke Lachey is a big wild card because he was banged up the last couple years and didn't look like he really delivered on a lot of the promise he showed early at Iowa. But the thing about these kids from Iowa that get drafted is that pretty much about half of them, more than half of them, I went through, and since in the Kirk Ferentz era, I think they've had 13 or 14. It's in the teens somewhere, a number of tight ends drafted in the NFL. Yeah. And the majority of them have gone on to have respectable NFL careers, like 4 years plus. Even CJ Fedorowicz was doing some good things until he just started getting concussions all the time. So I'm intrigued by that part of it, and I'm just going to wait and see on that with Luke Lachey. My guess would be he ends up being a practice squad guy this year. But there's not necessarily anybody I look at on this roster and think, oh yeah, that guy's a future All-Pro.
Yeah. Where do you have Christian Harris on your list of things you're most scared of with the Texans at this point in time? Because man, he started the OTA session as a reported, DNP, working on a side field, still worried about this injury situation. It seems to be very mysterious at this point in time. Being is that last season came back, was limited, didn't get a chance to play a lot, and didn't ever seem fully healthy.
This is what I look at with Christian Harris right now, in a little bit of a way. I feel like I look at Christian Harris as my lost Bitcoin password. I feel like I had this thing.
I love it.
I had this thing, and but I can't find the password. And now it could be worth a lot by now. I don't even remember how many Bitcoins I had, but I can't find the password. I wrote it down on a Post-it. My wife threw it out. We're working through it in therapy, but
that's pretty good.
He made so much progress in the second half of 2023, and it looked like, man, D'Amico Ryans has been really good for Christian Harris, and athletically, I think on paper, I think he's got a more potential to be good in pass coverage than Henry To'oTo'o or Azeez Al-Shaair. But that's all just potential and promise. And what I was really hoping for last year was that, man, if he really turns the corner and he really clicks in D'Amico's system, he could end up being a Dre Greenlaw or, Fred Warner is putting it way up there. But one of those types of guys where, man, he actually ends up helping your defensive backs out instead of needing to be protected by your defensive backs in coverage. So I don't know what to think other than that. I was all set and ready that, okay, Christian Harris had this mysterious injury all last season. Let's see what he looks like. And behold, he's out there, but he's not doing anything in OTAs. So until I find that Bitcoin password, I kind of just have set that emotion off to the side.
Like with Harris, okay, put him to the side for a second. With the emergence and improvement of Henry To'oTo'o, that's probably a better way to say it. The improvement of Henry To'oTo'o. And you put him alongside Azeez Al-Shaair, and the Texans bring in E.J. Speed this offseason. Christian Harris, does he kind of start to feel like a bit of an afterthought at some point, just given his lack of availability? Do you still feel good with the linebackers that you do have in terms of the depth?
I do. I think the linebacker competition is going to be really interesting in training camp. Because remember, Jamal Hill from last year that they drafted, he was very raw as a linebacker. And I think it would have been a big surprise if he had played a lot last year. But you watched him at Oregon, and it was like, man, this guy's really just learning the position. So when it comes to playing in the NFL, athletically, he's very, very intriguing. And it'll be interesting to see exactly how he does this year. But I think that the biggest thing I'm concerned about with the linebackers in general is just that they're not very good in coverage. And that's and maybe Jamal Hill ends up taking a giant leap forward there. And there's things you can do. With Henry To'oTo'o, he's still ascending. He improved a lot from year one to year two. Athletically, I don't think he's ever going to be really impressive in coverage. But with your just anticipating routes, knowing when you can chuck a guy, all that stuff. And last year, some of his glitches in pass coverage were more, you could tell he was a half step late on reading the route or anticipating the route. You can make up for that a lot. Brian Cushing wasn't great in a vacuum in pass coverage, but they did a really good job of kind of managing what he could and couldn't do. So that's the upside there. I think Azeez Al-Shaair is what he is as a coverage linebacker. But in playing in this defense with these guys, can he become a little bit smarter about just the angles, the reads, all of that? And that can improve this year. But right now, they don't have a starter who I think looks that can actually help you open the playbook up on defense. Ideally, when you have guys, Navarro Bowman and Patrick Willis were the prime example of where when you had linebackers like that with San Francisco, it makes it so much easier for your defensive backs because those linebackers can cover tight ends down the seam and do all that kind of stuff to take some pressure off of them. And the Texans just aren't there right now with the linebackers.
Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. Do you have another big issue? Because off the top of my head, I'm thinking about this receiver core. We've been talking a lot about Jaden Higgins and Noel, and very excited about those guys pairing with Christian Kirk and Nico Collins. But 50% of it, they're proven. They're rookies.
Yeah.
And there's a new play caller, a new offensive coordinator that both are new to him, and Nick Caley, he's never done it before. Are we overlooking just the lack of experience at those particular positions and coaching responsibilities?
Right. I think I do get nervous when I start getting too excited about any given rookie. And when you're looking at 2 rookies in the wide receiver room, it's really perilous when you just start thinking, oh, yeah, totally, our second and third round picks are going to be studs for us this year. It happens, and it certainly can happen, but you got to be really careful about leaning into it. Christian Kirk's presence helps a lot, but he's also got a speckled injury history over the past few years. That part of it is, I think as you get a little bit away from the excitement of the draft and you remind yourself that, man, there are, as you said, it's not just unproven guys or new guys, it's unproven and new guys with a new offensive coordinator in a new offense. I'm going to try real hard, Sean, and it's hard doing what we do. I'm going to try to be really patient in the first few weeks of the season. We'll see how many minutes into the first game that lasts.
Yeah. Man, I was going to say over-under 2.5 weeks. But you're talking first game.
We see this all the time where, you know what? It happened with the Eagles defensively last year. At the beginning of the season, people were saying, Vic Fangio, what the hell did they bring this guy in for? Oh, they suck. And then they end up being awesome and they win the Super Bowl. So I'm going to try really, but I know I'm going to fail. Yeah, it's like when I go to a birthday party and I'm like, I'm going to have one piece of cake. That's what I'm going to do. It's all I have to do today. Have one piece of cake.
You say the same thing every game day in the press box. I'm only going to have one dessert, and then after 3 different trips to the snack bar.
I can't do it this year. My A1C reflected my eating habits this year. So I'm like, now, but I understand. I'm like an alcoholic with alcohol. I know that I can't. If you're a recovering alcoholic, you can't go down that road where you're like, well, I'm going to have 2 beers and that's it. I can't do that with sugar. I just can't do it. If I have 1 cupcake, I'm going to have 17. So
I'm going to have to keep an eye on you. I'm going to have to keep an eye on you.
I've stayed away from all refined sugar for other than at one birthday party, for a good chunk of time now, where I had 17 cupcakes.
Good luck. Coming up next, what do we make of the latest comments from Astros GM Dana Brown? We'll have them for you next. Stay there.
Hey, Trajan Wealth.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, in for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani, Seth Payne with me as well. Taking you up until 10 o'clock. Just saw Reggie Atatula. Imagine John Lopez going to be in his house. We'll talk to those guys here in a couple of segments.
Reginald, we were talking earlier about how we kind of missed the Sports Radio 610 Combine that we used to do because it was a lot of fun. And you're really good at it. You're one of the stronger participants. But we figured
two-time push-up champion, bro.
Yeah, and at this point, I was I don't know anything about Reginald's athletic background, but just by virtue of relative youth and non-obesity, I feel like he would be one of the better ones. And then if he is actually an athlete, you'd have somebody to push and compete with you.
I would strongly favor Reggie Atatula to win a Sports Radio 610 Combine if we ever had one of those again. I don't know anything about him athletically. He just he looks like he's an in-shape dude.
He's fit, yeah. He's fit.
He definitely does. Though, push-up contest, don't even try me. Don't even try me.
No, yeah, you've got like that bull rider physique of I bet you could. You're probably the damn kid that could do 15 like 25 pull-ups in gym class. No big deal.
Used to.
But when you're back in the day, I always used to be, man. Like that's one thing bigger guys would be jealous of in terms of the body, like strength to body weight ratio. When you're a bigger guy, you're just not as good at it as like a mid-sized dude or a smaller dude. So like in wrestling especially, the lightweight guys are always just doing all the pull-ups and everything and getting whip out pull-ups. Yeah, I'm super jealous. I'm jealous of people that can do a boatload of pull-ups. And then also, as I get older and I veered more towards just doing endurance exercise and everything, if I see you at the grocery store and you're some dude that's like 5'11", 135 pounds, and you're wearing fancy running shoes with your fancy, fitness watch on and everything, I'm like, oh, this dude can probably crank out 5-minute miles like it's nothing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very, very jealous of you. Yeah. The days of having a big bench press doesn't really do it for you anymore once you're in your 50s.
And even just like my pace now, it is nowhere close to what it was 5 years ago when I was running marathons. It's wild.
Isn't it nuts how decrepit you get? I know, honestly, you think about how fast you could run a mile when you were in high school. And it wasn't like I was ever a good distance runner or anything. I was a bigger guy, but oh my God. Yeah. I don't even want to tell you how fast I ran the last mile. I actually gutted it out on.
When I was coaching, I did distance. I was the distance coach on the boys track team.
Yeah.
And, doing 7th and 8th grade boys track, I would have at least one kid every year that, they'd start off, 6.5, 7 minute mile. I'd get them down to 5. There was one kiddo who ran a sub 5 in 8th grade. And
in 8th grade?
Yeah, 8th grade. Ridiculous. And he ended up running like a 4:34. Where did he go? I can't remember now. It wasn't at U of H. It was somewhere. I can't remember what college he went to. Really great kid. Shout out Travion Clayton, man. I used to tell my coach, when we were training, I'd run with the kids sometimes. I'm like, all right, time me on the mile. I felt great about myself if I could get close to 7.
Yeah.
Now, no way. I think I would die of heat exhaustion right now if I tried.
Honestly, that is one of the ones that if you ever, I'm so impressed with distance runners because you go there's time I used to live. I've lived on 2 different marathon routes in my life. One, I've either lived near the route or I've tried to get coffee in the morning and I've left to the coffee place before the route was closed off, and then I try to get back home, and I've been trapped by the hurricane, trapped by the marathon route. I couldn't figure out how to get out of the marathon. But when you watch the leaders, and by leaders, in my opinion, I'd say anybody who finishes in the top 25%, I'm watching them run, and I'm like, how the hell are they doing this for 26 miles?
Yeah,
it's like they're at an all-out. They are just striding. It would be like an all-out treadmill workout.
Oh
for
yeah,
me.
the dude's 5.5 minute mile pace do that
It's
26
just nuts.
times.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy, man. This guy, man, we need him to go the distance, like, whenever he does come back, and that's Yordan Alvarez. Who knows when that's going to be? I know you talked about some Dana Brown comments with B. Scott yesterday, but there was this one in particular that I wanted to bring up to you. Dana Brown was on the Astros pregame show on Sunday, and this is what he had to say in regards to the injury situation with Yordan. Quote, he said it wasn't the normal pain that he usually gets in his hand, so he thought maybe he could grind through it, and it was just soreness. Maybe at the point we probably should have shut him down. Maybe for a week, given it a chance to heal, and not let him try, emphasis on not let him try to fight through it and potentially cause more damage, end quote from Dana Brown. So
this is, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because you and I were going back and forth earlier, and I'd said something to the effect that, I feel like Dana Brown and the Astros medical staff, look, they take heat, and you know what? They should, because the recovery time for these pitchers that have undergone, elbow surgery, Tommy John's shoulder, it's just been ridiculous, from Luis Garcia to Lance McCullers, and God forbid, we see this with Christian Javier, and J.P. France, he's a little bit of a different case. The odds are already stacked way against him in returning. But, for Yordan, this is not the first time that he's dealt with a hand injury. So if he says, you know what, it feels different, maybe I can push through it, okay, well, he only missed 11 games a few years ago in 21 whenever this was a situation. It's been a minute since he's had this.
You know what, though? I'll also confess to poor reading comprehension on my part, or at least kind of not. I was reading it through a certain filter, and maybe it was when I heard it and then read it. I can't. But when Dana Brown said it wasn't the normal pain that he usually gets in his hand, the way I heard that was that it was either a more extreme pain or a different type of pain, when in reality I think what Dana Brown is saying there, and obviously, is that it wasn't as much pain. So it wasn't the normal pain, so it wasn't as much pain. So that part of it makes sense, I suppose, since he's had this before. I interpreted it wrong or potentially incorrectly the first time, because when I heard it, I thought, wait a second, he's saying it doesn't feel the way, but if it's just a matter that there wasn't as much pain as usual, I kind of get that, I guess, but it's not like, listen, I know you don't want to do too much imaging because there's potential long-term risks of more imaging you get and everything, but it's a hand x-ray or it's a hand MRI. Just do a few extra.
Yeah, take some pictures. Here's the thing. He said it wasn't the normal pain that he usually gets, as if he gets this all the time. There's one other time that I just mentioned in 2021 of a documented lengthy period of time that he had to miss. Now, this guy hasn't played baseball in a month. The last game that he played was May 2nd. Here we are at June 3rd, and who knows when he's going to come back, if there's a fracture and he's only 60% or whatever the percentage is now that he's re-aggravated this. This is what Yordan Alvarez said when they recently asked him about it. Quote, I kept playing because I've played before with pain in my hand. I didn't think it was going to be something big, but I think the fact that I kept playing caused my hand to stress more and caused the small fracture. This is, again, the point that I want to make in that, hey, the player is hurt. The player makes team aware that the player is hurt. But at what point in time does the team need to save the player from himself, regardless of who you are? If you're Yordan Alvarez, if you're Jose Altuve, or if you're Brendan Rodgers, does it really matter? You need this guy piece on a 26-man roster. At what point in time are you the Astros that say, you know what, boy, we're down 3 guys in our starting rotation. Boy, we've got underperformance going on some of our everyday players. We've got to nip this in the bud. Now, that's where I think the Astros are very much at fault. This is a guy that you've committed 5 years and $100-some-odd million to, and they got a few more years left on their deal, and they're one of the best hitters in the game. You have to optimize what you can of Yordan, and I don't think the Astros did that at all here.
It's tough, and this would be the hard part about that is this is because of the Kyle Tucker situation last year, and because it's so eerily similar that you don't hear anything from a player for weeks, or in the case of Kyle Tucker, months, and then you find out, oh, they discovered a break late in the process. That's the part where, man, I don't know if 2 is enough to constitute a trend, but then you stack it on top of the multiple, more than average Tommy John surgeries that the Astros pitchers have had, the setbacks that they've had with it. But there is also the part of, man, when it is a hand injury that you've worked through before and it hasn't been a broken bone issue in those instances, you know, the players themselves and their communication with the training staff, the guys are generally normally playing through some kind of thing. Most guys in a long baseball season are playing through some kind of pain. And you don't want to be a hypochondriac or a malingerer about it. And that's where the haziness of it comes in, and where it's not an exact science. And if it were just this situation and just Jordan, it wouldn't be all of those other factors in previous examples didn't exist. That's where you just start to wonder what the hell is going on here.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's going to be something to watch for. The piece that Chandler Rome talked about on his podcast recently, like about the perception, you know, with the Astros medical staff, you know, it being a really bad look. Like, it's been a bad look now for a couple of years. It's just now coming to a head because here's a non-pitcher, and Yordan Alvarez, like I'd said, one of the best hitters in the game, that you have now been, your handling of it's been a bit negligent, I feel like. But in the same breath, I do think that the players got to understand the situation as well. And maybe that's too much to ask. I don't know, you being a former athlete yourself. Like, I'm asking you, Seth, hey, you know when you're hurt. You know when to kind of cool it.
Right.
That's difficult. I
mean, they did at least 2 MRIs, and the first MRI didn't show anything because of the swelling and everything.
Yeah.
And whatever the X-rays you can tell. It wasn't until the second MRI, and because he's been through these situations before, it's nice to have hard and fast opinions about the way things should have gone. But yeah, I had 14 or 15 orthopedic surgeries in my NFL career. And in a few of them, I had complications and it was dicey. And I can't look back on them and think, well, the team should have known that this was what was going on. Because it's just, I mean, there's a lot of things. It's kind of like, you know how lawyers tough sometimes because juries come in and because they watch so much television, they expect there to be conclusive DNA evidence about everything. And you're like, no, it's not always so cut and dry. It's not like, oh, somebody stole a candy bar, did they? Let's swab and see the DNA test of it. It's not, the technology is not as good as you want to believe it is or you think it is. And I think that's what happens with sports injuries.
Yeah.
As great as the technology is, when it comes to diagnosing things, it's actually kind of tough, especially when it comes to tiny little bones in the hand. So I want to give them a pass, and it would help me help you, Astros. Help me just by being a little bit more transparent about this stuff, and maybe an update here or there explaining what's going on instead of, nope, everything's fine, everything's fine. The classic example was when a day or two before Christian Javier was going to have his Tommy John surgery, the update from Espada was, yeah, he's feeling a lot better. Like, all right. And then all of a sudden you find out that him and Luis Garcia are going in hand to have their Tommy Johns done.
Oh, yeah, by the way, we need to get an update on Luis Garcia. He threw a bullpen this weekend. Be looking for the updates there.
I like his glasses. That's the only thing I can get excited about with Luis Garcia. I like his glasses.
The glasses.
A lot of guys, I don't like CJ's glasses. Those ones that he wears, the clear ones that kind of make him look like a school marm or something.
Yeah, he wears the same ones that Charles Barkley wears on his podcast sometimes. It doesn't work. Final segment coming up next. We'll talk with the guys from in the Loops. Open a 6-game roadie tonight. That's next.
You're probably driving in your car right now and thinking to yourself,
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment of the morning. For Sean Pendergast, Sean Bijani. He's Seth Payne. Happy Lance McCullers Jr. Day, everybody. Boy, what an incredible pitching matchup we've got tonight. Potentially, right? Lance McCullers coming off a 12 strikeout performance against the A's the other day. And you get Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates tonight.
It could end up being kind of like Hunter Brown versus Taj Bradley, and it might be a 1-0 game or what have you.
Yeah,
that was that weird series with the Rays. That you're outscored 30-9, but you split the series, and it was everything about the Astros that you can get excited about or get nervous about, which is, hey, you got a couple of your aces out there. Framber pitches an 83-pitch complete game. That game, by the way, Sean, it took 2 hours and 2 minutes.
Oh, I know. That screwed my rundown up because that was Friday.
Yeah.
And we do an H-Town post-game show, which generally hits at around 9:40.
Yeah.
I think it hit around 8:45 that night or something like that. I was like, hell, this rundown went to hell pretty quick, but 83-pitch, 9-inning complete game. It has to be some sort of like historical marker, right? Like how many times in Major League Baseball have you ever seen that? I always think of, because it was in my lifetime, nobody's ever really done it aside from Greg Maddux, late 90s, 78-pitch, 9-inning complete game. That's what I think of. That's the mark. And it's like, boy, to research and find out that guys back in the 40s needed like 59 or 62 pitches to get through a complete game. It's pretty wild.
I remember watching old Red Barrett do it in 1944.
Oh, you remember?
I remember watching that game. I was at that game.
You did the research, too. You just pulled that name out.
Yeah, 58 pitches. That's the record. Fewest pitches thrown in a complete game is 58. It was August 10th of 1944. Threw a 2-0 shutout against the Cincinnati Reds.
Wild. Yeah, we might be in for a great one tonight, man. This is a big road trip if you really think about it, because it's 6 games, and I don't know forget who the Mariners are playing. I think they've got the Orioles. They're hosting the Orioles tonight, and the Orioles aren't really a great team. They've been struggling all season long. They've fired their manager, and they're going through it. They're severely underperforming, at least versus what they accomplished last year and the build that we've seen over the course of the last 3 years. We'll see. These 6 games you got against the Pirates, you got against the Reds, 2 teams that you feel like, this is a pretty good opportunity for the Astros with the way that they've been pitching, maybe the hitting starting to come around. You should win, maybe go 4-2 of the next 6 of being first place by week's end.
Yeah, you're facing the 2 worst teams in the NL Central right now, and Lance McCullers is going up against one of the worst offensive teams in baseball tonight. So yes, you're facing Paul Skeens, but I don't want to diminish the ability of any team to shell any pitcher or what have you. But this is a good opportunity for Lance to build on those 6 innings that he pitched in his last outing. And these last 3 games, he's got a 3.5 ERA or so that he's rounded into form after those 2 kind of either the first game he didn't allow any runs, but it was precarious. Second game he got shelled. This is a good opportunity to just keep stacking these stones.
Did you see Lance talk to the media after his last start? He was asked a particular, I think Christy Reekin asked him this question. It's like, hey, do you, when do you think you'll get back or feel like your normal self again? It was something along those lines.
Yeah.
And Lance said, basically that, hey, after my first surgery, I had to kind of reinvent myself as a pitcher, and I was different. And then now after this surgery, he feels like he's having to do the same thing. And the follow-up question is what I was interested in that wasn't asked: why and how?
Right.
And I think we can kind of see it, though, where, before the injuries, Lance could ring it up there 96 miles per hour and maybe rely more than he is nowadays, which is more slider, knuckle curve, the break and stuff, which looks to be maybe better. If you judge just that A's game alone, this looks like one of the best versions of Lance McCullers that we'd seen maybe ever since 24 straight curveballs in the World Series kind of.
Yeah,
Lance.
I think it's hard. I wish, with the limited number of appearances he's had, it's hard to look at any of his overall stats because it's skewed so much by that horrible second game.
Yeah.
But I think some of it's weird that his velocity is down, and yet he's also throwing a four-seam fastball for the first time since 2018. He had pretty much eliminated that from his repertoire, but I think in trying to maybe find out if his velocity's down, but he has to get some of it to offset some of his movement pitches, he's got to just show some top-end velocity at times so there's a bigger gap between them.
Yeah.
It's learning to manage all of those things and exactly what can I and can't I do. How's my Lance's curveball used to be damn near as fast as a lot of major league pitchers' fastballs. And to try to figure out exactly where you are on all that, it's a completely different approach. So I think no matter how the season ends for him, even if he does really, really well this year, I think there's going to be a few more hiccups along the way, and it's not the end of the world, but he's just trying to figure out exactly what he can and cannot lean into.
Yeah, no, I think the hiccup spec, it shouldn't be like, hey, here's this ramp-up process, looked really ugly early on, with the high pitch counts, and he's giving you 3 innings or an inning and 2/3, and, he gets beat up that one game, gives up 7 runs or whatever. Look, it's not all of a sudden like, hey, he's figured it out, and now it's off to the races. It would be great if that were the case, but keep in mind, this is going to be his 6th start this season, okay, since his return. And I don't care who it's against. When a book gets out there on you and, major league hitters are able to see that and adjust, now is the chess game for Lance. Okay, hitters are going to adjust to you. Can you adjust back? And it's the constant back and forth. Exactly like we've seen, and Joe Espada's talked about it so many times already just this season with Hunter Brown. He mentions it after every time Hunter Brown pitches. Boy, how much more mature he is and how he can handle the ebbs and flows of a game, similarly to the way that we talked about and still do with Framber Valdez. When something doesn't go his way, is he able to kind of, all right, compartmentalize that, put your head down and, nose to the grindstone and get through it, so to speak.
Yeah. And, we've already seen it a couple times where Lance will kind of struggle in the first inning and then rein it all back in. And he did that in... There was the first game or the third game. The first game was the one where he went out for the 4th inning and we didn't expect him to be, but he really was. He was right on the edge of losing it in the first couple innings. Then he came out and just mowed down 3 batters in a row in the 3rd inning. He's been through so many of these different things and these challenges that I feel good about. Like, I think the mental side of it, I'm not worried about whatsoever. It's just a matter of, man, does he find that magical mixture and figure out exactly what he can lean into?
We need to make a decision because we've gotten like 5 texts this morning about our situation. It's like, when are you guys going to decide to throw down and fight? People want to see us box.
We're not. No. I've already said that. Like, we're not. Right. Maybe people thought I was joking. I'm not. Listen, I'm 50 years old. Okay, I've boxed before. I know how taxing it is. I don't need that. I don't need to stroke out over a nonsense boxing match or something. All right? That's not the plan I'm on.
All right. I'm glad you put that to bed and not me, because I would have heard about it. Oh, you're going to make all these claims that you could whoop Seth's ass and now you're going to back out. No.
No, I'm back. Yeah, Seth backed down. Seth backed down.
Because Seth back down, I am now the undisputed champion. You heard it here first.
Somebody used to try to bait me. I remember it was when I was talking some smack about Taylor Lewan back in the day, and I said something like, somebody was like, you should fight him, Seth. And I'm like, look, Taylor Lewan is in his athletic prime. He's 300 and whatever pounds he was and in good shape. I ain't fighting him now. And this guy would not relent. He was like, you already showed you're a punk. You're a punk. And I'm like, all right, dude. call me. I would fight if I had to, obviously. But I'm like, no, I'm not going to freaking fight a guy. Like when the cards are stacked against me like that.
Reggie,
if you get to a certain age and you can still be baited by being called a punk or something, you got to do some work on yourself, all right? There's zero part of me that needs to prove myself in physical combat with anybody right now. Unless World War III begins or something, then I'll sign up. Yeah.
I don't know that Reggie needs to feel like he needs to prove himself or anything, but you were the topic of conversation earlier, Reggie.
Nice.
As Reggie and John Lopez joined us, the guys from In the Loop. We were talking about, like, man, if we had the Sports Radio 610 Combine, again, like we used to back in the day, who would be the favorite? And I nominated you as the favorite to win the competition amongst at least people here at the station.
Reginald, you are talking to a two-time champion in Sean Bijani. Sean was dominant in a lot of the categories.
That's high praise. I appreciate that. I feel like you probably had me beat a little bit more than you give yourself credit for. Like, I heard you talking about the push-ups, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Like, I look like I beat solid push-ups, but one thing that gets me is I got long arms, and then that makes it so that
you got a longer way to go down.
Yeah, man, it's just a little bit more leverage that you got to get into that thing. And
Reginald, that's one of my pet peeves about draft reports, like scouting reports, because people say, "Oh, this guy's strong as hell." 45 reps on the bench press. Weakness. Very short arms. Yeah, they're kind of related. Yeah.
Crosstalk presented by D&M Auto Leasing. Do a pup contest?
No, not that. Specifically, not that. But like the actual combine, like I do want to get out here and display my
It was fun. It was a lot of fun.
I miss those.
It was fun for the listeners. The listeners came out. Yeah, Reginald, it was everybody. It wasn't just us, like that we did for social media or something. It was a big event. Bunch of listeners would come out, and the tough part about it was that we would run the 40, but it was electronically timed. And I would say 90% of people were just devastated emotionally.
Yeah, we do need that hand time where you get a little bit light on it.
Hand time. Who's got the hand time?
Yeah, from your high school coach.
That's right.
Like, oh, yeah, you ran a 4.7, you did. Yeah.
Wind aided and just a little bit early on the clock. Yeah.
I remember that. I think one of the last combines we did, I remember Matt Murphy. He got up there, former Texan tight end Matt Murphy, got up there, stretched out everything. And he's ready to run. He's ready to run the 40. I don't even know if he made it to the 40. Or maybe he did. He tore his hamstring doing the 40, like in the first 10 yards. Yeah, I felt
that was the one that we did at Rice, I think.
That was at Rice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the bad part about it. Is like it's all fun and game until somebody goes down, right? Like until somebody sustains a major injury and then nobody's laughing.
He brought the kiddo. He stretched out, like had the cleats going on, and then pop.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Oh my goodness. Seth, my man, had good times with you this morning. Appreciate you, man. It's been a minute.
Yeah, great job, man.
Appreciate you.
I'll miss you. I'll call Sean, but it's going to be spelled with an A-H-A-U.
It just won't be the same. It won't be the same.
We'll be able to tell in the inflection, though. We'll hear it.
It's 10 o'clock. That means it's time for In the Loop. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez. In the Loop starts now.
Yeah, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, much appreciation to the fellas on Payne and Pendergast. Of course, today, Sean Bijani and Seth Payne, and of course, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for that opportunity to crosstalk with them fine fellas. But let's get going on a Tuesday. I'm not gonna lie, I woke up today, and between waking up probably about 7 o'clock and this moment at 10 a.m., there's been at least 3 moments where I've thought that it's a day other than Tuesday, and not the same day either. Like I thought it was Thursday for some reason. I thought it was a Wednesday for some reason. There was at one point where I thought it was a Monday, and I don't know what was happening in that moment. Like I thought it was all sorts of days, but it is indeed a Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Get involved with the program by texting in on the text line 713-572-4610. Or also, you can get involved on the Mo Karam injury live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. And I want to start by reminding you that OTAs, baby.
Yeah, it's happening right now.
Final day of OTAs, ain't it? Right? Like you had, obviously, the 3 days last week, 2 of which were open. And then the 2 days this week, one of which today is open. I know I've already seen dispatches from our very own Brandon Scott out there, B. Scott out there, who will also be manning the helm of the drive today. So he's got a busy day, but you know, You can catch Scott on Twitter, posted some things, including Derek Stingley returning one-handed, or rather fielding punts one-handed right now, doing things like that out there at NRG Park. But yeah, we're going to get some information from that, and we'll hear from the head coach of the team, D'Amico Ryans, at 11 or thereabouts live. So excited to hear that. How you feeling today, man?
Man, I'm feeling great. Absolutely. And just as a reminder, we have boots on the ground over there. We have access to information. So anything that's happening, there's a lot to watch. There's a lot to look out for over there at NRG. It's going to be a nice day. They're going to be out there. And as you mentioned, we'll have D'Amico and some players, that is true, joining us, or at least we'll be hearing from.
That's right. That's right. But I know we'll get D'Amico live on these Sports Radio 610 airways, so keep it locked with us all day, as you probably do already. You probably should do that anyways. But
I will say this.
Okay.
Just real quick before we get into some of the news that happened yesterday and is going to affect things here with the Texans. I do, we didn't mention the question of the day. And we usually do that on the crosstalk, but we just kind of went straight into the show today.
Were you disappointed? It feels like you were disappointed.
A little bit.
Like you wanted Seth.
Were you a little disappointed?
Seth would have been a good one because Seth, notoriously has dealt with anger issues.
Yeah, exactly. So
should we text him?
Yeah, well, that's a good idea. You can text him, or I will. And it has to do with that dip bleep overseas that was caught and confessed after Lance McCullers' family was threatened.
It got more dangerous. He threatened to kill his family,
children,
including his 5-year-old daughter.
And so the question of the day is, what's the stupidest thing you've done in a fit of rage? Perhaps a drunken fit of rage. So I want to throw that out there because a lot of people start thinking early as the question's at 10:40. And then I do want to throw this out there. I mentioned to you, and this is, I guess, what they call a vertical tease. I mentioned this.
What, like on a pole?
Like vertically. A tease about my confession at 12:20. I would highly recommend people tune in then as well, because I'm already thinking about deleting it.
Wait, it's like that?
It's like that.
Okay, very good.
It's like that.
So speaking of rethinking things, we got some news yesterday that indicated that this gentleman had a little bit of a change of heart of some degrees. Ronald Darby, a cornerback that previously played for the Eagles, played for the Jaguars. I mean, he was part of that Eagles team, not last year, but the the last time that they went to the Super Bowl. This is a damn good experienced cornerback that the Texans signed. That for me personally gave me a lot of confidence in the cornerback depth after a year where you had cornerback depth issues. That's one of the things that we've talked about. We know that the top end of cornerbacks is fantastic. All Pro Stingley, Kamari Lassiter in his rookie year looking fantastic. But beyond that, you had the likes of Jeff Okudah, who you had in camp, who you anticipated being some level of helpful. And we saw numerous times, especially at the Cowboys game, that didn't work out the way that you wanted to. D'Angelo Ross stepped in at moments, and he was serviceable, but something felt a little bit more consistent, a little bit more comfortable, especially in a league where injuries happen at any given time. You might have somebody that has to step in and carry the load, or just giving you a little versatility. And Ronald Darby was an opportunity, looked like just a great vet to step in, who brought you that kind of experience, that kind of know-how. And then all of a sudden yesterday, and I remember the time was like 2:07 p.m. We find out, per Adam Schefter, that Ronald Darby has actually decided to retire. In fact, he let the Texans know. He was a part of the 3 days of OTAs last week.
Yeah.
And it made me wonder, like, did he get out there at OTAs and be like, damn, I don't got it no more? And I was like, OTAs don't feel like the type of practicing that make you go, damn, I don't got it no more. But
that's right. That's right. There's a lot to dig in there. But our guy, Seth Payne, in a fit of rage, decided to hop in with the question of the day.
I heard that. I heard that you guys needed me. I didn't know what it was for. Oh, because we didn't do the question of the day.
Right, exactly. And I felt hurt by
I'm
it.
sorry.
No, I'm just kidding.
He did. I saw it in his eyes.
It has something to do with the guy that admitted to the Lance McCullers thing. What's the stupidest thing you've ever done in a fit of rage, perhaps even a drunk fit of rage?
Oh, God.
I was like, I hope you don't feel mad, because we were like, yeah, you'd be a great answer.
Yeah, Seth would definitely have something on this.
There's too many. I don't know. That's a really good question. I think, honestly, I would say, okay, so when Josh Ennis and I had that argument on Radio Row, A lot of people loved that I did that and everything because but the story that I think people outside of Houston didn't know or realize was that Josh had just been poking. Yes. And on Radio Row itself, the year before, Josh had kind of interfered with a couple of our broadcasts. And it got to a point where I could tell our program director at the time wasn't going to do a damn thing about it. Mm-hmm. So I'd had enough, and I was like, that's it. All right, well, that's it. And whatever happened. Mm-hmm. And I still feel justified in doing it. I think what did happen from that, though, is that there are a lot of people in the industry who don't know much about it, who think I'm this like loose cannon wild card whack job out of Houston. Yeah. And there's nothing I can really do about that. Like ideally, I don't feel bad that I did it, and Josh and I have talked and laughed about it since then. But like I would have handled it differently if in that moment. Yeah. And then
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then the other time was the time that I threw a wad of cash at Mike Meltzer and made him call me unbearable 29 times in a row.
Nice.
Because I was upset with him about whatever we were arguing about. That was a big turning point for me. I didn't mind upsetting Josh, but I did mind upsetting Mike. And
that was a turning point for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I decided to change my ways after that.
And now look at you.
And now look at you. See, I knew, and those are two great examples. I knew you'd come through, but. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Mine is very, very embarrassing because we'll get to it at 10:40.
Can I? Yeah. And I'm sorry, I don't want to hijack your segment.
No, that's fine.
Reginald, have you ever seen that clip before you came to Houston of me and Josh Ennis going at it?
I actually hadn't. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
so
good.
Don't
go seek it out.
I've seen it at this point. But I will say it did not get me to the point where I thought those things about you.
Yeah. Am I sure I want to go to Houston?
The impressions that I have had of you to that point and obviously since are very much way more heavily than anything that video could have done.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. It sounds like you didn't think much of the video, though. It's like, well, I found out you're not the guy I assumed you were based on that video. So, okay.
The best part of the video is clearly John McClain, but of course, I digress.
Yes.
Thanks, Seth.
All right, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so let's get back to talk about Ronald Darby. Cornerback that was looking like he was going to be a part of the Texans, signed with the Texans. I think it was supposed to be a $500,000, guaranteed or what have you within that contract. And after 3 days, OTA says, actually, I'm going to retire. I'm going to be completely honest, did not see his full reasoning on that, but that struck me as, I guess you could easily look at that as, okay, backup cornerback, it's fine. You have a level of depth or what have you. One, I actually have a little bit of question about how strongly you feel about the depth that now remains with I was about to say James Bradbury, with Ronald Darby now retiring. But maybe more importantly, what the type of depth is, and maybe do you think that this is a place where the Texans need to make some level of significant move? Because I know that you're going to need to add another cornerback. I think that's just generally the way that you do that, even if it's just another body to have within that room. For about the depth at cornerback with Ronald Darby no longer fitting that slot of that third, that primary fill-in kind of cornerback depth role.
See, I thought you brought up a really good point. The timing of it just doesn't seem to add up with someone deciding, the game's not in me. Maybe it does, but I think there's two options here. One of them would be somewhat alarming, somewhat of a thing that we have to monitor, and that is maybe that was it. Maybe he showed up at OTAs, the game spoke to him, as they often say, and he just says, you know what, it's not there anymore. I'm just going to retire. That's option A, and that's what quite possibly could be the case. But there's another option here that my mind went to anyway, and that is he got here. Keep in mind, this is a 10-year veteran.
Correct.
He's won
31 years of age.
Yeah. He's won a national championship at Florida State and a Super Bowl with Philadelphia. And so he started, I believe, 12 games last year. This is a serviceable at this point in his career, if not good, cornerback that can fit that role. The other option to me is maybe he got here, he looked around, he saw these guys playing, and I'm not even talking about Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley. I'm talking about guys like Jalen Smith, who was drafted in the third round. Who knows about Tremont Smith and some of these other guys on the depth chart, which we are somewhat questioning as can they fill that role. He might have looked around and said, yeah, I'm going to be fighting for playing time on this team. So it might be a good thing when it comes to the Texans. He's done all this. He's accomplished all this. It's always hard as you get into double digits as an NFL player, to dial it back up. And he may have sort of done the math in his head and said, do I really want to dial it up and not even really play to see my playing time diminish? So it's either the game spoke to him or the Texans are actually in a pretty good spot there. At least from what this guy's perspective might be.
I'm trying to make sure I'm divorcing myself from the hope that I tend to kind of inject in some of these things, being a Houstonian and wanting good things for these Houston teams. Which of those likelihoods, or which one of those do you think is more likely interpretations from your perspective on why Ronald Darby would say the odds?
I think the odds fall with a guy getting here and saying, "I really don't want to do this anymore." Yeah, if I'm just being honest, like I said, the game spoke to him. I don't have that energy. I don't have that feeling. I don't have the go get him. I don't want to cheat the game. That kind of thing with Ronald Darby. But it did cross my mind. Maybe he's sitting there going, hey, when he comes to the Texans, he's sitting there going, I'm going to have some playing time. I'm going to be that third cornerback. Who knows with injuries? I could get some good the bonus money on his contract if there is any. I didn't even look, all that stuff. But instead, he's looking around going, man, I'm going to have to fight just to get on the field. I think that's a possibility.
So with that being the case, then, you have to look at what remains depth-wise at cornerback, where you have, obviously you mentioned Jalen Smith, your third-round pick. You have Tremont Smith, who was a free agent that came from Denver. He's, how many year veteran at this point? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 year vet in Tremont Smith, but obviously not in the same way of Ronald Darby. At least I think Ronald Darby, we can easily say, reached different heights in his career than Tremont Smith. And then D'Angelo Ross remains, who, again, when it came down to it, he was the guy that ultimately seemed to handle up to some degree when it came to, playing cornerback. And yes, I see you, Brandon, on the YouTube page mentioning the idea, Darby hasn't gotten an interception since 2019. The decline was absolutely there. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say he's the same dude.
Serviceable enough.
Right. And then Callaghan, Callaghan that you brought it or that you signed as I believe a undrafted free agent or what have you. These are kind of the guys that you have in the cornerback room. Where do you look at within this cornerback, or how do you then evaluate this? Because I think that was one of the big things that I liked, was not just having a cornerback that you feel like, okay, I feel comfortable with his experience and his knowledge, but then also that mentorship. We've seen it in many different times and many different places. Having a veteran mentor in that room, bringing up, raising all the boats, right? The high tide raising all boats of sorts with that kind of experience and knowledge from the veteran situation. I mean, Tremont Smith does not feel like that same exact type of guy. How comfortable are you with the depth at a cornerback now?
Still not extremely comfortable. But again, that thought crossed my mind, and I was looking at Jalen Smith, the rookie third rounder, pretty high pick. That maybe is making some noise already. And again, maybe I'm biased because last year we had rookies making some noise during OTAs. A rookie named Kamari Lassiter that ended up starting, and we weren't even sure what he was. Going into, at this point last year, we didn't know where Kamari Lassiter was even going to play. Not cornerback, nickel, who knows. And then he kind of established himself. So I'm thinking maybe that's the case. All that being said, though, Reggie, I could sure use another cornerback on this roster. I could sure use another, if nothing else, for that veteran presence.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that I've looked at. I mean, yes, this team seems to have done really well in playing young guys early, as you talked about. Evidence is last year. I'm still, and I guess I do feel better about having Jalen Smith. I know that the size is one of those kind of concerns for him, and so that ends up being kind of interesting, seeing if he would have to play on the outside. What that would look like, but he has the speed that you imagine to contend to some degree. But yeah, that level of just throwing a dude in there. Do you have that experience? Because I do feel like he has at least the talent. Because that's one of the things that felt like depth-wise you didn't have nearly as much as just the pure talent. But then the ability to also step in and handle the responsibility outside of the talent, like the actual production, productivity that's necessary when you play cornerback, especially with the high responsibility of this defense. The secondary is supposed to be really, really good, and when you have a secondary of this caliber, a sore thumb sticks out really obviously, typically, there's not a crack in the armor. There's not a place that you can attack really on the secondary until if you put somebody in. So, like, I think that Jalen Smith is now very much a dude that I'm watching very closely to see how quickly he can get up to speed, because he may have to be of some level of impact for you, unless you're going to free agency and trying to find one of these guys that remains out here on the table, right?
Yeah. But it does ramp up, if nothing else, the pressure or the eyes on Jalen Smith and the other cornerbacks that are here, because knowing the Texans, as much as it might be they feel good about these guys, and Darby saw the writing on the wall and all that, you still need another one. You still need another defensive back, cornerback in that role.
Would you be interested in maybe going and finding one of these guys that is just kind of out here and seeing if you could kind of just throw something out there, bring in a body, have him play like somebody like a who is out?
Are you looking at some guys right now?
Someone like Stephon Gilmore is one of those guys that's really interesting. I mean, you keep looking at him and you go, is he done? But like when it comes to mentorship, right? Like he ends up being really interesting. Although I think he might have signed. This offseason, but like one of these kind of guys that's out here as a free agent, I'd be interested to see if them bringing in a guy of similar veteran kind of caliber to stash in here to see if he can
know
play,
the role,
and if you had that role to be able to mentor the likes of Jalen Smith.
Not necessarily expect to get that front line time with the cornerbacks, but at least know the role and find a niche.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little disappointed to see Ronald Darby walk away, but I mean, if he has that feeling, right? If that is what it is, I think it's much better that that's the situation. And I would still say I still feel better about this year's depth than last year's depth, even understanding that that is relative, and I'd still want it to be a little bit stronger in this circumstance. But we're getting going on a Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. DJ Bieniemy tweeting out from OTAs, the final day of them. CJ Stroud not throwing at OTAs as he continues to nurse that minor shoulder injury. So that's an important update, or maybe it isn't an important update if you.
He can knock down those threes though.
He can. I do love the sub. Yesterday, somebody was like, "My conspiracy theory is that he's actually throwing on the days that the media isn't there, and just not throwing on the days where the media is there." Which would be really
then they're just
hilarious.
toying with people.
Yeah,
that's exactly what
I kind of wish D'Amico or somebody say, "Oh yeah, he was throwing yesterday." Yeah, we just giving them a rest today when y'all here.
That would, like, even as a joke, that would probably work. That'd probably go over in that instance. But yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I guess if we're going to talk about injuries, let's talk about the Astros. Might as well. But there's something about the Astros injury that probably needs to be discussed, and it actually doesn't have to do with the medical staff or like the disclosing of information or anything like that. We'll tell you what that is next.
How does 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Tuesday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Having a good time. OTAs happening, and it's a public one, so we're getting video, we're getting feedback from the various people who are out there covering the team. One of the early things that we know already, C.J. Stroud also not throwing again today. Handoffs. And, of course, Aaron Wilson reiterating that minor shoulder muscle tightness that they're managing for him. So that is one of the things that's happening out there. We'll let you know what we see come through, as well as we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans at 11 right here on these airways. But right now, I wanted to throw this up here, Lopez, because we talked about kind of like just the real problems that the Astros have, clearly, with the way that they manage injuries and maybe possibly even the medical staff itself, as evidenced by the latest of the problems like the Kyle Tucker situation part 2 that happened with Jordan Alvarez, comfort in his left hand. It is indeed a fracture that will keep him away from baseball for a little bit longer as well. And you found kind of an interesting portion of this in that there's something that needs to be discussed here outside of just those things that we've talked about, the medical staff, how the Astros go about information surrounding injuries and the injuries themselves.
Yeah, we know that you can't trust the Astros when it comes to injuries. That doesn't even feel like an opinion anymore.
No, at this point, like there's an overwhelming amount of evidence. Yeah. There is, as I would like to say, an orgy of evidence that points to the idea that they should not be trusted.
Yeah, so we know that. And so what they're saying about some of these guys that are injured, including Jordan Alvarez, when you start like looking at when they say, and again, emphasis on say, they could be back, then you start to realize something that's kind of important for this team, depending on how they stand in the standings and otherwise, going into July, mid-July. Because let me just go through it for you real quick. And I stumbled across this, and I'm like, okay, well, that's going to make for an interesting decision or confidence level or whatever you want to call. So Jordan's injury return is TBD.
Correct.
According to the Astros. TBD can mean probably no less than a week, but
oh, absolutely no less. I mean, we're talking about a fracture here.
But up to the rest of the season. Nobody can disagree with that, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, that's fair. Luis Garcia, he's out there.
Been out there. In fact, he had a setback. He was supposed to be back by this time.
Yeah.
We should have already seen Luis Garcia, but there was a
there
setback.
You go. There you go.
Okay.
All right.
Penciling that in. Mid-July.
Mid-July TBD so far. Spencer Arrighetti. Again, their words, as much as you can believe them, mid-July. There's another mid-July right there. Christian Javier. Mid-season is the word that they used. Mid-season tends to be round about July, doesn't it?
Yep.
That's not even counting guys like that are done for the year, of course, but that's not even counting guys like Chas McCormick. We don't know. Is it an abductor strain? It's some sort of strain that he has, and we don't know when he's going to be back. Do you notice a trend here that maybe these guys kind of, sort of, if you believe the Astros and go down that road again, we're talking mid-July? When's the trade deadline?
July 31st.
So if these guys, and Jordan included, are coming back mid-July and the trade deadline is July 31st, do you trust the Astros to bring these guys back and for these guys to perform at a level that can keep this team, moving forward up the standings or into the postseason or wherever it may be? And on top of that, that they're going to play well.
Yeah, I think that's the part that really gets me. And just to be clear, the Chas McCormick left oblique strain is what it was.
That's
so
right,
that is,
yeah.
we talking about soft tissue in that instance, which I mean, make of that what you will. However, he's on the 10-day IL for whatever that's worth. Obviously, that could be transferred at some point and make it longer. But, I mean, that was a 10-day IL retroactive to May 30th. So, within the next week or two, you should see Chas McCormick back playing. Reasonable, at least with what we've seen.
Just like Jordan.
That was although.
Just like Jordan was.
What is reasonable anyways, right? What is reasonable anymore when it comes to Astros and injuries? But
so go ahead.
Back to what you're saying here is, I think the idea of them staying attached or what have you in the AL West, particularly because that's what that's what we're looking at. Obviously, you could talk about the AL wild card as well, but I haven't even been looking at that because the Astros have remained or have gotten themselves to a place where they're within a game of the top of the division. Like they're playing with that level of ferocity. I think that I feel comfortable that this team is just going to find a way to make something shake. Like it feels like that's the type of team this team is this year. Just find a way to make something shake. If it's the bullpen in this instance, if it's just enough runs in this instance, if it's not Luis Garcia, if it's Framber Valdez coming out here and giving you a monster of one, right? We'll find a way to get done what we need to get done to get us to that space. The thing that I'm really intrigued by is when these guys return, and you have gotten some guys that have returned, like Lance McCullers, who has returned and been pretty damn good for what you can reasonably expect for a guy being out that long and coming back in the middle of the season or what have you. But are you going to have guys that come back and within the span of a week or two are good enough for you to know that they're going to be able to carry you, especially if you stay attached? Not just through the remainder of the season, but then help you in what you would hope is a run deep into the playoffs. Otherwise, what are we doing all this for?
Right.
How long is a week or two to make those decisions on whether you do that or not? And maybe actually the decision, if you to that point and the deciding factor is, well, we need to go acquire somebody. The question then pops up with who or what?
How?
Yes.
How?
Or how? The different one of those question words.
Yeah. How do you do that? So that's where I'm like, okay, if you start adding up all this stuff, we're looking at mid-July. You got 2 weeks, as you said, to make a decision. And I don't think anybody could say you can honestly make a decision on if you're in the race, you're going to have to make a decision. Then how do you do that? And here's the other aspect of this that sort of is in the background. Middle relief all of a sudden looks a little shaky. Looks a lot shaky like if you're just looking at the most recent week or so. The back end, great. And what are you going to send? What are you going to do? Let's say you're still within a game, 2 games, or maybe even leading, when these guys ostensibly come back. Do you trust them or do you make a move? And how do you make that move?
Yeah, the pen is the interesting thing because I guess the thought process is when it comes to trade deadline or making trades, relief pitching is probably the most accessible of things to acquire at the deadline. But even still, right, you have to give something up, and it has to be something that ultimately ends up being worthwhile. I do wonder if you do get fortunate enough, and of course now I'm talking about good luck and all these types of things, which is not a plan. But if you do get fortunate enough where you actually get some of these starters back, playing well, middle relief is something that you can cobble together with guys that have kind of been like starters, right? The thing that we've talked about with the Colton Gordons and the Ryan Gustos of the world is that they could be solid, but maybe for like 4 or 5. But like the idea of giving you 6 at the back of your pen is a little tight. Well, that profiles like somebody. In fact, Ryan Gusto has done that this year of being a long reliever, right, when you need it. I think that would be the optimal situation. It's just, can you trust the injuries to clear up in the right time to push everything in the right situation?
Yeah. Like the 346 said, mid-July, full health, sounds good to me. And then he put the obligatory LOL.
Right. That's the man. Yeah. The trade deadline is going to be interesting because again, I think you have to be. You can participate. I think we're getting to this place where I'm trying to stop myself from being like, well, you can't go to the store at all. You can probably go to the store, but you got to be real deliberate, right? It's when you go in with the budget. It's like, hey, we can have one thing. Right? Have you ever been to the store with your mom?
You can have one piece of candy.
You can get one thing, right? Not 2, not 3, not a variety bag. You get one thing.
I got to tell my wife that every time we go to Walmart. And so don't get no cart. One thing. We come in and get one thing. That's it.
And I feel
don't go to Costco.
with what you're setting up here, what they've had set up for them here, the trade deadline will be really interesting, and you're really going to need to have answers quickly on guys returning. First and foremost, you're going to have guys return on schedule or ahead of schedule, and then you're going to have to get very quick readings of what they are doing in order for you to focus in on what I imagine is a very limited ability to acquire at that time.
And with the taxing of the bullpen and some uneven performances, I mean, what are the odds you're even going to get like all these guys back? Like mid-July, I just mentioned it. Jordan, Luis Garcia, Spencer Arrighetti, Christian probably he'll be back. What are the odds of getting all those guys back?
I don't know if I could actually place odds on it, but I can't imagine that that's like a super high percentage.
Mm-hmm. I ain't placing no odds with this team.
No.
And then I guess
fool me 17 times. Shame on me.
Yeah, nah.
The quieter part of that is as well is if they come back, who else gets injured? Because that like we can't assume that everybody else is just going to stay healthy and then you add these guys back and everything rolls. Like that is such an interesting like the attrition that the Astros are going to have to traverse through this. They've already traversed a decent amount of attrition. You have to give them credit, but that's the thing that's a little I had not considered enough of, and I'm glad you brought it up. Is it's still going to be a tough road to hoe for this Astros team, even as they've answered a lot of the questions. A lot more questions still arise, including in the next month or so as they head towards the trade deadline. But as of right now, like your next series is a 2-game set against the Pirates.
Might as well be the Steelers.
The way that their offense is. I do feel good about that. Paul Skeens going today opposite Lance McCullers Jr. And give us a good one, Lance. Like, again, just to be nice to the pen. Just to be nice to the pen. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, speaking of Lance McCullers, thankfully we have a little bit of information on the dummy who did a really, really terrible thing, if we're going to be honest, in sending death threats to Lance McCullers Jr. and his family. But in honor, and maybe honor isn't the right word, but with that, what is the stupidest thing that you've done in a fit of 713-572-4610? We'll discuss that next.
All right, you guys.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, we're about to go get into our question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Couple of things. Christian Kirk and Dalton Schultz are practicing at OTAs, while Dameon Pierce still sidelined. We mentioned earlier C.J. Stroud at OTAs handing the ball off to running backs. He's been seen doing that. Will not throw, or at least has not thrown to this point. I don't know if they're saving it as an Easter egg later on in the, I don't know. That would be hilarious. Just at one point in the OTAs, just all out of nowhere, just throws the ball and everybody,
hey, he threw it.
He threw it. He threw a football. OTAs, it's very silly.
Now, do we got to throw it good? When if it fall flat or something like
that would make it even worse.
That's
You're right.
a whole nother thought.
Little wounded duck going out there like, oh, Lord.
They done broke CJ.
Got that
Lord.
noodle arm or something?
They broke CJ.
Okay, out there throwing passes like Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
I had not.
Oh, man.
There's been like kind of a counter discussion now of, man, y'all talking, like people are talking too much or making too much of the CJ not throwing thing. And I understand that to some degree because, look, we could do that with anything at OTA. It's just like, hey, we are talking too much about it because how much we do this. However, like the little things are the things that we have. So we're going to kind of like eat them up to some degree. But yes, that would be a whole nother level of the little things. It's like he threw the ball, but I saw it wobble. What do we do with that? All right, question of the day. We got a little bit of information. Well, first and foremost, let me give you the question of the day, which is, what is the stupidest thing that you have done in a fit of rage? And it is inspired by the dude who did something really, really dumb. When Lance McCullers had, he had a rough start. It was his second start back from, a long-term injury, serious series of injuries, not allowing him to return since the 2022 World Series. And he had a bad outing, right? Like pitchers, it happens with pitchers, especially when you consider Lance McCullers Jr. again hadn't pitched in a long time, was trying to find out various things, like figure out what his arsenal is now, like how to actually get the production that he wants or what have you. And some moron got on social media, apparently drunkenly, due to bets that he had made.
He was in Europe.
Yes, in Europe. Got drunk, got up on the social media, and sent threats to Lance McCullers Jr. and his family and threatened his 5-year-old daughter. And obviously that very much upset Lance, upset the Astros. They notified HPD. There was all sorts of investigations done, and that led us to finding out that this dude did this. But I mean, he's like, this is a mistake that was done in a fit of,
drunken rage.
Drunken rage for losing money.
Now, was he an Astros fan or just somebody just stayed?
He was a gambler.
Okay, so it was some overseas.
It could have been an Astros fan, could have just been a degenerate gambler, to the point that the threats, this is what needs to be remembered as well. The threats were serious enough, at least in the police and the Astros' eyes. Jim Creighton put a security team, with McCullers and his family. So it wasn't just like, this bum or whatever. No, it was a serious thing. At least it felt that way. And now he's saying he was drunk. He was mad. He had, it was based on gambling, etc.
I kind of feel better that it wasn't like a regular Astros fans and like a fan in Houston that was kind of on social media, that type of stuff.
Yeah,
I'd rather it be somebody that's not even a fan of the team. You don't want that stench on, Astros fans.
And he did apologize and mentioned to the authorities that if they could please pass that apology on to Lance McCullers. But nevertheless.
That's one of those instances where the apology really just doesn't hit hard enough.
You think Lance is like, all right, I'll accept your apology. Yeah, we all good, buddy.
Yeah. So be honest now, and I'm going to be very honest, and it's still kind of one of those things that I think about occasionally about how differently it could have gone and how bad it was that I did this. Things you've done in a fit of rage, a drunken maybe a fit of rage. I got in a fight with a girl.
Oh man!
I hope you mean a fight of words.
An argument.
An argument. Okay.
It's been real for the OG, man. Let's start boycotting that OG sauce now.
With a girl. To the point she slapped me like hard in the face, in her apartment, like 3 times, like whack, whack, whack. And I was just I was boiling over. So I just stormed outside and I started walking to my trailer where we stayed. This was in college. And I was, I'd been drinking or whatever. And I started walking. The trailer was about 3 miles away. I think I walked for about 10 or 12 miles. I had no idea where I was going.
And this is the thing. You were walking in a fit of rage, so it wasn't like I am walking with the thought process of I'm going to get back.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You were just walking. I imagine that was 10 or 12 miles straight, and then you got to a place where you had cooled down, and then it was like, how we getting back?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like that is the tough part about that moment. Like, because you don't know how many miles you need to cool off, but if you did ahead of time, you would split that in half and walk there and then back. You know what I mean? That is rough.
And so I didn't have a phone or anything. I just started kind of meandering back. I must have walked 15, 20 miles that night. Like it was because it was daylight by the time I got back.
Goodness gracious. That's not the worst. Like I imagine you.
But I'm saying being drunk and wandering and
your legs, your elbow, your knees probably didn't thank you for it afterwards. But that's probably a relatively healthy. Hey, we just go walk this thing off. I think for me, like the stupidest thing I've done in a fit of rage, I anger too frequently, and I don't say that as like I'm better than anyone.
Yeah.
I'm just like I know myself.
Yeah.
There are other things where I have issues, right? But it usually is like the words, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the more funny of the versions of this is when I was younger, really young, where like I guess I was hungry as a kid, and my mom tells a story where my mom and one of her like really good girlfriends, right, was hanging out. And, for the purpose of the story, she's a little bit larger, her friend. And so I guess I was hungry. I was like, whatever. And I was like, that's why you fat or something like that. Just the type of things the kids say. And it still brings me shame to this day because, like, why would you do that?
That's why you're fat.
Like, exactly. Like, be like, you're eating up all the snacks, right? Like, you can't do that. That's unnecessary. But, like, in a more serious circumstances, like, the things that you typically hold back, just like in a attempt to be kind to someone, like not every thought needs to escape your brain, escape your mouth, what have you. And I vividly remember the feeling, but not the words. But I remember doing it to my mom once, where it's like, bleep it, you getting this? And I said it, and like to this day, I really wish I could bring it. And that's the thing. It's like, it was so much. I don't remember what I said, but I just remember the way that it made her feel, the way that I didn't want to call her and she didn't call, because I talk to my mom frequently. I'm willing to say that, right? I talk to her at least like twice a week. We didn't talk for like a couple of weeks behind it. Like I ain't call her, she ain't call me. And I was like, dude, I felt so bad just because in that moment, rather than just find a better way to say this, hold on, say that. And that and that's the thing, is what kills me is I don't even remember what the words were that I said. That's how mad
what
I
happened.
was.
Yeah, mine is kind of similar to Lopez a little bit. It had to do with walking. So this was around the time I didn't have a car. I was going through some car trouble and had to get rid of my car. And mind you, I was the guy that would give anybody a ride, no matter whatever they need, give them a ride. I wasn't getting that same courtesy from certain people, including my mother. So my mother would charge me for gas money like every single trip.
What?
Yeah, I'm just And one time I just got pissed off. I was working a night job at the time at a group home. And I was just like, I kind of went off on my mother. I'm like, screw it, I'll walk. I'm going to just start walking to work then. Like, I ain't about to keep begging everybody and everybody giving me the cold shoulder and being fake.
Yeah.
And mind you, this walk is, I just looked it up just now just to see how many miles it was. It's about 7 miles. 7 miles to work.
Did you?
I did for like 3 days.
And then you came to your senses.
That third day, I'm just like, all right, man, something got to shake, man. Because I'm sick. Because at first, I'm like, man, I'll walk. I don't care. Second day, I'm just like, all right, man, do I need to get a bike or something? Like, I didn't know what was going on.
Third day, you were like, I could be a bigger person. I need to be a bigger person. I need to apologize.
Yeah, I ended up working some things out. And it actually made me get a car even faster now.
You reminded me of one. Do y'all ever, like, punch something and then go, well, run that
I
once.
did that.
I am truly blessed that I have not done that, and I'm not gonna lie, I do judge the people that do that. Where on the text
I've done
line,
it once, and I can't remember exactly what there is, and I was like, Well, that's not smart.
No, it is not. It rarely ever is. From the 832, bust a hole in the wall. Too embarrassed to go into details. That's fine. By the way, it is indeed Men's Mental Health Awareness Month.
There you go.
That is worth saying. Somebody said Lopez, that is on my no-fly list. On I guess getting the hit or what have you. Somebody said they broke their PlayStation. That was something I never did. Like, because I knew, like, Mom made it very clear. Look, you break this, you're not getting another one.
I did that. I used to do that with the controllers. Every time I get pissed, I throw the controller.
No,
I used to squeeze the controller hard as I can. Man, my controllers was all screwed up. Man.
Closest that I'd get to that, if I wanted to be mad, I would throw the controller at the couch because it's like, hey, at least it's a soft landing. But no, we were not breaking it. Somebody said I was an idiot, but I swung a hand at my dad. Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Don't do that.
That's the top tier. And what's best is that everybody does it. Like, everybody has at least, or maybe not everybody, but damn near everybody has at least one moment where they go, try they pops.
I waved my mother off one time. She was walking behind me, and I did one of them strong waves. They be doing that to referees.
Like, shut up.
You know, in the NBA, they be waving the ref. I did that. Man, she was right in my face right after that, man. Like, don't you wave me off.
All right, man. Now they're coming in. We'll circle back around to some of these. Somebody said I live in Humble. About 15 years ago, I went to get together in NASA. Went to a get together in NASA. Had a little too much to drink on the way home. Got into argument. I'll get off the freeway. Jumped out the truck. Told her to go home. I would walk the rest of the way. No, nobody.
Yeah. We all been there.
Why are we all out here walking? Like, why is this? Why is this the way that we handle the anger? But yeah, man, very much. Let's try and handle our anger better, especially if you're sports betting, because the one thing you definitely don't be threatening people out here. That is one thing that we always want to advocate not to do. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL. However, we're supposed to hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, on day 5, I guess, of OTAs. We'll do all of that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. Let's get you that vehicle. Let's get you happy.
Sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL. Really, we're about to hear from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Houston Texans, after yet another day of OTAs, another day where our guy, C.J. Stroud, is not throwing. He is handing the football off. He's active. He's just not throwing the football. Some other things have happened as well. We have, the starting offensive line. I mentioned Christian Kirk, Dalton Schultz, both practicing. Dameon Pierce not practicing. He's still sidelined. There was a particular drill of tight ends catching the football, or just kind of the quarterbacks that are throwing. And here's the thing: everything in OTAs is small. However, you try and garner what you can from it. One route apiece that I saw. I'm not going to act like I saw anything more. I try not to extrapolate this any further. Is this enough a disclaimer, Lopez? But out routes, you had Dalton Schultz go, and then you had Luke Lachey go.
Yeah.
And if I did not know anything about their contract situations or their seniority, anything like that, I'd be like, that Luke Lachey route looked better.
Yeah.
Like cleaner get off.
Cut Dalton Schultz.
Cleaner break out of the break rather. He had a better ball, Luke Lachey did, I will acknowledge.
Yeah.
But I was just like, oh, that's nice. Again, one route doesn't mean much. Remember, Dalton Schultz was in the training room last week, so whatever. Right. I don't know what is factoring in that. I was just like, that looks cleaner.
Well, he's intriguing at this point. Luke Lachey. A lot of those later round picks are the ones, and really some of the younger free agents as well, are at least intriguing. And you mentioned, some of the things that are happening at camp. We haven't talked a whole lot if we're starting to see some sort of consistency in the offensive line rotation.
Right. Well, I mean, if you want to, how do you view this for consistency? Let's go there. The first offensive line that's out there. And again, I don't even know how much you really want to put value in that in and of itself. But first offensive line that they threw out today, same one that they threw out last week. C-Rob at left tackle. Are we going to call him? What are we going to call him?
Feel free. I don't know if I'm going to.
We're just going to go real extra government name here. All right. Cameron Robinson. I don't even know if that's his name. Cam Robinson at left tackle. Laken Tomlinson at left guard. Jake Andrews at center. So that center competition looking kind of static here.
Yeah.
And then Titus Howard at right guard. That feels like that's set. And then Blake Fisher at right tackle. So at least, as much as they say they're going to throw a whole bunch of things out there, there are leaders in the clubhouse, it feels like.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to here as we're waiting for DeMeco Ryans with his availability here post their final OTA practice. Next time we see them on the field, it's mandatory, by the way. Mandatory.
That'll be the 10th.
The mini camp.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think Mark Andrews, you've got to really pencil. You got to pencil him in at center at this point, at least as the leader in the clubhouse.
You did the thing again.
What?
You did the thing where you called Jake Andrews Mark Andrews.
God dang it.
And here's the thing. I can't even be too mad about it because I inevitably will. In fact, I've already done this. I'm not going to pretend like I haven't done this, but I will do that.
Yeah.
And mix names up.
We always do that, though. That's like Blake Cashman 2 years ago. It was Brian. We kept saying Brian Cashman.
Yeah. And Titus at right guard. Interesting.
That one feels like the easiest, though. Like Titus came in, added a little bit of weight, kind of has been a guard, constant figure in this room. It feels like that one is the easy one. Sorry. I keep looking at the text. You guys have had a lot of instances where you did something stupid in a fit of rage, and I just keep looking at them and laughing at them. We got to find an opportunity to maybe circle back around to those at some point. I don't know if you'd be inclined to do so, but I very much.
Absolutely.
Would be around the NFL here before we get DeMeco Ryans that jumps in. I am interested in this from you. This actually kind of came down last week, but I think as we talked a lot about scheduling and really international games, what does this tell you here, Lopez, as you are the international game whisperer to some degree? The tickets for the London games were already like kind of selling out. I think there's been exceptionally high demand, or there was rather, last week to the point where it crashed the London ticketing system when it came to these international games.
Well, the idea is working. The experiment is working. And, huge, obviously, sports fans in Europe in particular, in England even more particular, like that. Look, they're starting to get build an identity and a relationship with with American football. I was going to say some of these teams. That team would be Jacksonville, but really with American football, and you see it all the time. One of the most fascinating things when you see a game in London is every NFL fan goes and wears their jersey. It could be Jaguars and Eagles, and you see Falcons jerseys and Tampa Bay jerseys and Patriots jerseys. They're building that identity, and they want to go see it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and I think that this only serves to put a battery in the back of the NFL and obviously Roger Goodell in specific, and trying to ramp this up faster because that just feels like more money that's there to be had in that space. So I feel like we're in this place where I imagine you get even more games next year than the 7?
Yeah, no, they are going to increase it. I think they've said that.
10 next year? Could you see it?
I could absolutely see it.
I mean, if you're crashing the system and we're this far out, and I'm telling you that this happened last week.
Right.
You're crashing the system. This feels like they're just going to try and eat up the money as much as they can.
Was it Roger Goodell or was it a report that said that they expect in the near future to have 16 or 17?
That was Goodell.
Yeah.
Right. And so, I mean, my thought is, okay, in the next, 4 or 5 seasons, I could see that happening in the next 3 years where you get up to. Like that because of, the pace at which people are, buying into these things and maybe, having that happen. Some other things around the NFL. How about this? We talked yesterday about like Frank Ragnow kind of retiring. He talked a little bit more about like what kind of got him to that place of retiring. And of course, my laptop doesn't want to work in this moment where I talk about that. But like, shout out to Frank Ragnow. I guess is what I have to say there because now I did not have his specific words here in front of me.
Well, I did see something on this, and as it pertains to Ragnow, and I'm glad you brought it up because I wanted to bring it up with you. There was a story in a New England outlet, and I forget it was online, which one it was, about Ragnow did take them somewhat by surprise that he retired. And that with Jake Andrews, as the Texans center, does it make players like one of the players mentioned that could be, sort of expendable, Juice Scruggs? To be looking.
It's interesting because in theory, but I feel like if you're the Lions, do you go for? Well, I guess I was going to say what could be viewed as a project center, because I think even here you're looking at can he handle the job that is being the center, the starting center, and handling all those responsibilities, so on and so forth. It does feel like the Lions are situated where, you have a rookie in Tate Ratledge who's already had some cross-training. And honestly, supposedly at Georgia, he had already been cross-trained a little bit to be prepared for the NFL in some degree. Like, I feel like I'd be more interested in kind of putting Tate Ratledge in that situation if he could than going and getting a center that, you're still trying to see exactly how good they are, but maybe as a depth center in
they're
that
looking,
instance,
though.
is how you go about that,
whether it's depth or otherwise. And if you look at it from a Texans perspective, Nick Caserio obviously loves, accumulating draft picks at some point for players that, may or may not fit in their plans.
Right.
But we just talked about the sort of the penciled in consistency of a line rotation that we've seen during OTAs. It could change, but at least we're seeing some consistency. Laken Tomlinson is left guard, which is something of a surprise to me. I didn't have him, listed as a guy that could be a threat at that position.
And I don't know how much I love the idea of him ultimately being that. Not that I have a great answer otherwise, but yeah.
But if Laken Tomlinson is penciled in, you already have Jarrett Patterson, which could be a swing guy on the interior. You already have, for what it's worth, Ed Ingram. Where does Juice Scruggs, fit in?
No. I think that Jake Andrews does hold down that spot. I think also with that center position, I don't know that you have anybody that's so bad that you don't view them as like a second string kind of guy. And they're all kind of tight enough that I think any one of them is somewhat expendable because you don't need all three of them, I don't think.
Yeah.
Where, I do think that this would be a great opportunity if this is something the Lions want to get yourself a little bit more draft capital and allow more of the moving and shaking that Nick Caserio likes doing when it comes to the draft, or just draft capital that you can ultimately use in another instance, right? We know what it is. That is the currency that you use to make your team better in any given moment. So why not take a thing that you are not going to utilize, which is like 3 whole centers, and see if you can get something out of it? Now, do you think that Juice would be the better trade, or would it be Jarrett Patterson, who maybe is a little bit more confined to the center role? And maybe I'm just kind of construing that myself, but it feels like they have a little bit more comfort moving Juice around.
I think they have a little bit more comfort with Jarrett as the backup plan at center.
Sure.
If anything happens to Andrews, he started so many games. They're on the record as saying they like Juice Scruggs maybe as a fit at center, but he hasn't really, made the lineup as a starter, or very few, and it didn't quite work out. Remember, the calls were too complex, or not exactly what they expected from him. So if you got Tomlinson and Andrews and Howard on the interior with Laken Tomlinson and Jarrett Patterson behind him, Juice Scruggs could be a valuable commodity.
Yeah. And so I move there, feel comfortable with this, especially if you're comfortable enough, and it feels like early on, we still got a long way to go. Earlier on, it feels like Jake Andrews is a guy that they're sitting comfortable with. By the way, the Patriots seemingly have no plans to release Stephon Diggs. That's according to a report that came out yesterday. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what we're going to do is going to take a quick break, and when we return, you will hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, after another day of OTAs. Next.
Offer may not be applied to sales or combined with other coupons, discounts, or savings. Terms apply.
Live from the McCarran Injury Law 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, with no ado, or with, what?
No further ado.
No further ado. I mean, no ado whatsoever. You get zero ado over here.
How you feeling about
No
that
ado sound fly?
No ado. None. Zero. Absolutely. Actually, this is more ado than I said I was going to give you. All right. The head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryan's talking after OTAs.
All right. Thank you guys for being here today. Say it again. Yeah, just a little bit. First off, I know everybody's going to ask, first, is CJ not throwing again? There's no concerns with CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, but he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there. Really excited the way our guys are working and competing out at practice. When you see a good team, what excites me is you're seeing both sides make plays. Offense, defense, there's a lot of back and forth, guys making plays. So really excited to see where our team are here in our second week of practicing. They're really growing, developing, taking the steps we need to take, and it's fun to watch. I said, for CJ, it'll be, like I said, he has general soreness, and we're just taking extra precaution with him. When he's ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
Did he have any work on his shoulder in the offseason?
That's it for CJ, guys. On the questions, that's it. What I said, that's it for him. Like, it's general soreness, and we're taking extra precaution with him. We're not going to rush him into anything. He'll be fine when the moment is for him to be ready to go.
Your timetable now that you're in OTA, going into mandatory next week. Is this in your profile where you think you should be, or where you think you ought to be, or right now you just want to see what?
For our entire process throughout the OTAs, for me, the mini camp doesn't change anything. Like, it's still the same process. Can you see continued growth from the guys? And it just reminds me of last year, like some rookies, like Kamari and Kalen, watching them last year in these settings, watching how they competed, watching how their impact showed instantly. They showed up, they were making plays, and you see how those guys perform throughout the season. So I think we have a similar situation this year with some of the rookie wide receivers and Noel and Higgins, just seeing their immediate impact on our offense, the plays that they're making, like seeing the way they work, the way they compete. I'm hoping that translates to the season as well. Similar to Kamari and Kalen, I think Jalen and Jaden are two guys who can really help us out this year.
Looked like they cut out for a minute.
Well, I guess they cut up there. Man, well, I mean, even just the early parts of that, already very, very intriguing. We'll see if, Fig, let me know if we can get him back at some point.
We got him back.
We got him back? All right, here we go. More from D'Amico.
From your perspective, is there certain position groups that are easier to make an impact as a rookie and some that are harder, or is it just individual?
Every position has its own set of challenges. When it comes to expectations, nobody can exceed. It's always about having high expectations. That's why we do what we do. We're in the top of the top when it comes to sports. NFL is the best of the best. So if you want to compete, you want to improve each day, you show up and work the right way. You follow Will Anderson, you follow Kamari, like you follow Petrie, Stingley, those guys. Like you're gonna improve and you're gonna figure it out.
When you look at the transition, just in the early stages, what have you noticed about Blake Fisher?
I can barely hear you, but
Blake Fisher, how do you feel about his transition from last offseason to what you've seen going into?
Blake he's been dialed in. Blake is doing a good job.
There's another cut out there in the presser. We'll see. Man, that's because that definitely want to hear the answer.
I really wanted to hear that.
Yeah.
From Tim last offseason, it was a big challenge for him just getting the weight down, getting in shape, getting ready to go. Now he's in shape. He's able to stay out there, be able to take the coaching from Coach Rod, who's doing a great job. And now you can work on those finer details. With Tim, one thing we're challenging him on to get better is his explosive hands. Like, how can he play with explosive hands and get on and off blocks, disengage the right way? And Tim is doing a good job with that.
With Ronald Dart,
we'll take these two.
You guys are executive legends. Some of the things challenge them on to get better as executive legends.
From the guys last year, when you look at, I talked to the cool thing about them is, and I hardly had to coach Kamara because he showed up with just this extreme work ethic, this mindset that he was the best guy out there. So when you get guys and you scout guys who have that mindset, it's a lot easier to work with guys. There's a lot less to work on. There are always a few technical things, but for me, the main thing what I challenge guys on is that mindset to be great. I believe in anything you try to do, if you're going to be good at it, you got to put hard work in. Everybody who has a job and whatever you work to do, whatever you work to serve and your purpose, like you have to work hard at it to be effective, and that's the same here on the field. So we get guys with the right work ethic, getting better, growing, it's going to be easy.
Ronald Darby's decision, would you like to add another veteran to get some depth in the cornerback room?
Yeah, for Darby, with the decision that he made to retire, I know what that decision is like. It's not an easy decision, but I just want to wish Darby the best. I know it's a very difficult time to step away from the game that you love whenever that decision comes, whether, it's voluntary or it's your body saying you can't do it. It's difficult because you've done it for such a long time, and I don't take that decision lightly. And when it comes to us and how do we fill the position, yes, we'll look to add another corner. Whether it's a veteran or a younger player, whoever it may be, we'll look to add a guy.
Last one, right? Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to ask, what can you tell us about Christian Harris?
Yeah, Christian, he'll be ready to roll for a training camp.
Indianapolis, the combine, you talk a lot about wanting to change the culture and kind of the mindset of the offensive line room. How have you seen that develop, albeit not in pads right now? Like, what are you able to change right now?
That's a great question. Our offensive line, the mindset, I see it drastically changing. I see Coach Cole Popovich, his instant impact on those guys. You can see it from the way they work in their individual drills, the way they come off the line with low pads. It's just the small technique things that you see, how they're dialed in on their hand placement, just speaking the same language. One of the coolest things I've seen when we were working out in phase 2, we work out, we activate our guys here in the bubble, and we all travel outside to do our different drills. And to see the O-line come out and whoever was out first, they waited on the other guys. And they waited, they joined together as a group, and then they traveled down to the opposite end of the field to do their position work. So that just shows me that togetherness, that connection that I truly believe in. You want to be a great unit, you have to be connected. So Cole has kind of spurred that connection, that intensity, the mentality that I'm looking for. And we have that. We have the intangibles of what it takes. Now we just got to go out and get it done when we put pads on. Cool. All right.
Little choppy waters, but ultimately that is still the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, after the OTA practice today. If I am correct, which I believe I am, the last of the OTA before we believe it's the 10th where that gets going. There's a few things that were interesting, even of the things that we heard. I got to admit here, Lopez, as somebody who has been a relative skeptic when it comes to the way that they put this offensive line together, understanding and hoping that they are correct in the idea of some of the changes when it comes to, the way that they put this thing together, the schematics of it, like finding a level of development there. I wanted to see more talent there. That might have been the most encouraging thing that I've heard on this offensive line to date. DeMeco talking about the mindset, him being able to see that the mindset is drastically changed with this in the various ways that he said it, right? Because I think he talked about, as evidence of it, right? The low pads coming out, kind of speaking to the way that they are dialed in, which feels like he says that it doesn't necessarily always have to be that. Sometimes we do this, especially when a player is in a new place. Anything that he says feels like it's a juxtaposition to the previous place that he was. In that similar vein, the idea of, hey, man, they're working hard, low pads at this juncture, kind of feels like, hey, compared to last year.
Oh, he flat out said it.
right?
Yeah.
They weren't working. They did not have these details. The hand placement. Speaking in the same language was an interesting thing that he said there about the offensive line, which made me again talks about like maybe a lack of cohesion that he could see previously to what he's seeing now. And then the little anecdote he has of like a player coming out, getting out there first and waiting for the rest of his team and speaking to togetherness. Like, how does that hit you? Does that just feel like rah kind of whatever, or does that feel like it's something tangible and matters?
Look, it could also be interpreted as rah. We know that. I don't feel that in this case, because if you go back to last week, Wednesday and Friday, this week, today, and the things, the catchwords, the catchphrases that he's using repeatedly, they speak to what the issue might have been, and we all project and believe was last year. How many times has he said low pads, small technique things, and hand placement? A dozen?
I mean, he said it a number of times.
Yeah.
It's been noticeable at the very least.
And so too has Nick Caley. Low pads, technique, hand placement. Low pads, technique, hand placement. That is something that they have clearly emphasized. You mentioned the mindset, but what he said when he talked about the mindset, flat out said, I see it drastically changing.
Those are the words, drastically changing.
Drastically changing, and that means, from last year when clearly there was an issue. So that's point number one that you can take away. Now, look, it's OTAs, it's early. Let's all say it together. I get that, but I think there's three things that you can kind of begin to cull from what he said. Offensive line definitely is one, and if you are in the camp of, I think Kamari Lassiter is going to take a big leap this year, then you're in that camp with DeMeco Ryans. He loves him some Kamari Lassiter. When he was talking about some of the expectations on the rookies, he said, you follow Will Anderson, which we knew already.
Yes.
Then he said, you follow Kamari.
Which is high praise to be put right.
That is about as
There are a lot of leader guys on this team, right? When you talk about leader guys, who would you put up there? Azeez Al-Shaair is one of those guys. Jimmy Ward is one of them guys. Jalen Petrie, we were talking about yesterday, feels like he is one of those guys. And Matt Burke had a level of giddiness as he was talking about him on Friday. All of those guys you jump out ahead of when you go Kamari Lassiter.
Yes.
That is high praise.
Yeah, and he said you follow Will Anderson, you follow Kamari. And then he got followed up about the rookies and what you can expect, which, by the way, he said Jalen and Jaden, two guys that can help out this year.
And not just that they can help out this year, because that's one thing, right? And I think that would be meaningful in and of itself. I think the thing that took it to another level is that he almost did a direct juxtaposition, and maybe I need to listen to it again. He might have clearly done this, a direct juxtaposition between Nolan Higgins and Lassiter and Bullock.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, again, looking at the seasons that those guys had, even the guy that you say would had like the lesser of those, which is Kalen Bullock, he was deeply impactful in taking the football away, even though he had some lapses that allowed for big plays at times, which was maybe the biggest weakness of this team, right? Even then, strong defense, or not of this team, but of the defense, I should say. The biggest weakness of this team is very evident. But, I mean, Kamari and Bullock covered themselves in glory, and when you talk about a tandem. And so I think that is one high expectation for those guys. But also I do wonder if he sees it also from like a companionship situation, Hawk and Luck, right?
Yeah.
Those guys very much have a rapport there. I do wonder if he sees Nolan Higgins being in that same way, like being those guys on the offense where they will have that partnership, kind of off the field. As we know, they like to go fishing together and have that level of competition, but then also on the field.
Yeah, and so then he circled back again with that reference point. He says, I hardly had to coach Kamari. I mean, he loves him some Kamari. So if you're thinking about, all right, as good as he was last year, we might get bookends, with Stingley and Lassiter, and so that is very exciting. And then the third thing that clearly stands out, I mentioned this to you guys off air as we're listening to it. The phrase of the day: general soreness.
General soreness.
General soreness.
Yeah, that was the thing. And I saw our guy Ocho was like, "Man, DeMeco's sick of these questions," and I think he also used he also said that like the media wasted 3 questions. I think that they were different questions, and they were all trying to get to something with CJ. And I this is a tough thing, right? I want to make sure to be clear. I understand that, the general soreness or what have you, muscle tightness might not be a big deal. I don't really understand the caginess when we get to certain places.
It got a little cagey.
Especially this question in particular, right? Whether CJ had work this offseason on it. And that is the place where D'Amico really tried to draw the line. He's like, guys, no answer on that.
He said that's it for CJ. CJ question.
And I am very confused as to why.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I was kind of hoping somebody asked him another CJ question just to kind of see what he did.
But that is clearly not a no.
That's it for CJ.
I am not
to try to answer that question.
And that one feels like if it's no, pretty easy no to jump up there.
Very much so.
And I'm not trying to be a rabble rouser here. I understand it feels like everybody's like, yo, the CJ stuff is getting to rabble rouser territories. I'm not trying to be there. I'm just pointing out that's an easy one to say no to.
And what's CJ, 24? Something like that? 24
23,
years old?
24.
Yeah. If you're me, you can have general soreness. I got general soreness every day.
Well, I think you can have general soreness if you use that all the time. Like we've all been to the place where, like, I used to work as a cashier and I standing up all the time. I got soreness in my legs from standing up all the time. Like, if you're utilizing a portion of your body a lot, it could make sense for it to be sore. And he is utilizing that arm. That is the golden arm of the Houston Texans. Like, it makes sense for a level of soreness. I just don't understand how we go, did he have any, like, procedures on it? And you go, sorry, can't answer.
That's it for CJ.
That's a little concerning to me. I've got to be honest.
Y'all getting on my nerves now. I ain't talking about CJ no more.
Right, and it is their prerogative, I guess, to answer in that way. I just don't understand what the benefit is to answer in that particular instance.
The thing is, it's going to make it worse.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to make it 10 times worse, man.
And he knows this. He knows this because we were here, how many months ago? With Christian Harris. Like, any update on Christian Harris?
Yeah.
We'll let you know.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Y'all keep asking me. I'll let you know.
Yeah, but you got any? Hey, you got any? This Christian Harris information. Sorry, dog. Flat out. I'll let you know next.
Now, the one thing. Let's be completely fair. They're adamant about no real worries.
No concern
about him coming back or whatever. But still. General soreness is definitely the term of the day.
Reporting for duty. That's right. That's D'Amico Ryans talking about this team. Speaking of Christian Harris, by the way, he did give us a little Christian Harris because he was asked that again. He said he will be ready for camp. That is basically he'll be ready for camp. And what does that do for you here, Lopez?
I mean, that is absolutely one where you have to not see it when you believe it. I mean, believe it when you see it, but you're definitely looking forward to seeing what he might be doing.
I would take his word for that one.
But I still want to see what Christian Harris is doing and how they line him up and how much he plays.
Right.
Yeah, but he'll be ready.
Yeah. Well.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Another day of OTAs down technically within here in Houston. We'll see what else comes out of the OTAs media for today later on in the program. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the College Football Hall of Fame battle was announced. Let's talk about the absolute studs that are on there and some other things. We'll do it next.
How does Coach D'Amico plan to address
it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' on this Tuesday. I almost said Thursday. On In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It's been a weird. Has it been like that for anybody else?
It has not, which is weird. It is very individual.
Some days it just feels like, oh, this feels like a different day. But some days collectively, like, yeah, this very much feels like a Friday.
Last week kind of threw me off because of Memorial Day.
Right.
But this week feel normal. Feel like a Tuesday to me.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm on that tip today. Let me know on the text line 713-572-4610.
You on that what? You said let you know why you on that what?
If you're in the same place that I am, where you're just kind of off, right, where the day feels like a different day. Because I told you, there's been 3 different days that I thought it was during the course of the day today, and none of those were Tuesdays. So it is indeed a Tuesday, final day of OTAs. We just heard from D'Amico Ryans. Probably hear some of that again throughout this program. You'll definitely hear it again on the drive later today. But outside, because I know B. Scott's out there. Outside of that, I know this is a sports show, and we will get some the sports of this hit me earlier today, which is a reminder that we are now in hurricane season, friends.
It is.
Like, we are in hurricane season, and I've got to admit, maybe this is an early confession. It made me think about the fact that, hey, like, being back in Houston, like, for real, I have to really plan for, like, hurricane season. Like, I got to go out and make sure I got the water.
It's been a second, hasn't it?
Yeah, I haven't, like, obviously, in theory, I haven't had to actually think about, do I have the supplies necessary if things go left?
Now,
right?
you are an apartment, so you don't necessarily need a generator? Or
No, the generator is not going to be doing
Now,
much.
here's a cool thing. They have those now chargeable generators. I have an extra one of those that can kind of light you up your apartment, and it doesn't, you don't burn. You're not burning gas, so it doesn't really smell. It's not dangerous or anything. Maybe think about one of those little chargeable generators.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, I gotta get more of them the foods that are non-perishable to kind of keep around. But I was like, yeah, that's something that I had not thought about, and I'm sure that many of the people in our listenership are probably have some level of thought or already have some of those plans. But if you hadn't, I figured now that we're officially in hurricane season, obviously a good PSA to put out there. Make sure that you get your stuff ready. Make sure you got your water bottle. Because the one thing you don't want is when that warning comes up that, it's about to hit, and now you're trying to hit up the Sam's Club or whatever, and all the water gone.
Just get you a case of water before it get populous.
Put it in the bottom of your pantry. Put it in your garage.
Stash it away.
Yeah.
Get you some canned tuna or what have you, and just have it, because we are in that season and we are where we are in Houston. Speaking of Houston, guys that are not in Houston, the Houston Astros, they are in Pittsburgh getting ready for a quiz. The Pirates, not the Steelers as I called them earlier. Today is a weird day for me. But it is Lance McCullers Jr. It is Paul Skeens on the mound. And I mean, look, a half game back of the Mariners, who are, mind you, they're playing the Orioles, who have not been covering themselves in glory. You think that by Wednesday, where you get these 2 games, you think the Astros could be up in this? Absolutely.
Given if they can get through Skeens, really all I want from today's game is kind of like what we saw on Sunday. 0-0, 2 great pitching performances. Hang in there, scratch out a run, and then turn it over to the bullpen, and the bullpen does the job, because Skeens is going to be good. He's been really, really good. By the way, see his girlfriend, fiance, Livy Dunn?
I don't know what officially they are.
Yeah.
I don't think they're actually married, so girlfriend probably works, fiance, I don't know.
She's did that Sports Illustrated runway thing?
Yeah, she did do the runway thing.
Little split action?
Are they? Okay, yeah. She did do the splits. That was a thing that happened. Is that a replacement that they're doing for the swimsuit? Are they still doing the body issue or the swimsuit? The body issue is ESPN the magazine.
I think it's how they're sort of teasing it. They actually still do they do it online, of course, but they still do the magazine as well, right? For the swimsuit edition.
I don't remember. Man, yeah. It's kind of crazy how many of the staples in sports that we're used to we're just not sure if they're still there, especially, I guess, in print journalism. And now I'm doing the thing where I'm being a media person, waxing poetic about media, and I don't know if anybody else actually cares about it. But yeah, some of those things going by the wayside. It's kind of sad, but
it is.
You never know which things are still going. But yeah, shout out to Livy, I guess, in that way. We were talking about this. There's some dogs on this thing.
Big time.
There are some. So you've got who you think are no doubters on here, and I kind of want to see how myself and the listenership agree with your no doubters.
No doubters. Cam Newton.
Agreed. Strong agree.
Robert Griffin III.
Yeah, Heisman.
Ndamukong Suh?
That one is interesting.
Oh, I think he's a no-brainer.
I thought he was incredible in Nebraska. Hall of Famers, I think I'd probably go there.
Yeah, right?
I think I'd probably go there.
Then there's some other ones that it's really just up to your preference and your standards or whatever you want to call it. Eric Bieniemy. Now, keep in mind, and I always remind people this, just in college.
Yeah.
Forget what they became as pros. Forget this or that. Off-field stuff.
Yeah, I was about to say, do the off-field stuff kind of have an impact on it a little bit, too?
It depends on the voters.
That's tough. Yeah, because the
depends on the
off-field
voters.
Oof.
But just in college, Eric Bieniemy.
This is tough because that's a little bit outside of my wheelhouse.
I mean, that's when I was covering college football. He's a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
I don't know if I put him with those other guys, but he is absolutely a national championship. Obviously in the Heisman conversation as well. What about Des Bryant?
Des Ohio State,
Oklahoma State,
or Oklahoma State rather. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he's iffy, but probably eventually will get in.
Okay.
This is another one that is. Remember, just in college, not a flat-out bust that he was.
Yeah, John Carter feels like one of them ones.
He's got to be.
It feels like one of them ones.
Got to be.
Yeah, for sure.
Then there's guys like, and just stop me, Aaron Donald, Marvin Harrison.
Aaron Donald does bring up. We were having a conversation about those guys that got passed over by the Texans when they ultimately took. And of course, name immediately eludes me as I'm going to say it. But
you're talking about
like Khalil Mack and Aaron Donald in that year. Where how is this happening in this moment where I'm forgetting the selection there?
Welcome to the club. You talking about Jadeveon Clowney?
Yes, dude.
Okay, yeah.
Why is my brain like this right now?
Hey, I'm here for you.
Are you? I feel like Lopez is infecting me.
I am infecting.
I feel like that's because that was a level of
I can tell you something that happened.
I cannot believe
in December of 1990, but I can't tell you, like a name that
the name Jadeveon Clowney just completely ran away from me, and I'm blaming Lopez. But think about Aaron Donald and Khalil Mack. Those, and maybe this is also revisionist history, but it feels like. You look back at the production and you go, oh, yeah, that was obvious. But maybe as it was happening, it was a little bit harder to see, like, this is going to be a dude who is going to really lay out incredible play.
Here's
in the
another
NFL.
very interesting one. And I'll tell you all, spoiler alert, I think should be in the College Football Hall of Fame. Ryan Leaf.
Oh, he was really. I mean, that's why he ended up being of the caliber in order to to be a bust in the way that he was, because he was so good in college. So do we know when the actual College Football Hall of Fame?
It's upcoming. They just announced the list of candidates. Really interesting to me. And I love it. I always say, these halls of fame are museums. Don't be too uppity about it. And that is, coaches now don't need a 60% win percentage. They need a 59.5 win percentage, which automatically puts 3 coaches into the category, right at 59.5, by the way. Mike Leach.
He'll get in. Just incredibly innovative, and people seem to like him in a way.
He'll get in because of innovation, if nothing else.
100%.
You can go back to Kentucky and everything else. Jackie Sherrill.
That is a want-to-win all-star, like a will-to-win all-star, Jackie Sherrill.
I think he'll get in because of the transforming programs.
Yes.
And what he did. Les Miles.
Les Miles is so funny.
I don't know. I think Les Miles ultimately will get in, but this might be dating myself, but I also think I know the answer to the question of Jackie Sherrill or Les Miles. I'd lean Jackie Sherrill. Pitt. Remember what he did at Pitt.
I would also lean Jackie Sherrill, to be fair.
Tony Dorsett. What's his name? The defensive end, Green. Forgetting. Then A&M won 5 straight Cotton Bowl, or went to 5 straight Cotton Bowls, conference championships. Then Mississippi State.
Yeah, and 2 of those are places that winning does not happen. Well, I guess Pitt is not fair, right? Pitt has a history that maybe does not demonstrate itself in the same way as at this moment. But winning Mississippi is not necessarily one of those things that is a given by any stretch. So, Jack. And then also, this was something I meant to kind of get off here. But we talked about the idea that the NCAA is considering that expansion of the men's tournament again to 76 teams. But apparently there's like media execs that are out there who have not been named, so take it for what you will. But they said that like if they're expecting more money to come in, which I imagine would be the reason why you try and expand the games, that the executives aren't going for it. He said, I say chump change. We're not sure how the contracts read about expansion, but I don't think earlier games add up to much, to be honest. We're already at 68 games. That is to say, if there's no more money going to be coming from these media execs, at least from them, and let them tell him. Maybe this is negotiating ahead of time if the NCAA was to expand teams, which feels like that would be counterintuitive in that instance, right?
Yeah, but I think they're also maybe looking at this as an investment. You know, building it now, maybe not getting the immediate impact on financially, but the next contract will be bigger because of this. You know,
maybe so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what's popping right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And of course, as we let you know, OTAs happened again, and CJ Stroud for the third of the 3 open practices, also not throwing the football. D'Amico Ryan saying that general soreness is the cause, and he gave no further answers beyond that on CJ Stroud. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Sean McVay there was an interesting story about him and kind of what he's dealt with as, you know, he's won really early, really young, and some of the rough patches within that. Does it offer a cautionary tale to maybe Nick Caley, or even explain next?
Nick Caley expects
responsibly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah,
Hugh Green, by the way.
Thank you. Jadeveon Clowney, by the way.
Yes.
Golly, man.
I was talking about Jackie Sherrill on the 3 programs, and it was like Tony Dorsett and that Green guy. It was Hugh Green. He was runner-up for the Heisman as a defensive end.
Golly, man.
Welcome to the club, Reggie.
I don't like that. Man, I'm 33 years old. My brain's not supposed to be doing this shit.
He's about to beat himself over this for a long time.
Imagine when
now.
Reggie's my age, what he's going to be.
That's the thing. That's exactly it, bro. Like I'm like, hey, what are y'all?
What's your name again?
Reggie something.
Yeah, someone please help. Let me know. Like, what do y'all do to help your brain out, right? Because right now I'm feeling real scared. I feel like we all have those memories or those moments rather where you're like, oh, aging is happening. That one hit me just then, and I'm like, yo, we still got a lot of time to go. I guess hopefully, let me knock on wood because you can't say officially, but hey, if I don't want to end up in a place where I can't be remembering things.
Yeah.
I might start doing word searches on.
Actually,
the
kind of made me feel good if we're being honest. I was like, okay, it's not just me.
Wow, what a hater! That's real hateration there. I don't appreciate that at all. All right, let's get into this. The interesting piece put up in The Athletic by Jordan Rodriguez. She does a fantastic job, largely covering the Rams, but jumping into various things in the NFL. If you remember, I think a few shows on the station kind of got into the play caller series that The Athletic did. She was at the helm of that as well. She does some really good work around the NFL. And in this instance, what she wrote about was Sean McVay and the reset that he needed in his coaching career. It's kind of wild to say that about a man who has Sean McVay even broken 40 at this point? Like, if he has, he's just barely dipped into the 40-year-old demographic here. And yet he has done a lot in his career. Already won a Super Bowl. Yeah, he's 39. Not even 40
good Lord
at this point, right? he's won a Super Bowl. He's already had a situation where he's talked about possibly retiring, and all of this before he's been 39, right? But this was a really interesting article in which Jordan details like how Sean McVay at one point, when he was in kind of the throes of it and seemingly having some issues, he talked about it publicly in one of these, press situations where he's talking to the media, and it was seen by none other than Chris Peterson, former Boise State and Washington head coach in college football, and super well regarded head coach at that. Where Chris Peterson just gave him a call, just kind of helping him, saying, "I've been thinking about you. I've seen what that place looks like. I know what it looks like." He lived it. He lived it when he was leaving Boise State. And what is that exactly? Kind of the weight of almost like being really good relatively early in your career. And maybe it's not just that, it's on top of it, like the stresses that it places upon you as a coach, all of that winning, all the expectation of what have you. But apparently Chris Peterson offered a very huge kind of like shoulder to confide in and really like experience of mentorship for Sean McVay that allowed him to, return back after, a really disastrous 22 season and have the 2023, 2024 seasons that the Rams have had, including winning the NFC West in that time. And so it was very interesting to see Sean McVay have that because young coach, a lot of success early, and finding himself in a place where, he had a lot of stress on himself. And I immediately thought to myself, well, that sounds like that could very easily be DeMeco Ryans as the head coach of this Texans team. Like, do you see in your reading of this any cautionary tales for DeMeco?
I thought the same thing. Not predicting it by any stretch, neither one of us. But you're a young coach. You're in your late 30s, early 40s, or whatever. You have immense success right away. Then you maybe it's a little bit of imposter syndrome when people kind of like figure out or have some answers for some of the things that you're doing, and you hit a little bit of a lull, and all of a sudden you maybe have some self-doubt, or maybe you're confused. Keep in mind, Sean McVay, there were a lot of legitimate reports like he was going to retire,
right,
in his 30s, and that I'm sure this is part of that.
Yes, some of that they were talking about is like you could see it. And what's interesting is even through reading through all of this, I didn't get a sense of what exactly it was. It was all kind of talked about still in nebulous terms of like almost like a level of darkness. One of the things that we've heard a lot of here through Nick Caley is the energy that he brings that's reminiscent of Sean McVay. You could see various people talking about this, including Jimmy Lake, who honestly coached under both Chris Peterson and Sean McVay, who, he talked about how you could see the difference in how like practices ran, the energy of the program feeling a little different after a certain amount of time. And just that feeling of drain that maybe happens through, the standards continuing to be high and constantly trying to, push through that. And I mean, DeMeco Ryans has always been effervescent. He's always been a guy who, pours into his coaches. And that's something that you could see with Chris Peterson in the way that his career has been, described in Boise State, in the ways that he's, kind of mentored other coaches. You see that with Sean McVay in the way that he's mentored other coaches. And the thought that I had was, how does DeMeco Ryans keep himself from finding that place where all the stress hits him and maybe it changes the way that he's able to attack with all of the fervor that he does the game, especially considering like he had done such a good job of delegating, and now I think he's having to take on more of the responsibility. Clint was talking about just at OTAs last week of watching the offense consistently, and not saying that like him doing his job and being the head coach of everything means that he's going to burn out, but how do you keep that at bay?
Well, it's not a case of if at all. I mean, it's going to happen. It is an intense, stressful, brutal world in the public eye, that kind of spotlight that these head coaches live in. And some of them, have a very difficult time responding to that. And by the way, it's worth mentioning, Chris Peterson didn't know Sean McVay at all.
No.
Like he could kind of see the signs and maybe looking in the mirror, so to speak. Like I went through that. I know what he's talking about. And so as it pertains to DeMeco Ryans, again, you're not predicting anything, but I can tell you right now, it has been stressful. It has been intense. It just always is. It's just how you respond to it. And then, the mentor thing and being able to respond to it when maybe people have some answers, to some of the things that have been successful for you. And, oh, by the way, they had answers, and some of it was self-inflicted last year, but they had answers to that offense. And, C.J. Stroud's incredible rookie year last year. It fell apart. So that is the stress. That is how is he going to respond to it, and where's that mentorship going to come from? Where are those questions going to be answered? Clearly, some of it would be Nick Caserio, but he also has Shanahan and Kubiak.
Sure.
Pick your Shanahan and Gary Kubiak.
Right.
He has either one, several that he's been around. Now, Kyle Shanahan would be the one, of course. But I think, that's one of the things that DeMeco Ryans is going to go through it. And so it's just it was all the hell.
Especially on the success. Like, you can imagine that a coach would get down in the dumps if things are going wrong.
Right.
But like Sean McVay has had, and of course things did start going a little tough, but it seems like that is more effect rather than cause of what this was. Where, I mean, there's a point in which, and of course he's talking about the inverse of how Chris Peterson helped him find a level of light within this, but he said, he helped me see the game and this profession in a totally different lens. That the idea of not coaching feels so laughable. He went further to say, I get so much more joy out of things that I didn't give an S about before. And I'm like, yo, that is a dude who, in coaching, a dude who seems to really love this, finding himself in a place where some of this becomes less joyful. And to the point of what you were talking about of like the mentors that are naturally built in, the thing that kind of gave me a little bit of trepidation, a little bit of fear in this moment of reading that was, are those people not the same people that are accessible to Sean McVay? Sean McVay worked under Mike Shanahan in Washington. He worked with Kyle Shanahan. Obviously, Gary Kubiak is not in that same space, I don't think necessarily, but I imagine that you probably have a level of connectivity there as well. And all those people, I guess, were still also at his disposal as he's a head coach in LA, and yet he finds himself in that place, and it took somebody reaching out to him as opposed to him reaching out to them to help him get through that. And, I mean, that's the only thing that makes me go, as DeMeco Ryans is also finding, there's more complexity in this coaching thing. Not that he's unprepared for it or anything, not that he is incapable of handling it, but as he finds more complexity of, hey, you're going to have to handle the reins of this offense a little bit more. You're going to have to be a little more hands-on. You're going to get more of these questions that upset you to shoulder. Like, all of the things of it, understanding that it's all part of the job. I hope that D'Amico can continue to find joy in it, because that's also going to be necessary, because the joy also is a huge part of the identity that he imparts on this team.
Right, and I think we're seeing we're not seeing any signs of like any sort of stress getting to him at all, but it's there, and it's just how he's responding to it. He does have the right people around him, I feel, that are going to be able to kind of help him. It sounds weird saying it like that, but the right people to keep him in a good place. At the same time, I also kind of thought about Nick Caley.
Okay.
I kind of thought about Nick Caley here.
In what way?
Because Nick Caley was a Sean McVay guy.
Yes.
Living in the shadow. Clearly got his dream fulfilled to become the offensive coordinator here. But, there's got to be a little bit of okay, now I'm the final say, when it comes to the offense. Sure, D'Amico Ryans is having, watching over it more, but it's his offense. The old imposter syndrome thing, because you can't imagine he made every call. In fact, he probably didn't make very many at all, with the Rams offense under McVay. So, how is he going to respond now that the pressure is all there? And it's everywhere, but it was just an interesting point to bring home.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know how open McVay was about it amongst his staff.
Yeah.
I know his staff, obviously mentioning Jimmy Lake, saw it, but one of the things that made me interested as well with Nick Caley is I wish that he had been there that 2022 season. In 2022, he was still a tight ends coach with the Patriots, because that was he came in that 23 season, and obviously he was there last year in the 24 season. 2 of the years that you saw Sean McVay, a lot of people involved here. Sean McVay kind of had that turnaround, in working with Coach Pete, as he liked to call him, Chris Peterson. And I do wonder if Sean McVay was open about that, to where Nick Caley has seen some of that and heard some of the processes that he went through, and some of the things that he did to get him to the other side, because Caley could be kind of the thing that helps keep that thing at bay for D'Amico Ryans. So in a way, obviously being able to handle the offense and hopefully doing well with the offense, that's objective number one, and making sure that goes well, because that also alleviates D'Amico Ryans of a level of stress that I imagine comes with, because I can't imagine what it looks like if you have anything close to similar of what Bobby Slowick had offensively, what that does to D'Amico and the job that he has to do. However, right, if it goes offensively well, that it makes it easier. But then on top of it, I feel like if he can bring some of those other intangible lessons when it comes to coaching, and it sounds weird as a dude who has not had this level of coaching experience, but the experience with that dude and having to handle what he went through to kind of keep any of those particular challenges at bay would be interesting.
It's about keeping that balance, but also prioritizing the intensity and the importance of what you're doing. And I think that's where D'Amico Ryans, he does seem to be made up in such a way that he can find that balance and keep that balance. But it was just interesting, because even a guy that was at the top of the game, he said it hit him in a different way, and he had to get that outside mentorship.
Not gonna lie, I did think about it though, and here I go being Kendrick Perkins again. How much though because Sean McVay was single at that point? I had his
here we go
girlfriend, now wife, and it was mentioned in the story, right, that like he's very deliberate now, make sure to spend time with his wife and his young daughter. How much do you look at D'Amico Ryans having that family situation? And he seems like he puts in as much as he can. I know I listen when on Texas All Access, when they're talking about, going to, spending time with the kids, especially in any of those off times, in the bye week, being able to do things with the kids, having that balance keeps. How much do you look at that as hopefully keeping D'Amico grounded?
I think that's a big part
from
of it.
Some of these issues.
I think that's a very big part of it. He seems to be very as long as they work, as hard as they work, as much as they do. He does seem to sort of just get away, and do things. With his family, which is obviously one of the more important things.
Yeah, and hopefully all that keeps him fresh so that he can keep doing what he does. Because one of the things that is evident, very abundantly clear with D'Amico Ryans is the cultural stuff is working.
Mm-hmm.
Like you see it again. The Jalen Petrie, the way that he plays, the way that his career has already progressed in this young career.
Yeah.
The ways that Will Anderson Jr. He's championing all of the things that you've talked about and that you've seen D'Amico talk about. His entire team latches on to the identity, and they display it on the field. And so I think that's why, for me, it was so important when I saw this, like, hey, how do we keep that at bay? because, again, the vibes, the emotions of this seem to matter so much with this team in particular and how they go about doing good football things. So, yeah, I found this to be really interesting. Again, The Athletic, Jordan Rodriguez wrote a piece about Sean McVay. I think it's worth your time, especially because it was an interesting kind of health, mental health kind of perspective on what is, now Men's Mental Health Awareness Month as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is the time where we typically do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic, and we will do that next.
Here. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions. Presented by 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's get to this first confession. I'm still sort of figuratively wringing my hands about this, Figgy, Reggie.
Okay.
So went on a walk yesterday evening. Nice long walk. Yeah, got about 4 miles in. Been feeling pretty good. I don't jog anymore. I used to do that all the time. My whole life, I used to love running and jogging and all that stuff. But I go for long walks, maybe a little occasional little jog for about a quarter mile, not a half mile, a quarter mile or a block or something. So I stumbled into this.
Literally stumbled?
Maybe.
Do we have to be concerned?
I stumbled into this gym with some sweet floor, basketball gym, sweet floor, great hoops. Not a lot of people show up there. Went and talked to the guy that's in front of this little community center, and it's nice, like real nice.
Want to shout out the place?
Well, I don't want everybody to show up. I don't want everybody to show up.
Gatekeeping, look at you.
It's in my hood or thereabouts. And he goes, yeah, man, we got open gym 6 to 8 p.m. every night. You can just come in and do whatever you want. Now,
6 to 8 p.m., huh?
Yeah. And so here's the thing. I am not going to play basketball anymore. Those days are long gone. But I used to play basketball a lot, obviously, and all that. But my confession is, I think I'm gonna go a couple days a week. Just to shoot, to dribble, work on my left. I always like working on my left.
That's such a basketball coach mentality.
I always go with the left. Yep,
do drills,
little wall dribble, a little between the legs, all that stuff. I got some trepidation, man, because the game spoke to me. Speaking of Ronald Darby, the game spoke to me loud and clear about 15.
Game ain't in me no more.
Yep, it was not. About
Don't worry.
15, 18
it'll talk back again. When you get out there on that court, it'll be like, just run a little bit.
But how much?
Just run a little bit.
How bad would it be if I just go in twice just to do some shooting, some
Not
jogging,
at all. The shooting, you'll be out.
Nah, that's perfectly fine. That's a good workout.
Oh, I remember it well. I used to love doing
You should
that.
do some little 2-on-2 action, man.
See, that's what I'm worried about. It's my other part of my confession. I'm worried about
this 2-on-2 half court.
Because the temptation just walking into that gym brought back so many memories.
All right, 1v1, 3 dribbles.
Warmed my heart. What'd you say?
1v1, 3 dribbles. That's it, man.
Like, I literally got a warm feeling inside walking into that gym. I was like, all right, I got to at least come in here twice a week and start shooting.
You got to play at least once.
The temptation is what's scaring me.
Get a little 2-on-2 action, man.
I'm gonna do that.
First to 10.
Blow an ACL. Or I'm going to look like those guys you see on TV with 2 knee braces, a headband, a back brace, running
That's
like...
perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect. That's all you need.
You got to do that,
I don't want to be that guy.
Come on,
Kicks Rocks got it right. Do your stretches. Put your brace on.
I always do.
Yeah, and then you good. It get you a nice 30 minutes of action.
You got to do that,
Am I going to be that guy?
Why not?
You are that guy, man.
No, I'm talking about playing. I don't mind shooting. I don't need any braces for that. But like to actually... See, I think the temptation is going to get me.
Yeah.
And I'll probably end up...
You should let it.
Probably end up in a hospital.
You got a full court.
Yeah.
But nah, just a little half court game, little 2-on-2 action.
God, I love
You know what that temptation is? You know what that feeling is that you're actively running away from? Feeling alive, Lopez.
Yes, I'm alive.
Don't run away from feeling alive.
I'm alive.
Somebody said, John, give me the gym name. What hood? I'm not going to lie. I'm gonna ask John off air,
dude. It's sweet. And
we're gonna go put up shots.
It's not very crowded at all.
We're gonna
Is
go
it a new
put up
place?
Shots.
Kinda.
It's a great gym.
Okay.
Great gym.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. These are my confessions.
So yesterday I was doing nothing that relates to this. I had on 2 games, as I am wont to do. I had LSU Little Rock on, which was baseball.
What?
LSU versus UALR. They like to be called Little Rock, but it's Arkansas Little Rock, what have you. And then I also had on Padres Giants. So I had baseball on. And randomly, I'm telling you, randomly out of nowhere, just this thought popped up in my mind. And I started thinking about it. And what I was thinking about was how stupid it is that sprinters get disqualified for that obviously you can get disqualified for false starting ahead of the starter pistol.
Yeah.
I get that. You get disqualified for starting after the starter pistol, but within 1/10 of a second of the starter pistol because your reaction time
is too fast.
It would be too. But I'm like, how do I get disqualified for timing the jump? Like, I feel like that should be rewarded.
I agree with you on that.
How is that the case?
If you game the system without actually beating, good for you.
Like at this, how do people get thrown out for this?
Yeah.
And the thing that was weird is I'm thinking about this for like, I'm not gonna lie, smooth 4-5 minutes, and I stopped myself and I'm like, where did that come from and why am I like again watching baseball, watching college baseball, watching MLB, and thinking about track. So I guess my confession is I guess I'm ready for the NCAA Outdoor Championships that are coming up in a couple of weeks because like I just out of nowhere started thinking I want to be mad at track right now.
Yeah, basically they say we're gonna have to disqualify you because that's not possible. Yeah, but I just did it. I just did it.
It's like no, you clearly jumped early. But I'm like, why are we policing the intention here? Did I get out after the starter pistol or not? And this is electronically tracked, mind you. Like this isn't like what it looked like. Literally, bam, the pistol goes. And then you're like, but you got off, 5,000ths of a second early. Like, so?
Yes.
That's good.
That's not what the idea is.
That is good. Yeah. That is what I'm supposed to do here. Yeah. So, yeah, that made me mad for absolutely no reason, which tells you, again, I am a sports sicko.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I'm not a fan of people that go around littering, just throwing
good for
stuff
you.
like
I
that.
hate it. I hate it.
I can't stand it, but the one thing I can't stand more than that is people who are driving and throw stuff out the window to litter.
Sick.
That drives
it can stay in the car.
And that drives me insane, man.
You don't got to hold on to it. You can just.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I saw somebody. I was driving see like McDonald's bags going all over the place. I'm like, did they just throw that out the window in the blue? Like, what is? So I drove on the side of them and look. Excuse my language, but it's two fat ladies just sucking on the doggone soda or whatever. I'm just like, man, y'all fat asses need to go get out the car and get that trash, man. Nah, I hate.
Keep going, Figgy.
Dog, I hate when people do that, man.
I hate it.
Like I hate when people litter in general.
Yeah.
But you driving and you throwing a big ass bag full of fast food out. Oh my God, that drives me nuts, man.
Yeah, look.
Like I should not get this upset like that. You would think I was like a environment type of person, like keeping the environment clean and all that stuff. That's just so ignorant to me, man.
Look, I endorse everything you said and then some. It drives like you see stuff flying out the window, like their hand throwing something out. There is nothing more infuriating than that. Very few things.
Okay, there you go.
Very few things.
I was like, all right, we're gonna put that to the test, Lopez.
All right, here's where I'm gonna. I don't know if she's actually a Karen for doing this because we all agree that this is disgusting and idiotic when people do this. My wife goes full Karen. She has the number. She has the contact number in her cell phone.
She get the license plate.
What contact number?
I am going to give you the contact number.
For who?
Don't mess with Texas.
Oh, they got a snitch line?
She saved it in her phone. Everybody, get your pens and papers.
I don't know
ready.
how I feel about this. Like,
dude, this is a good Karen. This is a good snitch.
A good snitch.
This is a good
713-572-4610.
Is there such
a
thing
thing as a good snitch?
This is a. It is now.
See some, say some, huh?
Yes. Don't mess with Texas. Now that's an 817 number that came up.
I don't know what that means anymore.
817-392-1234. If you see a person littering from a vehicle, you can call or you can go to the app, but you can call the text dot right there.
That drives me nuts. I'd never forget when I was a kid, I was in the back seat. I tried to throw something out the window. Man, my mama stopped that car so fast and made me get out the car to go pick it up. Like, don't you ever do that again. I just hate, man, see some grown ass people doing that. Man, so I should not be ticked off like this.
Hey, I'm glad you brought this up.
That ticked me off so much, man.
We're doing a public service.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I just Googled something that Reggie said. Figgy, I know you heard it. I heard it. What the heck does on that tip mean?
Are you asking me?
You said it.
Yeah. I thought I was tripping for a minute.
Yeah.
I let it go though, man.
Was he talking? What was he talking about?
I forget. It was at the beginning of the segment. I want to say, was it what's popping? The beginning was
maybe, but he said someone was on that tip, and I went.
No, I was just like, I don't know.
Yeah, I was just. It was like,
that was talking about how it felt like for some reason I just felt like it was a different day.
Yeah.
So if you were on that same time, I guess, or what have you. I don't know. Sometimes I be saying stuff. I can't be held accountable for everything.
Yeah,
I
a couple people on the text line like, I heard it too, Figgy.
I heard it too, Figgy. I saw that.
I'm like, all right, I ain't tripping.
What, you want me to be held accountable for everything?
Well, I wanted to know what it means. I didn't know what it means.
You got it in context, right?
Yeah, I guess.
That's all that matters.
Hey, people are loving the snitch line number. That's a good snitch. That's a good snitch. They're all in on it with it.
I'm just surprised because what are they going to do with the snitch line?
I wonder if they send them like a notice. Maybe they ticket them. I don't know.
Somebody said, Reggie, don't mess with Texas. I don't mess with Texas. Yeah. I just didn't know that we could call somebody. Like, I didn't know who was the don't mess with Texas police. Is it the regular police? Is there a separate police force that come out here and hit you on your hand for throwing things out the window? Like, I just don't. There's a lot more questions that are raised by the snitch line than I had realized was there. Like, I just did not understand.
Do they really take the littering serious though on the snitch line? Or is it for like real crime, more crime?
It sounds like they take it. It's a littering phone line.
Okay,
it's for litterers.
But I'm like, what is on the other side?
Have anybody ever got ticketed for littering? Like, do you know?
I'm pretty sure they do.
I
don't know how often it happens.
Like, I'm wondering. I never knew anybody personally that got a ticket. Or something.
No, people have been ticketed for littering. I've seen, heard, because
I never known nobody personally.
I was talking to an officer. It wasn't Captain Scott. He said that there was some littering and people throwing some stuff on a parking lot or something, and he actually made them go back. Didn't ticket them, or maybe he did. I don't know, but he made them go back, pick it all up, and take it to the trash can.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I love that. All right. So there's a couple of people responding, and we always love when you do that. 713-572-4610, and also on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams. Frank Z on the YouTube page says you send them the general location, plate number, and description, and DPS will send them a notice. And then someone else said that, and of course,
says they're going to mail a ticket.
They'll mail a ticket. That's from the 713. And I want you to understand. Again, I'm kind of down for this. Like, I kind of like the idea of, hey, there's some level of consequence. The question that I have, because my brain works this way, so how do they substantiate this? Because could this then become a weapon of mass, or maybe not mass, a weapon of revenge where you're just like, oh, word? Okay.
Yeah. He cut me off, so I'm about to snitch on him now.
They might just be like, they say, hey, we have a report with your license plate of littering on this date, on this road. And if they say, no, I didn't, there's probably nothing you can do. But if they said, well, start giving excuses, then they get them.
I'm going to look into this more. I am now very, very intrigued. Somebody said snitches get stitched. And I love this because I could tell this person listens from 346. Hey, yo, Fig, what type of ladies was it, Fig? What type of ladies was in the car, Fig? What you say, Chuck?
Yeah. That's a good listener.
That is hilarious. All right. Those are our lunchtime confessions in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, with the new space, including Kelly Eco, which potential Rockets acquisition are you hitching your wagon to? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
A friendly suggestion. Don't disrespect Coach D'Amico on
Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, so apparently the notion of littering and talent on it, and talent is unfair. That's a very loaded word to use there, but telling on it. The 832.
So glad you brought this up, Figgy.
From the 832 said they worked for a school, and a parent received a ticket. She threw it on the ground, and the officer gave her a $500 littering ticket. That's incredible.
That's what your ass get.
That is wild.
And that's what you get.
Yeah. That's hilarious. From that $500 littering ticket is wild. And then on 281 on the text line, they said the Don't Mess with Texas program, I guess this is off the website or something, allows Texas to report litterers using their mobile app or website. They got a mobile app and website
there you
that
go.
utilize here. And it apparently TxDOT will then send a letter and a Don't Mess with Texas litter bag.
Put your trash in here.
Serving as a reminder to keep Texas clean. The program is confidential. The litterer will not be able to find out who reported them.
There you go.
Okay.
We did a public service today.
Yeah, keep the city clean, man. Keep your area clean.
Use that
man.
app, use that number, use the website, and next time if you're one of those people who throws a cigarette butt or trash out your window, think twice. It could be Figure
Lopez gonna be out here snitching
Yeah, it
on
could
you.
be Figure right behind you.
Hell, your wife.
Or my wife.
Your wife got the number on speed dial.
Yeah, she does.
Okay, I need to get to this. I need to get to this topic with the Rockets because there are a number. Obviously, there's basically three major kind of acquisitions that feel like they'd reach to the level of what Rafael Stone has talked about. But before I get there, someone did send in from the 202, guys, as a retired cop, I used to pull folks over for littering from their cars, but I would wait half a mile from where they threw it before pulling them over. I would give them a choice, a ticket or give them 5 minutes to run back and pick up their trash. You just made this a game show?
That's good work right
Hey,
sir.
You got to run a mile in order to get this done.
I'll be right back. You start running.
You got a 5-minute mile right quick.
I wonder if somebody, man, just give me the ticket.
Yeah, I bet.
can do all
I
that.
bet. Unbelievable. Okay, shout out to y'all.
Yeah.
Let's get to this. But yeah, there's been kind of new information in various places when it comes to some of the potential acquisitions that the Rockets might be intrigued in. And I'm interested in, does any of this change any of your perception or how you feel about, which guy they might hitch their wagon to if they don't decide to stand pat, as some people have hypothesized. I will start with the one that I think had gotten the most traction in Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? The Greek Freak, as they like to call him, up there in Milwaukee. Obviously, Damian Lillard looks like he'll be out for next season as well with that injury that he sustained, and so it feels like it's coming up on the idea that he'll be finding a new place to play. But with that, over the weekend, it felt like there was, all of a sudden a new leader in the clubhouse when it comes to the odds on favorites to secure his services, and it's the Toronto Raptors of all teams.
Kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, obviously he has a relationship with Masai Ujiri, right? And that is kind of they definitely have pieces. Although that feels like a team that I don't know that is like I guess situated to win, which I think people have thought of as a barrier for getting him, was like finding a place where he could win. But the Toronto Raptors have popped up as a possibility. Does that at all? Maybe Giannis is not the guy, because apparently, according to Real GM, who they're tapped in as of yesterday, Giannis and the Raptors have mutual interest, as opposed to just like this isn't just a one-way. Raptors think this would be interesting because of course they do, but like Giannis seemingly has a level of interest, whatever that actually is.
No, look, I don't think it changes. I don't think it changes anything from a Rockets perspective. I've been a little bit skeptical of the whole "it has to be a very high bar" thing, that Rafael Stone has talked about, because I just feel like they know where they are. They know they're close. They know they're young, and they know they're going to have to add some pieces in an offensive presence to really take the next step. So I think the Rockets are definitely still interested. There's some news there that is kind of, or rumors, reports that is kind of out there as well in the last couple of days. But for Toronto, I think this is just a testament to Giannis believing in himself that, hey, if I go there, we're going to be good. we're going to be good. If I'm there, we're good.
But but that's kind of interesting, because I look at the Toronto Raptors, and it's not like they have a lot of shooting per se, right? And this is the thing that has been weird when it comes to Giannis and the potential acquisition of him. with any team not named the Rockets, say it's the Spurs, in this instance of the Raptors. I'm trying to remember, I feel like there was another team that had been discussed this way, but in this moment I'm forgetting it in true Lopez fashion. But when they talk about it, they're like, all right, well, these teams have talent and they won't have to give away all their young talent, right? Obviously you have to give something up for the Bucks to be happy, but then on the backside of it, they'll surround Giannis with. And it's like, all right, I could maybe see how that is with the Spurs. Like, you give up Stephon Castle, give up something else, but you still have some nice young guys that you still like to put around him. But then whenever Rockets trade hypotheticals get put up there, they got the Rockets giving up a man and Alperin and Tari and picks. And it's just like, I don't understand how that constantly happens.
Kind of like a lack of respect.
It really is, especially considering, and maybe it's just off of the strength of the Rockets having so much available that maybe they feel like the Milwaukee Bucks would have to extract all of that. But I'm like, if you're talking comparative value across with these other teams, I don't understand how, and of course, not to say that these hypothetical, trades would be the end-all be-all, but I just don't understand how all these other teams supposedly get it done with deals that, or packages that honestly would be less strong, in my opinion, than what the Rockets would have to put up.
No, I agree with you. One of the trades you mentioned, Raptors, Spurs, Rockets, Toronto. I think that might be. Maybe there's one more, but are commonly talked about. Like the Spurs trade, they've talked about they don't even have to give it the number 2 pick.
Yeah,
just the 14, and obviously some other players. But it is interesting. There are also, this is kind of silly season, but there some of the reporters are pretty plugged in with some of the discussions that they're having. I mean, there's also even things about, Durant and Giannis to Toronto. So who knows how that could even work.
Well,
yeah,
maybe because that's
a lot of trade.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff to trade.
Yeah.
And that also feels like that goes counter rather to what the NBA CBA is kind of pushing, where do you want 2 super max kind of contracts on your team? Are you going to be able to put anything around them? Are you rehashing the super team era in an era of the salary cap that is not really conducive to it? But that bringing up KD is an interesting one, because this is where you talk about folks being tapped in. Kelly Iko of The Athletic is tapped in to the Rockets, and he put out his latest dispatch about the Rockets earlier today. The obvious part, I think, to me, is that the Rockets are really interested in returning Steven Adams. And obviously, they still need to address the idea of like Jeff Green, Jae'Sean Tate. But of those 3, Steven Adams is the one that they want the most. He's earned himself some money, obviously, with the way that he played, his resurgence at age 31. There are other teams that are looking for centers that might be able to lure him away. If they do lure him away, Brook Lopez, the 37-year-old, could be back in the picture. But outside of that, the bigger thing that he started talking about was kind of KD. The idea of Kevin Durant, and the idea that, the price to acquire him might be coming down from the Sun side, and I guess along with that, the Rockets might be more interested. Like, they've had hesitation, obviously, with the age of Kevin Durant and bringing him in at that age and having to give up so much for him. But if the price of the brick does come down in this way, that they could be convinced and that they could be more intrigued in this. Like, I feel like some of this could be like negotiating in the media and kind of giving this.
Absolutely.
But that is an interesting negotiation that opens up the idea that Kevin Durant and an acquisition of him would maybe meet the standard of big enough deal to talk to. Yeah. And also, what is the price that is worthwhile for you? I think that's the interesting thing. Like, at what point does the cost become cost effective enough to take on, the man of his age, even understanding what he can do offensively?
Wasn't it Manic with Rachel Nichols on the podcast?
Chris Mannix, yeah.
Was talking about like anyone not named Amen Thompson for Giannis. Now with Durant, it would be less. You would suspect. But I think the only issue I have with the price might be coming down for Kevin Durant. Well, that means it's coming down for other teams too. And so are they going? Is that into the equation of the Durant and Giannis Toronto thing, or Durant? I think even mentioned with the Spurs at one point as well. So how does that play out? And will the Rockets be in the mix?
Right, yeah. But I mean, again, I think this is where you bring up. I think the Rockets get even more appealing to KD, and I don't know how much he'll be able to affect where he ultimately gets dealt to. He doesn't have a no-trade clause, but he is of this caliber and the stature where typically teams will respect his opinion. Yeah. And if the price of the brick does go down and the Rockets have to give up even less, the Rockets become even more appealing as a destination, right? If you're not having to give up as much of what you're dealing with here, that makes the Rockets even more solid of a team, and I imagine one that Kevin Durant would want to return to. Plus, I think in the comparison that you're making with these other teams on the price coming down for them as well, but they don't have the thing that the Phoenix Suns probably want more than anything, which is their own place. That's interesting. So that's the second of the big ticket items that the Rockets could be looking for in the updates there. The final update is one that I have to qualify because I don't know of this gentleman, but he is followed by somebody that I know covers the draft and does it very well. In Rafael Barlow, I was sending this to you fine fellas over the weekend, and let me make sure that I get the gentleman's name right so I don't get this wrong. But this is a Shadab Khan, who he is in NBA draft coverage and apparently has works for SI now, right? He tweeted this over the weekend. A consistent theme in conversations with league execs. Devin Booker, period. Houston Rockets, period. Keep an eye out.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that would seem like, and now he says with league execs, I don't think that those are the league execs tied to this, but if you're hearing rumblings around the league as everybody talks, that would stand to reason that maybe there's something there. Now, Kelly Iko in his dispatch continues to hold tight to the reporting that he gave over a month ago that the Rockets have cooled on on Devin Booker. But if there is some level of possibility, especially if the Suns are already bringing the price down on Kevin Durant, would it stand to reason that maybe they're opening some level of idea of maybe making Devin Booker available? And does he not still feel like one of the pieces that would really work things?
Well, I think he and Giannis, in no particular order, would be the ideal ones. For this squad, and I do buy that report. I'm not familiar with his work as much either, but he does have some credibility, it seems, with the people with whom have been associated with this. General managers are in discussions about any particular deal. They know what the agents are saying about all the players in the league. Like the one player does not have one agent. I mean, one agent does not have one player. One agent has several players, so he can, they know that these things are happening. So I do put a little credence into that Devin Booker. My personal thing, I still think I would lean Giannis.
Giannis. So with all of the updates that we have in this space, you're still in it feels like the Giannis thing is the most likely and the one that you like the most.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. The slight creep, because again, I don't want all the major reporting still points to the idea that the Phoenix Suns are in a place where they are not willing to come off of Devin Booker. And I understand Kelly Iko's, kind of reporting on the idea that the Rockets organization has probably cooled on their desire to have Devin Booker. That door opening up just a little bit intrigues me to no end. Because again, it speaks to some of the things that they need. Somebody to consistently run the offense, somebody who can get their own shot. Feels like he exists in that space while also not stepping on the toes of the major pieces that you're putting in place when it comes to Amen Thompson or Alperen Şengün. That one still gets really, really interesting to me.
I wouldn't argue with it.
But anyways, that's kind of where the landscape stands as it relates to the Rockets. Of course, we know high standard when it comes to making a move for the Rockets.
Do they make a deal? Yes or no?
Does
the Rockets?
As of right now, I don't. As of right now, I think actually they would, but I feel like they, especially because the landscape, even these updates seem to point towards the Rockets will, where the price of KD is coming down. Giannis is in this place where I don't know that there's any particular deal that is really, really strong, as we were talking about.
So that's a yes?
I think that a deal gets done. I don't know which one of these guys in particular.
I say if a deal get done, it's probably for somebody like a KD. I just don't. To me, it just don't seem like they're gonna blow up this team.
No, and I think that's been the clear thing is that it's not gonna be a blow up. It's just can we add something that puts us over without breaking the bank? And it feels
KD's feel like that's the one.
Yeah,
bring me Giannis.
Okay. All right,
so blow up the team then. Per John Lopez.
Hey man.
Well, I mean, if the fake trades are to be believed,
it's gonna be Giannis and the Pips.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's hear him. Let's circle back around to some more audio that we got, or just kind of responses rather that we got from primary people in the Texans when it came to OTAs, the final day of OTAs. We'll do that next.
How does Coach Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 6 day to this point. And we can make it a better day. We can make it a better world by turning to the Don't Mess with Texas snitch line. Because apparently there's a lot of people who are out here like, no, actually, I've been seeing this. And I now I know I have a recourse. That's where I'm going to go. In fact, somebody texted in and said, what is the number to that Texas trash snitch line? And it is called the Don't Mess with Texas hotline, mind you. Just in case. So again, Lopez, for the people, if they have seen people out here littering like Figgy and they want to do something about it, where do they turn?
Okay, but first of all, the Don't Mess with Texas does say download the app, and I'm guessing I haven't downloaded it. Maybe my wife has, where you can just touch a button and put the license plate number in. But there is a number. And
while you're driving, so they want you to
use the app. Sound like it's a little bit easier too.
It might be. They recommended the app, so you might want to search that. But the number, if you want to call, license plate. This is awesome, by the way. I love that you brought this up, Figgy. 817-392-1234. Litterers out the window of your vehicle. You have been warned.
And now you've all been deputized to go and catch all the litterers. Vaya con Dios.
Yeah.
Go
get them.
Ray on the YouTube page said, best believe I'm a snitch. People getting too comfortable. All right, man. Y'all go do that.
Hey, forget those street codes, man. People out here littering.
They out here messing with Texas.
Now murdering, man. I don't want to snitch or nothing like that, but littering? Nah, I'm snitching on all you.
A man got to have a code.
I'm putting cases on all you.
On all you. All right, Denzel.
You know what's funny is that's probably more accurate than you realize. I ain't going to mess with that stuff. But you litter, it's your ass.
Yeah. I saw you.
I was the one.
Yeah, I'll get on the stand.
I saw you know that rapper. You done. You're done in these streets.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's circle back around to OTAs again. Another day of OTAs. Some of the takeaways that we're seeing, and referring to some of the things that we heard as well. Well, first and foremost, what was the biggest thing that you got from day one? Because it feels like the thing that's catching attention now, not just locally in the ways that we'll talk about it or what have you, but kind of nationally, is the fact that for another day of being out here at OTA, CJ Stroud did not throw, and maybe more importantly, the thing that's popping up is D'Amico Ryans' answers, and in one instance, non-answer to questions about it.
Yeah, that's it for CJ, guys. After the good follow-up question too.
It was a question that was specifically asked, did he have any procedure on it in this offseason?
Yeah, and he says that's it. He didn't answer it. But he did say no concerns with CJ, general soreness. He said general soreness at least 3 times, maybe more. Extra precautions. He'll be good to go. So that's just the nuts and bolts of what he said. But you're right. I got an alert on my phone. I forget which website. Like, hey, CJ, D'Amico Ryan's not talking about CJ. I'm like, well, he did talk. But
general soreness is what we got. I just want to ask you again, I'm not trying to make this a bigger deal than it is, but like, how did those responses hit you? Because I'm going to be honest, the seeming unwillingness to answer what I think if it's the answer that we would all kind of imagine, which would just be no.
Mm-hmm.
That feels so easy to do, and just avoiding that would have easily put some of this to rest.
You're 100% right. The easy answer there, hey, did he have any type of procedure done this offseason? No. Then we're all happy, right?
I'm blaming the Astros.
You could also even, you should blame the Astros.
Thanks for nothing.
You could also even say no, and that's about all I'm going to say about CJ. But if you just put that 2 little letters, just no. Instead, he didn't say that, and I think everybody's perspective is somewhat curious. Maybe is the right word.
Is quizzical fit? That's a word that I like, but I just never know if it exactly fits the situation.
Simply because I think like there are things that are going on that I do believe CJ Stroud's going to be just fine. Keep in mind, mandatory OTAs, mandatory minicamp next week.
It's a week from today, ain't it? It's the 10th?
Yeah. It's next week, so we'll find out a little more. And then once you get into mandatory minicamp, you might say, okay, might want to pick up a football now and then and toss it around.
So you're giving it a week. You're like, all right.
Not really. I mean, I want
in a week, Lopez is going to lose his mind if CJ's not throwing.
I know what I want. I want to see the quarterback throw the ball to the new receivers, and the old receivers for that matter. So it just hits you in such a way where you get a little curious about things.
Okay. All right. So that was one of the things. But what else? What else caught you of the things that came that we got from practice today? OTAs.
I think two other things that really stood out to me, and this is really good news. If you're a Kamari or someone who thinks Kamari, who had a really good season last year, can take another big step and maybe even turn this secondary, the cornerback position, into two badass bookends on the outside, you're going to be really happy because D'Amico Ryans, it just jumped out. I mean, I guess he was asked about expectations for the young players and such, and he went on to say, if you want to compete and improve these days, you follow Will Anderson, which we all knew. He's a leader, he's D'Amico's guy, etc. Then he said, you follow Kamari, and I went, wow, yeah, he's got Kamari right there in that same vein, in that same category as Will Anderson.
What are you looking for from Kamari in this season?
Well, now
all pro or is a bust?
No.
Sophomore slump.
Yeah, but it feels like it'd be real difficult to have both of your guys as all pros, right? Like, and now I will say I saw there was and of course, lists are what they are, man. Lists kind of get the people going, and that's really the major portion of it. But I did see a list, and I think it was Pro Football Focus, that had not even Kamari, had Stingley as the 5th best corner of all of them, with still had Sauce Gardner at the top of it, right? So like, I don't know what I do there, but that speaks to when it comes to perception, and perception matters when we're talking about these accolades, as much as we would like to think that it will completely fall on the metrics and the full merit of this. Perception matters. So Stingley is still fighting for his respect in a weird way after having an All-Pro. I think it'll be hard to have on the other side that level of respect given to Kamari on the other side. But like, is there anything that like you can tangibly look at that you're looking for from Kamari? Because it feels like he really answered the call in a huge way in rookie year.
I'm not going to sit here and say Pro Bowl, All Pro, whatever. That's kind of silly, to just put that But I do expect him to be the real deal and get better. If D'Amico Ryans says that, he puts him right there with Will Anderson. And you brought this up earlier. There are a lot of really respected leaders on this defense. Aziz Al-Shaair, and just go down the list.
Jalen Petrie, Jimmy Ward. But now probably C.J. Gardner-Johnson to some degree.
But he put Kamari there.
Yeah.
You want to improve, you want to get better, do it the right way, follow Will Anderson and Kamari. That was big time.
Along with both of those guys, I think trading on that Kamari love that D'Amico has shown, he did something that was very interesting, which he kind of positioned the two Iowa State rookies as almost like this year's Kamari and Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. And I found that to be really interesting, almost like those, almost like these guys are going to be, this year's version of it in every sense of the word. They're going to be these guys that are kind of in lockstep, that are always hanging out together, which obviously I don't think is too much of a jump to make, considering that they played together last year. They already have a certain camaraderie, but that also kind of puts them in high regard for the offense, because those young guys were a large part of what made that defense even better, because there was not that place to pick on. Now, of course, offense works a little. Yeah, that Jalen Nolan, Jaden Higgins end up being that important in their regards, especially because they're both wide receivers, and I imagine it'll be interesting to see them both get involved to a degree that makes it, that makes the impact. I'm so intrigued to see how this offense ultimately utilizes those guys in particular and how it goes.
And he even kind of referenced Kamari and Kalen Bullock when he said, asked about Jalen and Jaden, Higgins and Hidden.
Yep, we got you. I'm surprised you tried. You already had Jalen and Jaden. I don't know why you tried the second one. You tripped yourself up by trying to do extra.
I did. But he kind of referenced those two other guys. He said, we saw it last year. Guys like that coming in and reaching a pretty high level. So I think they're feeling pretty good. But there's one other thing that really stood out to me with D'Amico's comments and what we heard, and that is with regard to the offensive line.
Yeah, man.
Man, how many times have you heard the same terms? Low pads, technique, hand placement, speaking the same language. Well, it's been multiple times between he and Nick Caley. They're talking about what the offensive line is doing different, how they're teaching them different, adjusting to the system differently, et cetera, et cetera. It might have been really bad here last year. We knew it wasn't great.
Yeah.
But it might have been really bad.
And we've already gotten reporting that, like you said, it kind of points to that it wasn't great. And I think we probably should have seen this more. And I'll put this on myself because there was reporting that, the guys seemingly, even just recently, the idea that there was a split between the Chris Strasser guys,
and
if there was any, and the guys really liking Cole Popovich, where Chris Strasser was kind of felt as if he was, kind of a little checked out or not, not doing the level of job that you would anticipate, and where guys really, respected what what Cole Popovich had, what Chris Strasser was the one who made the ultimate decisions that mattered. And it seems like early on, for whatever it's worth, maybe you could say it's honeymoon period or whatever, these guys seemingly at least let the head coach of the team tell it, who is a defensive mind looking at it. They seem to be displaying what he said is a drastically changed mindset from what he saw last year. He talked about the various different ways, even pointing out like a little anecdote of like a guy being the first one on the field and waiting for the rest of his team to come out so they walk out together. Like these are things that feel like the things that that everybody on Sports Radio 610, that specifically guys like, Clint Stoerner were talking about when it comes to that, like this culture in this offensive line, which funny enough, the Texans as a team tried to kind of wipe away, but then here you have DeMeco Ryan speaking to that thing in a pretty particular way, almost saying that no, these guys operate mentally different, it seems like, or are situated to do so. And that's got to be encouraging for all the people that were looking at the line last year. I mean, like, it doesn't look like they care. Like, the questions of caring came up. And it feels like DeMeco was speaking specific to that with the early batch of this offensive line and saying, no, this will be different.
Yeah, and to say drastically changing in OTAs, I think that speaks a lot. And, of course, got to mention about the CJ General soreness. General soreness, huh? Tommy John.
All right.
You're mixing teams there.
No, but that's the thing. that probably doesn't help all of this. But, the Texans, the caginess is what gets me, right?
And he was a little bit.
And here's the thing. If DeMeco, and I hate to harp on this so much, if DeMeco says no in that instance, I can continue to lean back on the idea that the Texans have shown a level of caution when dealing with injuries that I could put it over there, right? They're just showing caution. And you can easily justify that when you talk about the franchise quarterback of this team, the dude upon which this season hinges, right? Like him in this offense being better is going to matter a whole bunch, and he's going to be at the helm of it, not just physically, but also really in a mental way. It seems like he's going to have way more say in what happens. Letting him, kind of coast through OTAs is not the craziest thing in the world. Can you just tell me that he didn't have a procedure, right?
That's
like, so I don't have to think about that.
All you have to do.
So yesterday, somebody, as we were talking about something similar, somebody brought up that they feel like the Texans are overly cautious with these. Like, would you get to that place with this Texas team?
Well, yeah. I think I would. I think I would just by nature of the sport. I mean, this is a very, very physical sport, as we know, compared to baseball. Not to diminish, the demands on the body when you play 162 games.
He said them baseball players soft. I heard it. I seen it.
But said they ain't doing nothing.
But it's just because it's so physical in every play, I think that you should be, and I think they are.
Yeah. Well, I still operate where I'd prefer to be on this side of the care spectrum than careless, rather. But yeah, maybe they're a little cautious. I hope that this is all just an abundance of caution, which I think a lot of people are assuming. I hope that everybody's assuming correctly, right? I think that that's ultimately the thing that we all stand to benefit from, is that we get to camp, or hopefully we get to mandatory mini camp in a week, and it's like, all right, cool, he's throwing, everything is all fine and good. From the 832, PFF still mad about Bobby Sloan. Maybe so. But as long as All-Pro Stingley shows it again on the field, PFF can have whatever grades they like. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's typically the time where we hand things over to the producer extraordinaire, Figgy Fig, for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, brother?
Man, so we got an update on one of the inmates that was out here in these streets of New Orleans. The documentary that I've been waiting on, I think it's finally happening now.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's get a documentary update as well as a prison break update. We'll do all that next.
Nick Cayley expects aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's Figgy's Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down. On Tuesday, happy Tuesday. Yeah, you throwing me off, man. See? You throwing me off. I almost said Wednesday. But happy Tuesday to everyone out there. We actually have an update on the Orleans Parish Prison situation.
I've been wondering because we didn't hit him yesterday.
Yeah, so we still got two people on the loose, man. We got
two.
Antoine Massey.
Amazing.
And we got Derrick Groves, who I feel like Derrick Groves just disappeared.
We ain't heard nothing about him. He looked like a disappearing dude, though.
Yeah, that brother might be in Africa or something.
And that man did, like, I could tell. I mean, I guess he's in prison, right? So, but he ain't had no edge up. He didn't look like he cared about no edge up. He didn't have very many distinctive, like he didn't have no distinctive markings or like a beard or nothing. He looked like he could have.
He could just put on a wig and we'd never know it's him.
Out of there, brother.
Yeah, so Antoine Massey, he actually had a message. So he released a message.
What?
He had a message, man. So he was on Instagram.
He went to Instagram.
Oh,
they're gonna catch him.
And the way they set it up, because I ain't gonna play the whole thing. He was talking for like 9 minutes.
Oh, he was on live?
No, it wasn't live.
I was about to say that's a great way to get
I don't think it was live, but
I'm just out here on the corner, right here, on talking to Instagram Live.
Antoine, he was on Instagram and he was pleading this case on why he was innocent. And
from what? Breaking out of jail?
And the system is corrupted. I guess for whatever he was in prison for. So he went on, like I said, he went on for about 9 minutes. And he asked for a couple celebrities to step in and help him. So this is a little bit of what Antoine Massey had to say.
He never beat her. She was nowhere in her presence. This is the affidavit on the date right here. This is the drop form from the district attorney office. This woman went did this. I didn't do this. Look, it's legally dated. So I'm asking please for help. Young boy, Meek Mills, people, LBL. You know what I'm saying? People that been through the system that know it's corrupt. Lil Wayne, Donald Trump, please, I'm asking for help.
Wait, what?
You know what I'm saying? When I get back in custody, I'm asking y'all, please, to come help. You feel what I'm saying? I'm asking the world. I'm a good person. I am a father that want to be in my children's life. You know what I'm saying? I want to let the younger youth know that going down the route of trying to be a street person is not the route. That's what type of person I am.
So, by the way,
so he said young boy.
He said young boy. He mentioned Meek Mill.
He mentioned Lil Wayne.
Yeah. He mentioned somebody I wasn't familiar with. He mentioned.
When is his dad friends with Lil Wayne?
No, so his dad was friends with Lil Wayne's dad.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. But by the way, if you're wondering what he was in jail for to begin with, second-degree kidnapping, second-degree rape, DV with strangulation order.
Yeah. But what I didn't quite get those affidavits he was showing. Yeah,
so I guess he was saying he was trying to explain why he was innocent.
Yeah.
So
yes. I hear you, brother, but this ain't the time to do that one.
Yeah.
I felt like the appellate process would be not to say that the system itself works flawlessly. That'd be an asinine thing to say. I think we've all had enough experience with it. Even if you have a level of belief in the system, I don't think you're going to say that it works flawlessly. Yeah. However, I feel like I get what's happening here. I understand the Hail Mary he's throwing up, and I mean, more power to him. I just feel like, hey, dog, once you done broken out of jail, even if they come through and they're like, you know what, you was right, but also you got out of jail. You got out of jail. That probably is not going to help your case here, unfortunately.
Yeah. So I think to me, throughout that whole video, it sounded like he was probably ready to turn himself in, man.
Yeah, there was some rumors about that.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to flee the country or anything. It seemed like he's trying to come up with a plan to kind of turn himself in a little bit. And his auntie, so Antoine's auntie actually, I think she was very vocal about this on Instagram too. I don't know why everybody keep turning to Instagram, but she was very vocal about this, and she had this to say after seeing Antoine's video.
Antoine, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to your video and I see your video. I'm just happy to see that you are alive and not dead. Alive and not dead. But I know you're a survivor and I know God's words are real and they are both. Hearing your mama verse and my daddy verse was gonna soften you. And I know you see how I done jumped out there in that water with you. So I'm asking you to continue to do the right thing. I'm proud to see that you was bold enough to do this. But I feel like you coming to an end with it. You running out of resources. You running out of time. Let's end it. Call Pastor Brown because everything you need, Pastor Brown have. Do it now.
Why do I feel like he did the video from her house? And that's throwing people off the scent.
Well, she was in the car doing this video.
Okay.
I'm sure she probably
might
had
have been throwing him
Oh,
off the scent
you think she saw what the other dude's granny got as far as charges? She was like, I want y'all to know, I had nothing to do. I see you from across the internet. Over there. The thing that I found interesting about that, and maybe this is like a cynicism that exists within me, and if that's the case, then fine, so be it. I find it weird that ended up like that's on the general internet for all of us to consume, because it feels like at the very least, you know what his account is. Send that as a direct message. Like and this is maybe
that's what I'm saying.
This is less about her, but I feel like we do this a lot where we like broadcast these communications with other people, and maybe I don't know, maybe I'm just like not of social media enough. I feel like that's one of those that needs to go directly to that person.
It just felt a little weird to me.
Yeah,
like, she had to have known something more than she
yeah,
I don't even think it's that. I'm just like, hey, even if that's the message, like, maybe it's just like me, like, hey, just call him. I don't know that he has a number that is specific that you call in that way. But you know what the account is that he apparently has association with. Send that to him. Right?
Yeah. It looked like his day is coming real soon now, man. He probably be back in the joint sometime soon. So I'm more curious about Derrick Rose. Like,
he's out there somewhere,
brother. We ain't heard a peep from him in a long time.
Yeah.
So hopefully hopefully we getting towards the end.
Yeah.
Putting everybody back where they I guess allegedly belong. I don't know what this brother Antoine did or didn't do, but put them back where they supposed to be. So this documentary, I've been reporting a lot of news on this situation every time it pop up, and I kept saying at the end of it, man, we need a documentary, man. We need a documentary. I think they was listening to the show, damn it, because Turkey Leg Hut finally getting a documentary, and I think the Houston Chronicle reported this.
Yeah, it did.
But I'm excited about it. I just want to know, we gonna watch this as a family, or is this just a me thing? Is this a personal thing for me?
I don't know. My first thought when I saw it was, man, I hope they have the right people doing this, because there's so much, no pun intended, there's so much meat on the bone here. That
there he goes.
If you do it the right way, it could be awesome. If you do it the wrong way and just it's super, some documentaries are so superficial and just a money grab. Documentaries should be like a deep dive, and they become money grabs. That's what I'm worried about. I want it to be like legit.
I did see something. I don't know if this was something before this report. How Nikita, who is the wife of the guy Lynn, or the ex-wife, she was co-producing or producing the documentary. And I'm like, I know you got a lot of information, but I kind of want to see how people felt about you as well.
Yes,
like
exactly.
I don't want her to come out as the princess that she ain't do anything wrong, because I feel like there was a lot of people doing some wrong stuff in this. So maybe you could get some of her side of the story too, but I don't want the full documentary produced only by her.
Yeah, I think that's what you were speaking to, is just like the notion of documentaries nowadays, and like finding a level of actual, objectivity, as so many quote unquote documentaries have become like these PR projects more than documentaries.
Exactly.
I hope that this is more of the former, like a pure objective kind of journalistic endeavor rather than just a PR project. Otherwise, we are all just kind of like laughing at a situation that I would hope that we get like actual information on.
Yeah. So I'll be on the lookout. I'll keep you all updated on that. See,
I'll watch it with you.
Think about all the things that business went through.
Yeah, you seen the rise of it to the fall of. We seen the beginning to the end,
which really sucks, because it had not like. There's a lot of businesses in the city of Houston, man. There's a ton of businesses. Not a lot of them get enough notoriety to have some level of meaning to people, like on a city level or even outside, like a regional level, what have you. Turkey Leg Hut got to that. and it feels.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll keep y'all updated on this. It's a mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So yesterday we was talking about inside the NBA and how they pretty much going to ESPN. So I mentioned this a little bit yesterday, how Charles Barkley was talking to Dan Patrick. He was on the Dan Patrick show discussing the whole inside the NBA going to ESPN. And it seemed like Charles don't really know what's really going on. He probably sound a little more confused than we do. Here's Charles Barkley talking to Dan Patrick on what's going on with inside the NBA and ESPN and Turner.
Does the show look like the show? It's inside the NBA, but it's on ESPN.
Dad, we don't even know.
Okay, all right.
That's one of the reasons I was waiting. Like, yeah, I don't know what we're doing. And then TNT is trying to do something stupid behind the scenes. We taped a pilot about a month ago, and it was the stupidest I've ever seen in my life. We're not going to be on ESPN as much as people think. We're only probably going to be working for ESPN like half the time to 1/3 of the time. So I think TNT wants to do something.
So you're still going to do a show, an NBA show on TNT, and you're going to do a show on ESPN?
Yes.
Okay, good.
But like I say, we're going to probably work on ESPN 1/3 or half the time. But they're trying to do something stupid at TNT. So whenever we do it, it's going to be up against the NBA games problem. So, but I guess they want to feel like they're doing something to make us earn our money from TNT.
So what it sounds like is, it sounds like they still have a lot of obligations at Turner. Mm-hmm. And I think later on in the clip, I think Charles said they had like a 7-year deal or something like that.
Yeah,
so it sounds like
he said that like in 2 years he'd think about retiring, which he's been doing for the last decade. Yeah, I'm gonna retire.
Yeah, it sounds like Turner is still trying to do some type of inside the NBA thing, but it's gonna be tricky because they don't have the rights to the NBA anymore. So how is that show going to be without any highlights and stuff like that?
I don't know how this would work, but they are partners. I'm thinking like an alternate broadcast kind of thing, like you do during the national championship games and Super Bowls, where the game is going on, and it's just sort of them riffing on what they're seeing and things about the league and all that.
All of that still comes with rights to the game.
Yeah, but they have rights.
They
ESPN
don't.
has rights.
But
ESPN is licensing that show for pre and post game circumstances. They're not going to allow Turner to have their own show on their Turner products, or rather. With the rights,
but just like commentary on what they're seeing, not necessarily showing it.
But see, that's the thing. That's why Charles said in his clip that it was the stupidest pilot or the stupidest thing ever, because they were called. I mean, they were called inside the NBA, but they really couldn't break down any highlights. They were just kind of talking.
Yeah, I think that Turner was just like, "Hey, can we? I mean, we still have the rights to these guys, and we're licensing out this particular show." Can we have been like having all sorts of other value podcasts and other stuff? I just, that does not seem like a show that situates itself to be a talk show outside of like being the studio show necessarily. But maybe they figure it out. The part of that I actually thought was interesting was the very first part. I had not thought about just how much they'd be on ESPN, because ESPN, like on a weekly basis, they got like 3 different basketball slot windows where they have like 2 or Wednesday games, Friday games, maybe Sunday games, depending on the time of year. And I was like, oh, they might do the thing that we were starting to see on Turner, where like the guys were basically just doing Thursdays or whatever, where they're just doing Wednesday night basketball, and then you still get Stephen A on a Friday or what have you. Like that might be what it is, which I kind of get, right? But I also would love to have them just more consistent.
Yeah. It's probably too much. They probably have to give them a little more money for that if they gonna do 2 to 3 games a week.
And it wasn't even just money, because again, they're getting paid by Turner. Like in order for ESPN to get this, they basically did a trade. They gave up some of their rights, like Big 12 games that TNT and will be able to broadcast.
Right.
I imagine that they would have to give up even more, and I don't think they're trying to do all that.
Yeah. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So remember this show right here?
I love this show.
So King of the Hill is coming back for another season, the 14th season. And it will debut on August 4th on Hulu only. So it won't be on Fox. I think it was on Fox at one point.
Fox, I think maybe. Did it end up on FX at all? Or am I
Probably.
It probably is family. But, yeah, so they're actually coming back. And Hank and Peggy, so this is some of the little bit of the storyline now. So Hank and Peggy, who were kind of the main characters, the mom and the dad, apparently they went overseas or went to another country to live, but now they're back. And they are retired.
Oh, no more
propane and propane accessories.
Yep. So they are retired. Bobby, who was the son, is a chef in Dallas.
That makes sense.
He's a chef in Dallas, and yeah, I'm kind of. I wasn't a diehard fan of King of the Hill, but I'm definitely gonna check it out.
You should.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. It kind of sucked though because it so many people passed away. That was the voices of King of the Hill. So obviously Brittany Murphy, she passed away back at
Luann.
Tom Petty, he's gone. Johnny Hardwick, who played the voice of Dale, he died, I want to say, in 2023. And then recently, I want to say a couple of days ago, Jonathan Joss.
And that was he died a hate crime. Like,
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Was it him and his husband?
No, I think it was him and his husband got into it.
Were shot at?
Yeah. So it's a crazy story. Look it up whenever you get the chance. But
so rest in peace, obviously, Jonathan Josh. Really hate, especially like seeing that it's not to say that like people dying is you were happy about it, but that one in particular, like the senseless killing of somebody, really, really sucked.
Yeah. So that is kind of sad to see. But
and did you say he was the voice of John Redcorn?
Yes, he is. Yeah. So check it out.
You should. I that's one that I just love. I love that show.
That show was so Texas too, man.
Oh my gosh.
Incredibly Texas, wildly Texas, and like such dry humor. With all of this nostalgia, I hate to be the dude on the back end that I am not expecting it to be good.
Really?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not expecting it to be like the last few seasons of the King of the Hill was already in a place where I was like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Because so much changed over the tenure. Obviously, Mike Judge still at the top of it, but yeah, I'm just gonna be happy to see it, and if it ends up beating my expectations, I'll be very, very happy.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Another edition of Figgy's Mixtape right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. In fact, every weekday on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, send it to the man. But coming up next, we get ready to cross with the fellas of the drive. An entirely different look today. It'll be B. Scott and Luke Morrow. We'll talk to them. But before we get there, who had the best month of May when it came to the Astros? Because I think it's a little bit tighter than you give it credit for. We'll talk about that next.
Should we be concerned about CJ?
State Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Big Voice Man, John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you, getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive today. That iteration is Luke Morrow. Excited to talk with those fellas here in a second. Before we get there, I did ask you, who do you think had the best month of May of your Astros? As you know, obviously they've turned this thing over to June and they're hoping to keep things going. But I did want to salute how good of a May they had. Although even before I get there, I should talk about this thing that seems to be breaking news at this moment. Now, of course, I don't know how super important it is to this particular market, but it is interesting considering, especially if you've been watching the NBA and the ways that the postseason has played out with different teams in this space, and you go, who can make it back to this place? That question really was raised to some degree for the New York Knicks, and it seems like Leon Rose and all of the people that matter in New York made a big time decision. Tom Thibodeau, previously coached with the Timberwolves and the Bulls and all these other places. Rockets. He was an assistant here as well. He is looking for a job again, as he has been fired from being the head coach of the Knicks. Are you surprised by this, Lopez?
I am a little bit. As much as you could sense, and I was as critical of him and the way he used his roster and players and bench as anyone, but I am a little bit surprised because of where they ended up. And it really leads me to believe, and again, we're not going to dig in on this topic. We have Astros to talk about here, but I'm wondering, who's going to hire him?
That's the question
You just went to the conference finals.
And not just that, is the thing that seemed to be the limiting factor is a thing that is inherent to the way he coaches, which is, I don't want to go deep in my bench. I am going to be this guy who likes to run with my best guys, and we're going to run them consistently. The tank runs dry just short of where you want to go.
Yeah, and it does smack. There's no reporting to this, but it just smacks of a little player uprising.
You think so?
Or at least not uprising as in torches,
This seems to be the place that you go.
Yeah.
When somebody gets fired, you go, the players did it.
No, I don't. I normally don't.
Why you don't like the players?
A lot of times it's a lot of times I go the opposite direction. But you get to the conference finals and there's still nobody really coming to bat for you in that locker room. That says something.
I thought that kind of saved his job a little bit, because I think if he would have got eliminated a little early, then I thought he was gone. But
yeah, exactly.
I thought him getting to the conference finals, the Knicks getting to the conference finals for the first time in 25 years or something crazy. I thought that kind of gave him at least another year.
Yeah, that's why I was a little surprised.
Yeah, I was as well, which somebody said, Kicks Rocks, that franchise is a joke. And it felt like the Knicks had gotten to a place under Leon Rose with, all the various different instances kind of moving a little bit away from James Dolan having impact, that they found a level of seriousness. We'll see, as now they are on the hunt for a new head coach. There's some names out there, right? Taylor Jenkins is one that gets really interesting out there. We'll see if they end up with a better one and if they have an opportunity.
They got an expensive roster too, man.
Yeah.
They gave up all them first round picks and all that stuff. So
that's right. But thankfully, that's not much of the Rockets' concern. They're on the other side of the bracket. So whether or not they get themselves to the finals is their business. Let's talk about a team that is the concern of the Houston Metroplex. Metroplex. All right, that one actually is $1.
Yeah,
that one should.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a minute. But of the Houston area is Houston Astros getting ready to face off against the Pirates up there in Pittsburgh tonight. It'll be Lance McCullers Jr. versus Paul Skeens. But before we get to moving forward in this month, I do want to go backwards. May was a fantastic month for the Astros all the way around, and I saw something on social media that got me thinking. Who do you think had the best month of May? Because it's not as easy, I think, as you would immediately jump to. It felt like there was a number of guys that really came on after a slow start to the season and had a fantastic month helping the Astros really put on this month.
You called it earlier most impressive, and I would almost have two different answers for best month and most impressive
Okay,
month.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because to me, the most impressive month is probably not, maybe it is, but I wouldn't guess is going to be at the top of your list. And it's Josh Hader. 9 out of 9 in saves, 6 out of 6 in saves, 9 saves 9 games altogether.
With a 1.0 ERA.
And a 1.0 ERA for a guy that, sort of made you, wriggle in your seat a little bit every time he went out there and you watched him last year. He's automatic. You got to win those games and you got to shut them out. That is the most impressive thing, to be a closer in Major League Baseball at this level, to be perfect. That's impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, he's especially considering what the narrative largely is on Hader, that, you know, he's going to get in here, he's going to be a little shaky at times. But even that has not been even as shaky. There's going to be some instances where, you know, you'll give a run up, and it's that you would hope you're just like no runners. But hey, man, not everybody's going to be Mo Rivera all the damn time. And I mean, if this is ultimately what it looks like in order to get you to that place, I'm good with it. So there's that. I mean, there's some other guys that are potentials. I saw Kicks Rocks on the YouTube bring up the idea of Jake Myers, who in 28 games, 3.27 average with an 879 OPS and 16 runs that he scored. That's one of the guys. Jeremy Pena, who also had a 3.27, but he had a nice robust 898 OPS in the month with 5 homers. And he seems to be doing a little nice thing where he's pushing towards the 2020 mark for this season, which would be really good. And then Fromber is a good opportunity here that you could throw in here, who had 6 quality starts in the month, or 6 starts rather, 5 of them quality, and a 2.36 ERA.
Who did Hunter Brown take off? Why isn't he one of these?
Ooh, that's an interesting question here.
Why isn't he on this list?
Because he had a 2.9 ERA in the month as well, with 30 innings thrown.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because his month of May did not strike as great as his April and March together. Like, obviously he started the season on a tear, so maybe that was why he did not kind of get in that same level of love there. But I mean, maybe he's just, his expectations are higher, and I'm actually cool with that. Like, him being in a place where, all right, we're not going to give you plaudits for this. We know that you're cooking.
We know what you're doing.
But yeah, we don't talk about any of some of these other guys. But you seem to be leaning towards, you said,
most impressive, Josh Hader. Best, I'm going to have to go Jeremy Pena. Guys in home runs, big hits, moving to the leadoff spot and thriving and all that stuff. Yeah.
And it is worth noting, shout out to Kicks Rocks also, again, saluting the Maddox that Framber Valdez put up there, 83 pitches, a complete game, right? As long as you get sub 100, that's a Maddox. That is really, really tough. So Framber probably deserves a good amount of love here. But again, I think maybe the most impressive for me, and maybe I'm just being a simpleton in this way, but Jake Myers, from what he had been and what even you could reasonably expect of him, he has smashed that to a point where I am looking at a dude that I thought we could write the book on in a completely different manner than I previously had, to where I'm like, yo, is this who this guy is? Is this any facsimile of who this guy is? Because that changes kind of what you're doing here. You were looking for 3 whole new outfielders at the beginning of the year. It feels like you might be set on center field for the next, half decade? Because he's not that old either.
If this is real, and it does feel that way.
Like, that's the thing that feels kind of impression. Jake Mayers, that's right. I like what we're doing there. Jake Mayers. And you know what? I think that we do a little bit of decent talk about baseball, but I really want to hear from these fellas and appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to hear from these fellas of the drive. Today is constituted by Brandon Scott and the man who is wearing his name on the front of his shirt, Luke Morrow. What's happening, baby?
That's right. I'm always, it's I never listened to my coaches when they used to say that about it's the name on the front of the jersey.
Well, you were like, I could change that. We'll put my name on the front.
Put my name on the front. Whatever you say, coach.
So what do you guys, somebody said the medical staff. All right, let's be for real. Be all the way for real.
So, Jeremy Pena, is he not Adam Everett anymore? Has he at least graduated? And look, to be clear,
who agreed with me?
I was with you. I was with you, and it was when you brought it up. I was like, damn, he surely is right. It is kind of Adam Everett-esque.
Yeah, the numbers were uncanny about this time last year, maybe even into the end of June, and then he really started heating up. Like,
to his credit,
he was Adam Everett.
He has graduated,
like, across the board. It was incredible.
No, I do.
But he has graduated. He has graduated.
I do need him to have a good June though, because I need him to beat the allegations. Because last year he did have a good May as well. I need him to beat the allegations.
And then past that, the Jake Myers thing.
Yeah,
like you talk about.
Sorry, I was talking Myers. That's my bad.
Yeah, but also Jake Myers. Like, this is us realizing why they couldn't quit Jake Myers. You remember the Myers-McCormick controversy, which does not exist anymore? Now we're seeing why it was that they preferred Myers and why they just couldn't quit the dude, even when it seemed like he might be worth quitting.
Yeah.
Luke, you think they knew
Remember
this?
Dusty?
I don't think anybody knew this.
You were like giving them credit for not quitting on him. I was like, you think they knew this was coming? Like Dana Brown was in his quiet circles, like, nah, y'all don't understand.
But the glove was always there.
It was,
and that was a big reason why they couldn't quit him. But now it was all like, can he put it all together? Yeah. And it seems like he is at least doing that to some degree.
This is the year where Jake Myers
puts it all on the table, saying, "Wait for 2025, Jake Myers."
Exactly. Wait till you see that.
Yeah.
Y'all want to see the OPS come through. Just wait. I'm telling you,
it's what we call the long play. Playing the long game. I'm with it.
Super excited to see what you guys get going today. Is there anything that you want to timestamp for the good people coming up on this program today?
Man, 2 to 6, the whole damn thing. What you mean? Lock it in. Don't go nowhere.
That's your timestamp.
You're crazy?
4 hours.
Where are you going? And then hit that rewind too once you finish and go check out In the Loop, Payne and Pendergast.
Man, look at this company, man.
Hey, the whole thing. Hey, look, I got a primary job that includes that Odyssey app.
That is a great point.
For better and worse.
That is a good point. By the way, were you listening yesterday when Luke Morrow was in with Ron? Because I thought he put up one of the most terrible takes.
Wow.
And I texted y'all about it, and I think that you was hiding from it. So what is this about you not liking Scott Hansen?
He's terrible. He talks way too much.
Look at his face. Look at B. Scott is astonished and appalled.
But I want to hear more. What are we doing? I missed that.
I was like one of the most beloved broadcasters in all of sports, and you like terrible.
Yeah, he is. I was an Andrew Siciliano guy.
Oh, okay.
Much better red zone.
I feel like I understand this name underneath your name on the shirt. That's doing that right there.
It's part of it, but also
it's the green, white, red. It's the Italian brotherhood that's happening right now.
Look, Siciliano. There's pros and cons. Siciliano would block part of the games with the ears hanging out, but he talked a lot less. When it's the quad box, I get the play-by-play. But when it's just one game on the screen, I can listen to Jim Nantz. I don't need Hansen giving the play-by-play over the game that's already going on.
Hey, I'll give you one. I'll give you another one.
Oh, we just
like bring guy.
Oh, that one hurts.
I could live. Hey, you know how much I love hoop. I could do without.
That is incredible.
Could do without. And he's fine, but I could do without. He's fine. He's fine. I could do without. Give me Marv Albert. Give me Kevin Harlan. Give me those guys. Give me
Lopez,
the TNT guys.
Before we go, we got to get we have to get in on the fun. Who is the widely regarded broadcaster you can take or lead?
Well, Jim Nantz.
Oh yeah, you've done that quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm not a Nantz guy.
I'm not a Nantz guy.
Shut up and let me do my job. Needs to take over red zone.
But he is actually good. I just don't really cut for him like that. But Jim Nantz is. He's solid.
And I will end the bidding with Kirk Herbstreit.
Wow.
I will end the bidding with Kirk
College
Herbstreit.
Football Kirk Herbstreit?
Good on it. Both.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get the NFL Kirk Herbstreit, but
okay.
Both. Quit hiding behind the dog. All right, that'll do it for us on this Tuesday. We'll be back tomorrow. We leave you in the very capable hands of T-Mill, Luke Morrow, B. Scott, the drive for the day. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
Yes, sir. As he said, Luke Morrow, Brandon Scott in for the fellas, but T-Mill on the steel wheels holding it down, keeping us in lane today. As we got a lot to get to over the next 4 hours, you can join the conversation throughout. The text line 713-572-4610. And, of course, on the YouTube and Twitch streams as well. We'll engage with you there. You can not only listen but watch the show there. And, Brandon, you were out at OTAs today.
Yeah, man, I still stink from out there, man. I'm still musty. It's a good time to be out there. We actually got a little breeze. I'm complaining. But we actually got a little breeze. Got to get a little insight into what's going on, or lack thereof, into what's going on with the quarterback of your Houston Texans. So, yeah, it's a lot to break down over the next 4 hours. A good time, though, getting just anytime you get to lay eyes on a new team, and every year it's a new team, it always feels good. It's our third time being able to do so with these OTAs. And so, yeah, man, it's a lot to break down over these next 4 hours, man.
Yeah, it's an exciting time of the year for all fan bases. Hope springs eternal. You start looking forward to the new season. You get to see some of the new guys, how they all fit in. But, of course, with the Texans, it doesn't come without drama. And as we sit here, not often do you look up on the TV screen where today in studio we have ESPN on the TV screen. Not often do you look up and see that the Texans are the ones being talked about. But it was the lead story on this edition of SportsCenter that C.J. Stroud did not throw at practice today. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans in a moment and what the coach had to say. But since you were out there.
So what stood out to me most about it, though, Luke, is not just that he didn't throw. Because if I had gone in if I'd gone into the day assuming that he wouldn't throw, then it wouldn't have been necessarily as still would have been noteworthy because he's the quarterback of the team, but not necessarily as noteworthy. I did go into the day with at least the possibility in mind that he could throw. And this is from, Aaron Wilson had some reporting on this over the weekend. I did television with Aaron Wilson on Sunday, and we got to talk about this both on the air and off the air and just kind of have the conversation. And he said this, both tries you see him out there Tuesday, it's not that drastic to where he can't participate or won't. It is possible that you see him, unlike last week, that you'll see him doing more and throwing during team activities. And so, of course, we're all out there, on the edge of our seats, right, just to see, is this going to happen? And, of course, it doesn't. And then the answers or lack thereof that we got after the fact, I think, fueled the flames just a little bit that, it's OTAs. It's not necessarily time to panic, but there is a there somewhere with the CJ Stroud situation. It's not just, I think it's a little bit more than just a precaution. I think he's actually hurt.
Ooh.
That's the way it seems.
And did that change just in today? That feeling? Or did you feel like that?
I think it was fortified today. There was a sneaky suspicion, obviously, based off of what we saw last week or didn't see last week. And then based on today, I think it was fortified quite a bit. So yeah, you're out there, you're watching Slovis and Davis Mills do their thing, and CJ Stroud's out there. He's got his helmet on, which was different from Wednesday at least. He's got his helmet on, but all he's doing is handoffs. And I keep coming back to this, Luke. These are not strenuous workouts and practices. They're not, I don't want to say they're not busting ass out there, but they're not. It's OTAs. They're not going to the ground. Rarely do they do that anyway. That's a training camp thing. But they're not going to the ground. It's not a super strenuous workout. I just don't feel like what they're doing right now is demanding enough to where if he wasn't hurt, if he wasn't injured, that he wouldn't be out there. And then it just makes sense. Offense. It's a remade offensive line. There's new terminology, new personnel. There's so much newness associated with the team, with the offense specifically, that you would think the captain, the leader of the ship, would be doing more if he could. And I absolutely think he would be doing more if he could. So that I think that tells you something.
I had a coach that always used to say there's a difference between hurt and injured.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you're hurt, just rub some dirt on it, get back out there. If you're injured, that's a different story. And so for CJ Stroud, I think my perception, and I think maybe most people, is like he's hurt, not injured. But the longer this lingers and maybe some of the non-answers we get as well, maybe that thought starts to change in the mind of some. You were there. You heard from D'Amico. Let's hear from the head coach of the Texans as well. D'Amico Ryans was asked about his quarterback, C.J. Stroud, not throwing. Here's what he said and didn't say.
First off, I know everybody's going to ask, first, is CJ not throwing again? There's no concerns with CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, but he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there. Really excited the way our guys are working and competing out at practice. When you see a good team, what excites me is you're seeing both sides make plays. Offense, defense, there's a lot of back and forth, guys making plays. So really excited to see where our team are here in our second week of practicing. They're really growing, developing, taking the steps we need to take, and it's fun to watch. For CJ, it'll be, like I said, he has general soreness, and we're just taking extra precaution with him. When he's ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
Shoulder in the offseason?
That's it for CJ, guys. On the questions, that's it. What I said, that's it for him. Like, it's general soreness. Not going to rush him into anything. He'll be fine. When the moment is for him to be ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
And let me just clarify this for the people that couldn't hear the questions, and since I was there, the second question was, would he be ready for training camp? Notice that you didn't get an answer of, yes, he'll be ready for training camp. And then the third question was, did he have some kind of procedure or surgery on the shoulder during the offseason? And you also did not get a definitive yes or no. Now, here's a question that I would like to know the answer to, but I don't think it would have been fair to ask D'Amico because it would have felt like I was trying to either trap him or do a gotcha moment, and we're just not here for that necessarily. But when he says there's no concern, Luke, my question on that is, if there was concern, would you tell us? Right? Like, would you, if you were legitimately concerned the way some of the fan base is, the way some of the media is, would you admit it? Or would you just say there's no concern even if there was one? I don't know the answer to that, but I suspect that the answer would be no, that they wouldn't say, hey, you know what? CJ's not throwing, his shoulder hurts, or is injured, and we're concerned. It's a problem, guys. Let's everybody panic. Like, they're not going to do that. So I don't know how much to read into they're not concerned. I want to say, oh, great, D'Amico's not concerned. Oh, great, Nick Haley's not concerned. Oh, great, the team's not concerned. But would they tell us if they were? I don't think so.
That's a fair point. I agree with you. I don't think so either. Because I was going to say, when you hear the no concern, that calms me. But then when you hear him dodging questions about off-season surgery, when the answer could just simply be, no, he didn't have any off-season procedures, and you put that, things don't really jive for me, where that suddenly leads to concern when you're being a little shady, right? You're not being transparent. What are you hiding?
Avoidant.
Yeah, avoidant. That's a good term for it. And I said the same thing through this whole Jordan situation, even last year at Kyle Tucker, that, well, we talked about it yesterday, and you mentioned it before the show, that, the cover-up's always worse than the crime. When you seem like you're hiding something, it makes it worse. It makes me more suspicious. And when you can't just simply answer that question and just say, no, he didn't have anything done, that makes me believe, A, something was done, and then B, that might lead to more concern, at least for me, if not the Texans.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I don't feel like anything nefarious is going on here in terms of them being avoidant. Like, I understand their standpoint, and I also think it's okay, and I mention this quite a bit whenever I'm on, that our interest and their interest are not the same, which means that it's okay if the relationship is sometimes a little bit adversarial, because they're motivated to not give you information in certain cases like this, and all we're in is the information, and then, for us on the radio, also the entertainment business. So like, our interests are just different. If I'm on their side, I'm probably playing the same game, or I'm probably towing the same party line as they are. So, like, I don't think that there's anything necessarily like again, nefarious about this, but the avoidance does make you wonder and question, okay, soreness from what? Soreness from what action?
Yeah.
We've got somebody on the text line right now that's pointing out from the show. He's been off for 6 months, however many months it's actually been. He's been off for a while. What's he sore from?
Oh no!
What happened? And we just don't have an answer to that. And it would make us feel bad, even though they don't necessarily owe us the full, transparent, absolute truth. This isn't government. This isn't taxpayer dollar necessarily type of accountability. We would still feel a lot more comfortable if we got a better answer, something that was just a little bit more than, we're not going to rush him. Rush him from what? Like, we're being cautious. Cautious about what?
Yeah.
He's sore. Sore from what? That's the question.
Yeah, he's a 23-year-old that, like you said, hasn't thrown in 6 months. So everyone's pondering or wondering, okay, you tell us about this general soreness that is severe enough he can't throw for the entire week of OTAs, but what is leading to that? I'm old enough, when people ask how old are you, I can say I'm old enough that sometimes I wake up, I'm just sore from just sleeping.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was happening when I was 23, and I certainly wasn't a professional athlete. So there are questions around that. And the dodging of the questions from D'Amico, it's like when you come home late at night or the next morning and your girlfriend asks you, like, were you at the strip club last night? And your response is like, well, why would you ask me that? Right. When you could just simply say, no, I wasn't.
Well, you'd be like, would I ask you that?
Yeah,
I don't ask you where you be going.
Yeah.
It's like, well, wait a minute, though.
That's a yes.
And this is just a general rule in our business, right? When you ask, and this is why they also train us and teach us to ask direct questions, especially when you're looking for a direct answer. Ask direct questions. And they did a job the first quarter day of asking direct questions. And to be fair, and I love D'Amico just as much as anybody, to be fair, direct questions were asked and direct answers were not necessarily given. And even before that, trying to get out in front of it, hey, before you guys ask, this is what I got to say about it.
Right.
And then when the direct questions get asked, you go back to the same thing that you said before, instead of answering directly. So I think that is telling. What they're not saying is the silence is deafening in some ways.
Right. A lot of times the silence, it's louder than what they're actually what they are saying. And as I said yesterday, like, something isn't always everything, but everything is something, I think was the line. As we roll ahead and try to look forward, try to project this thing, do you have long-term concern, or is this just kind of an off-season thing? Once we get towards the summer, there's no reason to be worried about this. It's a it's a short-term problem, or do you think this is something that, and we're just doing it, we're not doctors, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but your best guess, do you think this could be a long-term concern?
Just specific to the injury, I feel like it's way too early to have a long-term concern about the injury, but where my long-term concern would come into play is just and I've talked about this when I was doing the morning show with Seth in previous days, it's the residual. It's the urgency of getting everything else around C.J. Stroud right. So, like, if we get into the season and the offensive line has not shown the improvement that so many fans hope that it does, it's not clicking the way that you hope it does, it's going to be hard not to think back to the fact that C.J. Stroud was OTAs, and now you're not protecting them worth a damn, similar to the way that you were last year. And that's an if. You know, it could come out that the offensive line turns out to be much improved, C.J. Stroud is fine, and we all just roll. But if the things around, the infrastructure around him is not such that it's protecting him in ways that it did not last year, then yeah, I'm going to have long-term concerns about the overall viability and health of the quarterback, who, by the way, is going to be up for a contract extension by the end of this season.
You can text your opinion, 713-572-4610. Where are you on C.J. Stroud? All sorts of texts already rolling in. And I do want to highlight this one from the 832 where he says, Astros PTSD is real, though. And I was going to bring this up as well at some point over these 4 hours that, to use another relationship metaphor or analogy, it's almost like when you start dating somebody and they hold their past partner's crimes against you.
Yep.
And that's almost similar here where because of what Houston sports fans have dealt with the Astros, and look, the Texans aren't completely clean. We had the Christian Harris thing going on throughout last season that was somewhat similar to Kyle Tucker, even now Jordan, whatever. But mostly the crimes have pertained to the Astros, and now the Texans are almost being held guilty of those same crimes. Do you think that some of this fear, consternation from Texans fans with C.J. Stroud does stem from what we've been dealing with the Astros, that automatically makes you a little bit more worried or just untrusting?
Man, it's not even just the proximity of, or the Venn diagram of Texans fans and Astros fans by and large being the same people. Like that, but it's the timing, Luke. Okay, so first OTAs was what, Wednesday? What, I'm already forgetting. The first one was Wednesday.
Yep.
Okay, Jordan goes out there and does BP on Friday. On Saturday, okay, and by the way, also the Texans went back out there on Friday as well. Okay, so on the same day as Jordan is doing BP, the Texans are doing their second day of OTAs, and C.J. Stroud again is not throwing. Meanwhile, Jordan is out there doing BP with a broken hand. Okay, and then you don't find out until the next day that it's broken. So we're talking about Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. In a 4-day period here, you see your quarterback not throwing twice, and then you see your main slugger, your best player on your baseball team, taking BP one day, and it feels like he's close. Let's do lineup watch and see when Jordan's back in the lineup. And then the next day it's up. You know what? His hand's broken. So I just think there's a proximity issue of these being the same folks, and there's a timing issue of, man, you know what? It's not like I'm just thinking about the Kyle Tucker thing from last year. I'm thinking about how the Kyle Tucker thing and the Jordan Alvarez thing are very similar. They compound, and now this Alvarez thing is happening at the same time as the Stroud thing. So it's both who the people are and the timing of the issue. I think it's hard not to separate it, even if it's not 100% logical.
Yeah,
because they don't really have anything to do with each other, but we the same people. You know, we care about we care about both teams. We care about both players, and so I think it's hard to ignore or separate.
Be the same situations, but that girlfriend, she's the same person that dealt with those scenarios, and she's holding you accountable.
And then it's like, you the one with the type. Don't blame me because you got a type. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Throw it back at him. Hey, CJ did not throw again today. We played D'Amico's comments, dodged some questions about what the offseason's been like for CJ Stroud. How does it make you feel about your Texans quarterback? 713-572-4610 to engage with the show. He's B. Scott. I'm Luke Morrow. We're in for the fellas today here on The Drive. He was out at OTAs today. We got plenty to get to from the day that was for the Texans, including when we come back. D'Amico wasn't the only person who spoke today. And did we get the best indication of what this Nick Caley offense might look like this year? We'll get to that next. It's The Drive.
The top-ranked show in the city.
A friendly suggestion. Don't disrespect Coach Demers. and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fellows are out today. Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott hanging out with you instead here on The Drive. T-Mill holding things down on the ones and twos as always. Coming up, did we get the best insight into what this offense might be for the Houston Texans in 2025? B. Scott was out at OTAs today. Before we get to that piece of audio from a question you asked, right? You came in saying, Kirk, clear number 2 wide receiver on this team as we sit here today.
Yeah, I just feel like we probably do a bad job. And when I say, I'm not talking about you and I specifically, but just like the collective, we do a bad job about discussing the wide receiver depth after the main guy. And we go wide receiver number 2, wide receiver number 3. And it's a little bit more complex than that. But if we're just talking about the second best pass catching option that they've got on this team, I don't know how, until proven otherwise, until we see something different, I don't know how that guy is not Christian Kirk. And the reason why I point that out is because I feel like we're reluctant, the collective we again, are reluctant to call a slot receiver your number 1 or your number 2 guy, whatever exactly the number 2 guy means. We're reluctant to do that. But there are plenty of examples of it around the league. And Christian Kirk, to his credit, and I know he's been unhealthy the last couple of years, hasn't necessarily been able to live up to certainly his own expectations, and not that first year that he was in Jacksonville when he looked really good. But he's the most accomplished receiver on this team that's not named Nico Collins. Mm-hmm. And I think he's the most talented receiver that we've seen so far, save for the rookies who obviously got to prove it before you can actually really feel confident in that. So I think that Christian Kirk is the second best receiver on this team. It's not particularly close yet until proven otherwise. And I think that's something that we got to start embracing and start thinking of Christian Kirk in that way, as a guy that you expect to be a maker catching the ball. So it was cool to hear from him. This is the first time I had heard from him since he joined the team. I'm not sure if he had done a media availability before this at all. I don't recall one. So this was our first look at him, or first chance to speak with him and talk to him. So I thought that was really cool. He's a little bit smaller than I was expecting, but I'm expecting him to be a real dynamic piece of this offense. And it was also cool to hear him talk about the offense in a way that I don't think anybody else has necessarily done. They're going to be mostly generic when they talk about it, and they're not going to give us everything. They're not going to show us everything, certainly not in OTAs. And they're not going to tell us everything of what the offense is about. But I thought Christian Kirk did a good job of at least speaking to it. And part of my question to him was, what do you like about the offense? I think that's a general enough question to allow them to go where they want to go. And I appreciated Christian Kirk speaking to it. So it was nice to lay eyes on him, and also I'm expecting pretty big things from him.
Yeah, certainly. As am I. I remember being on this show with Ron when that trade happened, and we were both pretty big on the addition of Christian Kirk. I think the biggest question right now for Texans fans as we sit here this afternoon is about the health of the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. But the second biggest question is, what is this offense going to look like? What is Nick Caley going to try to do with this offense? So this question and answer that we've alluded to from Christian Kirk was B. Scott asked him, what are the challenges of learning this Nick Caley offense? What do you like about it? Here's what Christian Kirk said today.
Nick is all ball, very intelligent, very smart, does a great job communicating to us, what the expectations are, emotions, formations, whatever the case may be. He's done a great job kind of laying that out for us. And it's been, I guess, primarily pretty easy, just being able to learn it the way he's been able to install it. Ben McDaniels in our room has done a great job teaching us just all the things from a football IQ aspect that you need to know as a receiver. And this offense is dynamic. A lot of motions, a lot of pre-snap adjustments for the defense to have to, deal with. So I think you'll see a lot of guys in different places to be able to make plays.
A lot of motions, a lot of pre-snap adjustments, a lot of movement, guys in different places to make different plays. And I think that is, I think, fairly generic, but also more specific than what we normally get. And again, we don't expect them to say a lot, but that was, I think, good to hear. And really the pre-snap motions part of it and what we already know and understand to be the change in C.J. Stroud and the sort of how communication works pre-snap. And so that's going to be something to watch out for. I think that, Christian Kirk, just in answering a simple question, gave you a little bit of insight of what you can expect from the offense. And also the part about how easy it is to learn it, because I asked him, what was the difficulty in learning the new offense? And he said it's been pretty easy. And I take that and just think about the communication, and how it wasn't necessarily ideal with Bobby Slowick, either from a player input standpoint or from an adjustment standpoint. I don't feel like they thought they did either well input and adjust on the fly. I always used to say Bobby Slowick would go into a game with a decent script. He would have gotten a B+ maybe even an A in some cases in script writing. But in improv, he would have gotten a D at best. Like he just wasn't good at improv. And so I'm waiting to see what that looks like. It seems like Nick Caley is going to be someone, and of course we don't know this, but just based off of how they're communicating with us now, he seems like he's going to be a guy who's going to have more answers than the last guy did.
That's certainly the hope. I hope so. I like what Christian Kirk said. Offense is dynamic. Yes. That sounds good.
I hadn't heard anybody call it that yet.
No.
Because, we don't know what it is.
Yeah, right.
So, sure. I'll take that. I have no idea what a Nick Caley offense is. No. So if you're going to call it dynamic, I'll take that.
That's pretty good. If you're selling an offense, we haven't seen the offense yet. So if you say, hey, dynamic, lots of motions, pre-snap adjustments, those are all good things. That's a big buzzword, too, in the NFL nowadays, all about the pre-snap motion. And there's a lot of questions about, is this going to be a Patriots offense? Is this going to be a Rams, Sean McVay offense? What is Nick Caley going to – is it going to be a combination of the two? McVay, Shanahan, they're big on a lot of that moving around. And I'm sure Josh McDaniels uses some of it, but I do remember when Josh McDaniels left the Raiders, then Luke Getsy took over and might not be the best play caller, but one of the things the players mentioned was the biggest difference was suddenly the increase in pre-snap movement and pre-snap motion that Josh McDaniels was not doing. So simply just based off of this little snippet from Christian Kirk, and you wonder is he going to be paid? Maybe a combination, because we talk about that game plan offense being more like New England. I feel like, though, this answer from Christian Kirk, maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. It reminds me more of Sean McVay and the Rams.
Yeah, and the game plan, I was talking about this with Seth yesterday. There is a little bit of, sports PTSD. I don't like to make light of PTSD, but like sports PTSD of the game plan offense as a buzzword, not wanting it to be that. I like to lean more into what they call personnel based, and that is not allowing the defense to dictate what your offense is going to look like, but simply just allowing the guys on the team, the guys that you intend to play, that dictating what the offense is going to look like. And if they got guys that can handle all of that, they feel like C.J. Stroud is the guy that can handle making the pre-snap checks and audibles and things like that, and that they've got interchangeable parts that they can move around, then, let's go for it. But I do like to think of the offense more as a personnel-based one and not just a game plan. Because I know that's a frustration for many Texans fans is don't let the other dictate. You dictate. You set the tone. You go out there and set the tone and set the tempo, and you go from there.
Yeah, different sports, but we kind of saw that in the Pacers-Knicks series of you force the other team to play your style, and that's what allowed the Pacers to be successful. I always like that philosophy from coaches in all sports.
Yes.
Hey, following Ronald Darby's retirement, what's the thinnest position group of the Texans? We'll get to that next. It's in the
They're all fixable.
How does Coach D'Amico plan to address the offensive line during OTAs? Collier Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott in for the guys of The Drive this afternoon. T-Mill holding things down on the other side of the glass. And you as well. You can get in touch with the show, 713-572-4610. What's the thinnest position group on the Texans roster now following Ronald Darby's retirement yesterday? We'll also hear from D'Amico on that in a moment. From the 281, after last segment talking about Christian Kirk's comments and what this offense might look like, 281 says it's great to hear that from Christian Kirk. Pre-snap was one of the biggest issues in our offense last year. I love it.
Yeah, and they also mentioned how they were getting up to the line of scrimmage with just a couple of seconds left on the play clock. That is such a great point because I didn't even think about that. Mm-hmm. Like, that wasn't even something that I was sort of focused on. It's like, look, the play clock was an issue, and, you know, hopefully pre-snap to where that's not as big of an issue as it was before. So, nice point there from the 281.
You text the show, 713-572-4610. Following the retirement yesterday of Ronald Darby, what's the thinnest position group on this Texans roster right now? What a shame, too. I just got my Ronald Darby Texans jersey, just arrived in the mail.
Right? Like, but hardly knew you.
I know.
Hardly. I thought it was going to be Ronald Darby bobblehead night on one of these games, man, and we don't even get it.
Yeah, it's going to go down as a footnote that he was once a member of the Houston Texans.
Ed Reed all over again.
That's right.
But you know what's funny? Like, he was at OTAs at least their first couple of practices, their first few practices.
He was like, "Hey, coach, I'm here, ready to go. Let's go."
What was it about that swarm?
Oh, I'm tired.
You know? And look, we're all on the other side, right? Like, you can identify, like, once you get to be in your 30s, things ain't just quite the same no more. So it's like, I get it. I can understand. But I do wonder, like, once you go out there, okay, so he made this decision somewhat abruptly. Once you go out there, what is it? Can't be the Heat. He's played in the Heat before. So I'm just real curious, you know, not that he owes us an answer, but I would be curious to know what was it that made you say, you know what, I played 10 years in the league. I got money in my pocket. I don't want a Super Bowl. I don't need this. Because I can respect that. I'm just curious on what it was.
Yeah, I heard, I think it was the guys earlier today, I think it was with In the Loop. And I think it's a combination of the two factors they were talking about where he might not just have it anymore. Being Pro Football Focus ranked him as the third worst cornerback in the NFL last year. And then maybe it's also a combination of looking around at the rest of that position group and realizing, like, yeah, you know what, my opportunities might not be here this year. Or 10 years in, I don't feel like competing with these guys anymore, let alone the Heat, and calling it quits.
Well, you know what? I wonder if it was the opposite, though, because as we're having this conversation about the thinnest position group, did he look around and say, you know what, I'm a Derek Stingley Jr., a Kamari Lassiter injury away from being one of the primary corners on this team.
Interesting.
And I might have to play a lot. And you know what? I signed this deal to ride the bench maybe. I don't want to have the same role that I had in yesteryear, in my heyday. I just want to kind of observe and watch Derek All-Pro Sting and the emerging Kamari Lassiter do their thing. And then he looked around and said, you know what? Something happens to one of those guys. I got to get out there. I don't know if I want to do that. I wonder.
It's interesting. He's like Pacino, right? Just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. He didn't want to be pulled back in. He just retires instead. By the way, someone on the text line said, just like Tony Baselli, that's another one, like Ed Reed. Have you guys ever, I was obviously joking about the jersey, but have you ever bought someone's jersey and then had that player traded or retired like within months of spending money on their jersey?
No, but I did have to, not to bring the mood down, but I did have to check a family member for giving one of my kids, my daughter nonetheless, a Deshaun Watson jersey post-scandal. And I think it was one of those things where, like, they were just, like, cheap jerseys, or if it was donated. It was one of those things. They didn't go and pay sticker price for a Deshaun jersey. I'm sure you couldn't get one for sticker. Like, we got these hand-me-down jerseys. Lamar Jackson was one. I was fine with that one. But when I saw my baby girl wearing a Deshaun Watson jersey, I was just like, you know what? This we ain't gonna do. We ain't gonna do. So that I know it's a little different from your question, but that's probably the closest that it's gotten. Seeing my daughter wear a Deshaun Watson jersey and immediately telling her that she couldn't wear it, post 2022.
Yeah.
That would be mine.
Yeah. Well, that's understandable. That's a good one. What about you, Tyler? You ever buy a jersey that quickly became irrelevant?
Davis Mills.
Oh, famously.
Yeah.
Famously.
That I believe is the only one, thankfully. And I mean, Ron likes to act like I was calling this guy quarterback one. I was just trying to will it into existence, okay? I was trying to support my dude.
Being a good fan.
Supporting the General Mills.
And to be fair, though, still on the team, still number 10.
Oh, yeah. That's right. You can still wear it.
And QB1 right now.
That, Luke.
QB1 right now.
That's true.
I mean,
that's a frightening thought to ponder on.
Hey, this would be the time to wear it.
Yeah, I was going to say, OTA, summertime. That's the time to wear your Davis Mills jersey.
Time to get the Mills Army together.
You're ready to go.
That's the one getting all the action out there at OTAs.
It's like the people that are prepared for the zombie apocalypse and they have like the shelter and all the food. You're prepared. God forbid, I don't want to speak into existence, but should anything happen, you're ready to go with the backup if he were to have to step in at any time.
This is making me squeamish. We should not do this.
All right.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I'm already uncomfortable.
Back to the lecture at hand. What's the thinnest position group for the Houston Texans now following Darby's retirement? Before we give our answers, let's first hear from D'Amico Ryans, who was asked today following that at position. Here's what the head coach said.
For Darby, with the decision that he made to retire, I know what that decision is like. It's not an easy decision, but I just want to wish Darby the best. I know it's a very difficult time to step away from the game that you love whenever that decision comes, whether, it's voluntary or it's your body saying you can't do it. It's difficult because you've done it for such a long time, and I don't take that decision lightly. And when it comes to us and how do we fill the position, yes, we'll look to add another corner, whether it's a veteran or a younger player, whoever may be, we'll look to add a guy.
And I said this yesterday where I don't think you're going to miss a lot from Darby on the field. I think what you miss most is that leadership, and I think you can find that leadership elsewhere between now and the start of the season to bring in another one of those veteran cornerbacks that was discussed and throw them into that room, and there's plenty of options out there. I don't want to put words in your mouth or even ask a leading question, but would you say is defensive back? Because I saw a lot of people, a lot of Texans fans online after this news saying like, oh, man, we were going to count on this guy. We're short back there. Would you say right now defensive back, is that the thinnest?
Well, first, I would mention is just to the leadership point, there's not a void of that on the defensive side of the ball. So they're fortunate in that way that they don't need as much leadership as maybe some other teams do. So that's a plus for the Texans. To the point of the defensive back, this is a difficult question. That's why I like it. Because it's a difficult question to answer because I have so many sitting questions about a number of different groups. And depending on what the answers to my questions are would dictate what the answer to your question is, which is some candidates, okay? So on the defensive side, which is funny to even talk about them in this way because they seem stacked on the defensive side, just to be clear. But on the defensive side, I feel like cornerback is a candidate. I feel like linebacker is a candidate. And then on the offensive side, I think the obvious is the candidate, and that's the offensive line. But without really knowing how the offensive line is going to come together, it's, they got a lot of bodies at least, so it's hard to call that thin. You don't know if any of them are good, but they got plenty of bodies. The cornerback position. I don't know if I could feel better about a group at the top end, maybe other than defensive end with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson. But at the top end, you got to feel great about All-Pro Sting and Kamari Lassiter. But as I was getting at earlier in the segment, something happens to one of those guys. God forbid they experience some quote-unquote soreness, right?
Seems to be going around.
And who does that thrust into the spotlight? Who now is tasked with filling that role? And without Ronald Darby, Ronald Darby seemed like a good remedy to the Jeff Okudah question of last year. Like you were expecting that to be the guy. Or I know C.J. Henderson, before he didn't make the team, was suspected to be a potential guy like that. Yeah, I felt good about Ronald Darby as your third cornerback. I'm not exactly sure who the third cornerback would be. They got Jalen Smith, who they drafted and is touted as a super versatile and dynamic type of guy who can play pretty much to corner, but that was in college. Is that necessarily the case in the pros, or is he something more specific in the pros? I don't know the answer to that. If he's truly the Swiss Army knife that they say he is and that they think he is, then all of a sudden I do feel a lot better about that position group. But I don't know. Same thing. Miles Bryant is out there. That's a little dude, but scrappy, swarmy. As far as backups go, feel like you could do a lot worse than that. So to answer the question more directly, I would say at the top end, you feel great about cornerback, but in terms of the depth, it is similar to last year now that Ronald Darby has decided to retire. That feels like, if not the thinnest position group, it's one of them. For me, it's between that and linebacker, and with similar reason with linebacker, but more so due to health. Like, I don't know who's healthy and if they're and what roles everybody's going to play.
I'm with you when it comes to the secondary and the cornerbacks. That was my biggest concern for this defense in the offseason was the depth. Obviously not the top-end talent, but having enough depth there, and now they lost one of those depth pieces yesterday. But also, I've also been thinking on the offensive side, I'm almost worried about the wide receiver group too. And we might spend more time on this later on this afternoon. But you have Christian Kirk, who has been injury-prone, and then you have a couple of rookies. And so if one of them, say, just hypothetically speaking, say Kirk goes down, and then you're requiring even more from those rookie wide receivers. And I think they were good draft picks. I think they're going to be good weapons for the Texans. But God forbid there's some sort of injury, that depth, you require more from them quicker as well for these guys that are just into the league. And I know we see wide receivers pop all the time now in recent years, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Green, although these guys weren't, the top lottery picks, if you will, in the NFL draft. I almost worry about some of the depth there. And then maybe you get to at that position, if there were injuries, and what's John Mechie going to give you too? So I almost worry about the wide receiver position.
Yeah, so the reason why that wasn't my answer is because I suspect, and I mentioned earlier, I think Christian Kirk is the number 2 guy in that group. But I already suspect that they're going to require a lot of those guys. I think they were drafted as guys they expect to contribute right away. And so to me, if you're a Texans fan, if you're just an observer watching, it's sink or swim with those guys. I think they are going to be a big part of what they do. And obviously, if they're not ready to play, if they're not any good, then they'll get benched, or what I'm saying won't apply. But I think they drafted those guys because they got skill sets and kind of a ready-made skill set, ready to contribute right away. So, I get that, but to me, it's kind of a thing where you got to go with whatever they are, And I can't pretend to know how good they're going to be, but they're definitely going to be a part of it and definitely be in the mix. Wide receiver, I think, is a fine choice for this question for sure.
You can let us know what's the thinnest position group you think on the Texans roster right now. 713-572-4610. Also, text in, what's the worst jersey you ever bought? Somebody said that they got a Deshaun Watson jersey for their wife just before that all went down, so that was bad timing. We had a taxi. What a waste.
I had a jersey of that edition.
Oh, boy.
But that's a lot cheaper than a jersey.
That's true. The 281 also said that your Davis Mills jersey was irrelevant from the moment you bought it.
Yeah, no one's arguing that, friend.
Yeah, we had a Mills army and we had a counter army. That's for sure.
Good thing I got to change to spare, punk. You watch your mouth.
That Aggie money, baby.
Yeah. Text in those answers. Worst jersey you ever bought? 713-572-4610. He's Brandon Scott. I'm Luke Morrow. When we come back, Paul Skeens is not the pitcher to watch in the Astros game. We'll get to that next. It's The Drive.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
Nick Cayley expects physical.
For O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Well, hey, boys.
Bury me in the H.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The fellas are out. Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott in for them instead today. As we look ahead to the Astros tonight, but is Paul Skeens not even the pitcher worth watching in tonight's matchup between the Astros and the Pirates? We'll get to that. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. I asked you, what's the worst jersey purchase you've ever made? And we've gotten all sorts of a Tom Savage jersey.
Ooh,
I don't know anybody bought one of those.
Hey, you know what? I didn't buy.
That's worse than Mills.
That is miles worse than Mills.
I was putting my hope in General Mills. Nobody ever believed in Savage. Come on.
Hey, look, I appreciate whoever this was just owning it and kind of fessing up to it. But you should be ashamed of yourself, dog.
Yeah.
What were you ever thinking? And look, I'm kind of just in a moment of transparency. I wasn't enough in the Tom Savage camp to buy a jersey, but I did have hope at one point. I did have hope. Well, I'll tell y'all this story. I did many, many moons ago, so back in the Tom Savage days, I did a demo up here with Nick Wright. I kid you not. There's a tape with me and Nick Wright, formerly of Sports Radio 610 fame, now of Fox Sports 1. And we did a demo that never saw the light of day, that no one's ever heard but he and I, where I had the Tom Savage take that I want to see more. I want to see them play Tom Savage. And I can't tell you, man, I don't even know why I just admitted it out loud right now, but I can't tell you how glad I am that take and that segment never saw the light of day.
Well, I mean, to be fair, at one point, it was like between him or Brock Osweiler. So
That's
it's kind of
exactly what I was going to say.
Pick your
better
poison.
Than him.
Yeah, pick your poison.
Yeah, I guess. Not either of our finest moments. I'll be right there with you, Texter. I didn't get the jersey, but I did have the bad take, the freezing cold take, if you will.
713 says it was gifted. They didn't buy it, but a Brock Osweiler jersey. They wore it to an ugly Christmas sweater party and then donated it after.
Nice.
Whole jersey purchases include Ryan Leaf. That was bad.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know they made these jerseys, but Cade McNown.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I didn't even know anyone could ever buy one of his jerseys.
Yeah, that feels like one you would have had to get personalized. Like all the Cade McNown jerseys were the Cade McNown relatives who went to the team shop or the NFL shop and got them customized. But that feels like the only way to get one.
832 said, I bought an Oilers jersey a few weeks before finding out they were leaving.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. I thought he was going to say a few weeks before they left. Did you not read the news?
Yeah, that's tough. 409 says, not a jersey, but I did name my dog Watson.
Ooh.
Before everything went down.
Fair. Just say you're a big Sherlock fan.
I'll go to you on this, T-Mill. What's the rules on changing your dog's name? Is that not allowed?
Oof. I mean, you really don't want to after they reach a certain age because you trained them and that's what they're responding to. And yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, I'd just go with a big Sherlock fan after that.
Yeah. 713 said Case Keenum. And then
that's rude.
Hey, the whole wearing the Brock Osweiler jersey to an ugly sweater party, that is really funny. That's a nice touch.
It's a great use of it.
Yeah, very clever.
We got multiple Osweilers. And then the last one I'll bring up, Steve Slayton during the last week of his rookie year from the 8-3-2. Worst jersey that person ever bought.
I think they're being hard on themselves, man. Steve Slayton was good at one point, and you could justify that purchase, especially that 1 year, that one magical Steve Slayton year. That is being a true day one. I don't know, that wasn't like the original team, but that's a deep cut if there ever was one. You have to be a tried and true Texans fan / Houstonian or whatever you want to call yourself to even know that was ever a jersey worth purchasing.
I lied. I have to get to this last one that just came in from the 346 because this can't be true. What a ridiculous lineup. Aaron Hernandez, Brett Favre, Mike Vick, Johnny Football.
Yeah, that's BS.
And then said, get yourself some of that.
And also, if it was true, you have some weak-ass fandom.
all three of those? Or all four of those?
It's got to be BS.
No way they did that.
And like I said, if they did, You're not a fan. Like, what are you doing?
Or if that's true, start buying like Mariners jerseys, Colts jerseys,
Pirates jerseys.
Yeah, that's right for this week.
Non-Clemente Pirates jerseys. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. Either that or you have a, thing for self-torture.
Yeah, that's right. Don't mind walking around looking like an idiot either in public wearing some of those after the fact. 281 says John Wall, biggest disappointment. Which actually might circle back to a John Wall thought later on, actually, when talking about the NBA.
That's a tease.
That's right. Main Man Ocho said, I don't usually watch the Astros when Lance McCullers pitches because he gives me ulcers. So tonight I'll be watching for Paul Skeens, which takes me to the tease I set up for this segment, which was Paul Skeens is not the pitcher to watch for tonight's game as the Astros take on the Pirates in Pittsburgh. 5:40 first pitch here Central Time. And the Astros need Lance McCullers now. They need him more than ever before. And it seems like, look, the Pirates don't have a very good lineup, but this is a big spot tonight when you go up against Paul Skeens on the road.
Yeah, I think if you're just an objective observer or, just a general baseball fan, then obviously Paul Skeens is the appointment viewing in this game. Okay, so I don't want to take away from that. But if you're an Astros fan, and that's who we're talking to, specific to Houston, Lance McCullers and how this thing goes just matters more than it ever has, and
makes us all nervous.
And I've gotten to a point to where I'm beyond just, hey, he's more important now than he was, let's say, in the beginning of the year or when he made his first start, as opposed to what is this going to be, his sixth turn in the rotation. It's even changed from there, and it's for obvious reasons. Of course, we've been following the news. We understand that the Astros have a Tommy John problem. So that's part of it. That's a big part. That's probably the main part of it. But I would also point out that in the Lance McCullers heyday, when Lance McCullers was pitching and it was the Lance McCullers that we had grown to know, it was at a time when they had others in their rotation that you felt good about, that you felt real confident in. It was okay for you to get to the Lance McCullers start after Verlander or even in the Cole days and, Framber's earliest days and Zach Greinke. Like, they've had guys in that rotation where Lance wasn't the top of the rotation guy, but his third, fourth, and fifth starters went.
I liked your voice.
Hey, that was a hell of a route to go. Now, and I know he's not necessarily like the third guy in the rotation, like the order of the rotation, but he's the third guy that you would have to feel confident in because the guys after that are just not guys at all. No disrespect to them, but the Colton Gordons and the Ryan Gustos of the world just aren't there yet. They can't be. And so after Framber Valdez and after Hunter Brown, it starts to get really, really murky unless Lance McCullers can be some version of the old Lance McCullers, or even if you don't want to compare it to the old Lance McCullers, just be a starting pitcher. Be an actual starting pitcher and not make it feel like a bullpen game. And to his credit, he's had some outings as of late that give you confidence that could be the case. He's had some shaky ones too, but I just think that now it's more important for two reasons, because of the injuries that we already know about, but also even without those injuries, the depth of the rotation, or the quality of the rotation, maybe I should say, is not the same as it used to be, and it just heightens the importance of Lance McCullers being at the very least serviceable and decent. So again, and you mentioned it, this is an example of them going up against a lineup that's not all the way strong. You would like to see Lance McCullers be on the right side of history here.
Coming off that performance with 12 strikeouts against the A's, who also don't have one of the most premier lineups. And McCullers has gotten better each of his last kind of three outings, certainly in strikeouts. And he's ran through the AL West, the Rangers, Mariners, A's, now takes on the Pirates in this interleague game. And Pirates have the third worst lineup statistically in baseball. Offseason, that whatever you get from McCullers this year is gravy. And I wasn't even expecting a ton from him. Honestly, I was shocked that he returned to the mound as quickly this season as he did. But like you said, now we're to the point where, it's no longer gravy. He's become an important part. You need good starts from him now. He's their number 3 starter for all intents and purposes right now. And I say all that to set up my question, I suppose, of, where are you on Lance? Do you think he can be someone that, coming off that 12 strikeout performance, he can be counted on, or are we still kind of figuring our way through this thing?
The non-answer is he has to be, right? That's the cop-out, is whether you think he is or not, he kind of just has to be. I mean, think about it like this, Luke. He went from 6th to 3rd in a matter of just like that, right? Like in a finger snap, he went from luxury Lance, as the guys on this show like to call it, right? Like T-Mill, that's what we've called here on the drive. We've been calling him luxury Lance.
Designated a while back.
And now it ain't no luxury no more, right? Like it's not a matter of, well, or they're going to go to a 6-man rotation when they got 17 games in 17 days, or now that they got 6 starters, are they going to do that to, give their guys some reprieve, if you will? It ain't that. Like you need him, again, now more than ever, and certainly now more than you did at the start of the season, to go from 6th to 3rd so quickly, and we're barely into June. And it was this case like so we get to late May, and now that's the case. He goes from 6th to 3rd just that quickly. Now, to your question, where am I at? I'm a Lance McCullers guy. I am biased toward the guys that contributed to the World Series campaigns. And so everybody that was a significant part of a World Series for the Astros is an Astros legend to me. So you can't make me hate Lance McCullers. I know he ain't pitched in 3 years or whatever it was, prior to these 6 starts. And I know luxury Lance, and we made a joke of all of the Lance McCullers updates that we would get throughout the last couple of years when he wasn't pitching. And there is a level of frustration, I think, for everybody. Even for me as somebody who is a staunch Lance defender, it's frustrating. But it's hard for me not to have confidence in a guy that I've seen operate in the way that I've seen him operate in the past. And even not just I wouldn't even just say the past, but the more, I would say, recent future in him constantly evolving as a pitcher, right? He's constantly having to reinvent himself and like not just be a thrower, but a pitcher. And I think he's done a really decent job of doing that, like to his credit. The injuries aside, like that's a tough part. But when he's out there, I feel like he's giving you quality for the most part. So like his last start, doesn't get the win, but gives you a quality start. Had a couple of hiccups there, but for the most part, I mean, he had the 12 strikeouts. He had like 5 ground balls or something like that. It was quality, not just in terms of what the definition of what a quality start is, but the eye test of watching him out there. I felt pretty good about him in that outing. That is one antidote. But if I take that and try to carry it over into this start, and then, depending on what happens tonight, or today and to the next start, then yeah, like I think he is at least building confidence in myself and others.
713's with me. They say, I agree. Everyone knows who Skeens is. We need to find out about Lance for sure.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought. This is a big I think it's interesting that as we go along, I keep saying this every time we talk about the next Lance McCullers start, but I keep saying this is the biggest one, and now this is the biggest start. And it kind of started that way where it went like the White Sox were a minor league team, and then you get the Reds who are better, and obviously that was a disaster. Then you get the Rangers on the road, and that seemed like a big spot. But then you pitch against Seattle, who's in first place. And then you try to build off of that against another divisional team in the A's. And now you go on the road for the first time in a couple turns, and you take on Paul Skeens, which leads me to this other comment from the texter that says from the 337, the biggest fear is that it went from luxury to where we didn't have to depend on him to now we need him. I know he feels it. I hope he doesn't overdo it just to be that guy, says 337. That was actually my thought for tonight, where this is maybe like a novice take, because the pitchers don't necessarily face each other. You're facing the batters. But McCullers is on his way back. He's coming off the 12 strikeout game. And then you see Paul Skeens on the other side. And McCullers used to be, maybe not to the Skeens level, but he's used to being like one of the guys for the Astros.
Yeah, got paid, got a contract. Yeah, for sure.
So when you see, like, I'm pitching against Skeens tonight, and for any competitor, like, you ramp it up another level. Again, this might be an amateur take, but it's just to see he does try to overdo it or just overthrows because he's trying to match Skeens on the other side, like pitch for pitch.
Yeah, I think it's a fair concern, and to just kind of hope for the Astros' sake that Lance McCullers doesn't get in his own head. Mm-hmm. And I can't tell you, and I know Lance a little bit as well as I do. I can't tell you one way or another if he's going to be in his head or not. Only he really knows how he's going to internalize this. And when I say internalize this, I'm talking about both sides of both ends of the ledger here in terms of the Paul Skeens element of it. That's the other guy that's on the other side. But then also They need me. To the texter's point, I'm not luxury Lance anymore. I am a necessary part of this rotation. Does he take that in stride and just handle it like more, for lack of a better term, like a professional, or does he get in his own head and try to do too much? That's the part that I don't know if I'm fearful of, but I'm hoping against it. I'm hoping that that's not the case for Lance McCullers, that he's got the experience and the wherewithal to go out there and just do his thing. And again, your most recent example was successful. You didn't get the win, but your team got the win and you pitched well. Lean into that. Lean into that sort of game plan and mantra of, hey, I'm just going to go out there and do my thing and run my own race, so to speak.
I think that's a better way to put it. I'm not overly fearful, but yeah, just hoping he avoids that. Before we go to break here quickly, I just looked it up. The Astros run total tonight against Skeens, 2.5 runs. Do you think the Astros can get 3 runs on the board against Paul Skeens?
I mean, Paul Skeens or otherwise, that's what they're about good for. Win or lose, by the way.
Given the large bet I have on over 3.5 runs for the Astros tonight.
Ooh. Large bet, huh?
Way more than I typically put down on a bet like that.
Man, you know what? I usually like to team up with you on some of these bets, man. But I'm gonna stay away from that one, T-Mill.
We're breaking through back into the green. I can feel it down in my plums.
I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you in your pockets, man.
Thanks, man. Me too.
We'll see how they do. I always love watching a pitcher I love watching Hunter Brown pitch every 5 days. So I'm looking forward, even if it's maybe we'll see at the expense of the Astros hitters tonight. We'll see how it goes. But I do have to admit, I am looking forward to sitting down watching Paul Skeens pitch. When a pitcher is on their game, it's very fun to watch.
Yeah, and he's the future.
Right.
I mean, you could even argue he's the present, but he is certainly the future. And so if you're a casual baseball fan even, then this will be worth watching for sure.
Absolutely. Hey, it's Tuesday, which means when we come back, it's time for Real or Fake. I'm told we run through Kim Kardashian's body parts for this segment. We'll do it next. It's The Drive.
You are fake news.
Should we be concerned about C.J. Stroud not throwing at OTAs? Not according.
account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another checkup? Why are so many?
Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott in for the guys of The Drive today. And time in just a moment to play Real or Fake, as we do at this time every Tuesday around here. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. I did just have to shout out one more text that came in earlier for the worst jerseys ever bought. Someone apparently bought a Donyell Marshall jersey. Donyell was my guy. I grew up in Connecticut, a fan of UConn, and he was one of the first NBA players from UConn. I don't know why you'd ever buy a Donyell Marshall jersey, though, but props to you. I always liked Donyell.
Yeah, we've gotten into changing the question a little bit from worst to just like deepest cut.
Yeah,
because right. Donyell Marshall wasn't a bad player. That just isn't, to your point, that isn't somebody who, you know, I can't wait to get to the store and buy my Donyell Marshall jersey. Right. I don't know what led you to say that ever. So Tyler doesn't even know Donyell
And
Marshall.
I'm not ashamed to admit that.
It's okay.
Unbelievable.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right, let's play a little Real or Fake. I have a series of topics in the sports world. Ask you guys if you think it's real or fake. Are we buying it or selling? I guess similar idea, right? Real or fake?
Yeah, ultimately.
Jeremy Pena. I saw this the other day. Aaron Judge has the highest WAR in Major League Baseball. Jeremy Pena is number 2. Not for shortstops in the AL, but of all players in Major League Baseball, statistically, just that one stat, Jeremy Pena is the second most valuable player right now in the league with the way he's playing. I don't even know how. It feels huge. It does. I don't even know how to phrase this question, though. Are you buying? Is this real? All right, because of the name of the segment, is what Jeremy Pena is, what he's doing so far this year, is that the real Jeremy Pena?
Now, I don't want to take us down a nerd path, but I'm going to. Is this B WAR or F WAR? Because, like, I'm a Fangraphs guy, not a Baseball Reference guy. Like, I use Baseball Reference, just not for WAR. And so he's not number 2 by Fangraphs. And so just by nature of which nerd stats I prefer, I'm going to say I'm going to call it fake.
You are fake news.
So, but I feel like it's a slight to Jeremy Pena because he's been excellent, you know, and I don't feel a need to take away from that in any kind. I reluctantly say that it's fake, but credit to Jeremy Pena for even making this a conversation.
Tyler, since you're the Astros guy around here, Jeremy Pena, what we've seen from him so far this year, real or fake?
I'm going real. Ooh. I'm going real, man. I mean, we all talked about it before opening day. We needed it. We wanted it. We wanted to see a more consistent, well-rounded 162-game season from Jeremy Pena, and he's doing it. And, I mean, you don't just wake up and win. It was a while back now. You don't just wake up and win, though, an American League, his AL MVP in the CS, and then a World Series MVP. Like, you got talent. We've always seen it. It was just a matter of putting it together. So I'm going absolutely real. The shortstop, Jeremy Pena, and that bat is here to stay.
But to the point, though, the point that Tyler's making, I do think this is important that ever since he won those awards that Tyler mentioned, we have been waiting on him to tap back into that.
100%.
Like, we have been waiting on the Jeremy Pena that teased us that year, that rookie year, the first year of replacing Carlos Correa. I can even remember we had local news stations, Luke, at the time that were running. They had like running graphics of Correa Pena comparisons for what Correa was doing in Minnesota and what Pena was doing here. And early on, Pena was outperforming Correa. Now, that soon dissipated, of course. But then by the time you get to the end of it, of course, the Twins aren't a factor anymore at the end of it, and the Astros are. And Pena ended up, since then, it has not quite felt the same, of course, until now. So it's a good feeling to at least be in this space. Again, to my point earlier, like even making it a conversation piece is a credit to Jeremy Pena for sure.
I think these next few weeks are big. He's a career .230 hitter in the summer months. We've seen him get off to some of these good starts, and whether it's the dog days or whatever, start to fade a little bit. Last year was batting about .329 at the end of May and then hit .240 the rest of the way. So I'm curious to see if he can continue this, get over that hump. These next few weeks, I was like, okay, maybe this is just the guy now.
Yeah, and I wonder, too, how much just being a leadoff guy, you know, it feels like it's changed something in him. I don't have an exact science on it or explanation for it, but all I can deal with right now is the results, and they're pretty damn good.
Next one, real or fake? Stephon Diggs, we know the issues he's getting into with the Patriots, but when it comes to his time in the Texans, the statement that the Texans' culture is what kept Stephon Diggs on his best behavior last year, would that be real or fake?
I got to go fake because
you are fake news.
And it's not a knock on the Texans' culture. It's more of a statement about Stephon Diggs just being more of a singular personality. And I'm not calling him selfish. I'm just saying that I don't think that any team's culture, good or bad, is strong enough to knock Stephon Diggs off his post, if you will. What I'm saying is Stephon Diggs is just going to be Stephon Diggs no matter what. I think, if anything, kept up the fact it was just a redemption year. It was a prove-it type year. They restructured the deal famously or infamously, depending on how you looked at it. They restructured the deal for it to be a one-year deal. And so he was in a de facto contract and prove-it season. And I think that more so than the circumstance, more than the culture, is what kept him on his quote-unquote best behavior, if you will. So I'm gonna call that fake as well.
Yeah, I'm with you on fake. I think it's more about like these contract years. He started acting out once he got the contract in Minnesota, started acting out once he got the contract in Buffalo. Here in Houston, he was essentially on a one-year deal, going to be a free agent, goes to New England, gets the contract, and now he's seen partying with Cardi B and all that other stuff. So.
Champ Slice on our YouTube chat says that from Champ Slice, they said him and Cardi was working on the tush push. I don't know if y'all seen some of those videos of them out there in these streets, but that's a funny comment. Credit to you, Champ Slice. Very, very well done.
That's good. He's got some good ones. 346 said, "You see his girl? I'd be acting stupid too."
Yes. So if I had access to Cardi B, I cannot say that I'd be the exact mature individual that presents to you today.
Yeah.
I don't think I would.
Let's get a third one in here, real or fake, before we go. The Detroit Lions, they lost their offensive coordinator this offseason, defensive coordinator this offseason. Now their center, Frank Ragnow, surprisingly retired this week as well, so you're down your center. The Lions, just simply 2025 Lions after the last two seasons they've had. Do you think the 20 Super Bowl contender, are they real or are they fake?
I think that they're real as a Super Bowl contender. There's still enough talent there to give them enough of the benefit of the doubt, but I don't want to, in saying that it's real, minimize the losses that you just mentioned, because I think those are also real.
Bite the kneecap off.
A big part of why the Lions have been what they have been over the last couple of years is the strength of that offensive line, and I think that that's a huge loss for them, and, of course, the coordinators as well. Like, as much of credit I think that Dan Campbell deserves as a head coach for the job that he's done, I think a big part of the job that he's done is that he did an excellent job, and I mean an excellent job, of hiring coordinators, and Ben Johnson and our very own Aaron Glenn, Houston's own. Not having those guys anymore I think is going to matter. Now, he could replace those guys with just as good guys. I don't know what it's going to look like under their new regime for the coordinators respectively, but you got to figure that that's going to factor in a little bit, that they're going to have to make some kind of adjustment not having those guys around anymore.
Yeah, I'm going to say fake about the 2025 Lions. I think it was more about Ben Johnson than it was Dan Campbell. I've delivered this take, I don't know if it was on these airwaves or where I was previously, but I think Dan Campbell is one of the bigger frauds in the NFL. Great culture guy, but not like some sort of X's and O's. I think they win in spite of him. I think he makes terrible decisions week in and week out. We've seen that in some of the biggest games. And now you take away Ben Johnson and what he was doing with that offense that really elevated Jared Goff. I think the Lions take a big step back this year.
But you don't think he's good at hiring? Because, like, I just look around at his staff, the coordinators that stand out particularly, but sometimes I think it's there's a strength in knowing what you don't know. Weaknesses. I don't disagree with your points overall about Dan Campbell, but the credit that I'm giving him is being able to identify and compensate for his blind spots.
Yeah, I guess I'll give him some credit there. I give him credit for one aspect that you mentioned there of admitting to what he doesn't know. Like, I like that he's hands off. He let Ben Johnson just run the offense. Ben Johnson did a great job, seemingly. Dan Campbell wasn't overly involved. But he originally, he got rid of his offensive coordinator. I think was it Anthony Lynn, or was that right before him? Anyways, he got rid of his offensive coordinator year one. Ben Johnson was already there, who was a holdover on the staff.
Right.
He elevated it. I almost feel like he lucked into Ben Johnson.
That's a good, I didn't think about that. That's a good point.
So we'll see now, having to replace these guys. Yeah, we'll prove your theory or your point will be put to the test this year. Now they actually had to replace his coordinators. Did he make the right hires this time? We'll see. I don't like Johnny Morton, the new offensive coordinator, but we'll see what happens with the Lions. Hey, when we come back, the latest on the Rockets' potential offseason plans. We got B. Scott here. We got to get to a little Rockets. We'll do it next. It's The Drive.
Take your other kneecap.
A friendly suggestion. Don't disrespect Coach D'Amico on Seth's Watch.
Ready? Houston doesn't deserve D'Amico. Nobody's complaining about D'Amico. My God, that person is insulting D'Amico Ryans. For you to try to present D'Amico as somebody who needs to be protected from an attack that doesn't actually exist? No.
Restrictions.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott in for the guys here on The Drive today. And we'll talk a little Rockets. Has the offseason plan changed at all? You can always text the show 713-572-4610. I know this is something that has been talked about a lot on these airwaves, various shows, various times in the last couple of weeks. But I haven't had the chance to talk to you, Brandon, about this, and always different audience. So I figured we'd talk about, the NBA Finals are set now with the Thunder and the Pacers. And I think a lot of people, myself included, have pointed to the NBA playoffs, specifically the last four teams, and looked at that and said, you know what, the Rockets, they don't necessarily need to go get that big name, because you look at what the Thunder and the Timberwolves did just building up their teams within. Jalen Brunson and Tyrese Halliburton were the additions for the Knicks and the Pacers, not necessarily on the level of a Kevin Durant or a Giannis or whatever big names people have been throwing out this offseason for the Rockets. And I think some people have looked at how the playoffs have played out, plus we're in like the greatest era for parity in the league with 7 straight different champs, saying, maybe we could just keep it status quo, give these guys another year. So just to start this segment before I dive into Rockets and what the plan should be this offseason, are you in the camp of we need like a Kevin Durant, we need a Giannis, we need some sort of MVP candidate, or are you more in the camp of we got the pieces here, just need a little more time?
Well, I do love, just from a Rocket standpoint, that the options are there. And I don't think, and this is not a cop-out, this is just my honest take on it, I don't think that they've got bad options. I think running it back is a solid option. But to answer your question, I am in the go get one of these guys camp. Like, definitively, no wiggle room here. Like, if they run it back, I got some provisions, if you will. Like, I got some stipulations on what I want that to look like if they do run it back. I think they got to change some guys' roles. I think they got to emphasize some guys more and de-emphasize some other guys a little bit. And I think that should be a priority if they do run it back. But again, to the point and to the question, what do I want them to do? What do I think they should do? If Giannis is an option, like I just got a hard time being the sort of basketball guy that I am, following the NBA in the way that I do and understanding who and what Giannis is. I got a hard time accepting the idea that Giannis is available and you've got more to offer, just as much to offer as anybody, and in some cases maybe even more to offer than anybody, and you don't feel like you should be in that position to go get Giannis. So what I'm saying is I don't think that there is a player on this team or even really a reasonable combination of players on this team that should preclude you from being as active in the Giannis pursuit as anybody. To rank them, I would say the Kevin Durant thing interests me because I feel like you can get him without breaking up without selling the farm, so to speak. So like a lot of people don't want to disrupt the core, don't want to ruin a good thing, don't want to don't want to fix something that isn't broken by going out and getting a dude that's even older than I am to add to the team. Okay, well, I can understand that. But the key part with this is that because he's so damn old and injured and all of these other things, and the whole world knows that he's leaving Phoenix, that he's not going to be there next year, to me, that should constitute some sort of discount. That should mean that the cost of going to go get a Kevin Durant doesn't cost you your core. Maybe it costs you some role player, a role player or two, and a draft pick or two. But that to me doesn't debilitate you of your core, doesn't rid you of your core, and you add the thing that you're missing, which is that perimeter score, that shot creation, that guy that you can give the ball to when it's nut cutting time. So I think that is the easiest and simplest route, is just, hey, go get Kevin Durant. Don't disrupt everything to do it. And if you do, end the conversation right then and there and move on. But if you're really trying to level up, if you're trying to be bold about it, go ahead and go get Giannis and accept the fact that you don't have a guy on this team that's anything like that. And if we're being honest about it, to the point that you made earlier about the Final Four, if you will, the Final Four team teams that were left in the conference finals, they don't even have a guy like the best players on those teams. Like, to me, there is not a Jalen Brunson on this team.
Right.
There is not a Tyrese Halliburton on this team. There is not an Anthony Edwards, and certainly to me not an MVP, a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Agreed.
So Giannis would be one of those guys, right? So to me, I still think it's the end of the super team era, but the NBA and basketball just in general is still driven by stars, still driven by individual excellence and being able to mesh it all together in a team format. So I think that they should be firmly planted in the Giannis and Kevin Durant sweepstakes.
Then I'm sure you'll like this report, which you probably already saw from Kelly Iko earlier, that he said since the conclusion of the season, Houston has fielded several calls from Phoenix who have since gradually lowered their asking price for Kevin Durant. Now, he did go on in his piece for The Athletic to say this is not to say the Rockets and Suns are in communication, but Phoenix is aggressive in their pursuit of trading Kevin Durant and also, B, regaining full control of their draft capital, starting with the number 10 pick in next month's draft, team sources said. The Rockets have fielded several calls from the Suns who have gradually lowered their price, so on and so forth. You can find the full piece at The Athletic, but does that excite you to hear the Suns are aggressively trying to the Rockets?
I would send that number 10 pick on a rocket ship. You know what I mean? Like I'll drive the number 10 pick who has not been picked yet, by the way. I'll drive him to Phoenix myself.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitch.
Like I'm so serious, man. Like that is a no-brainer to me. Now, the whole idea that they want to recapture their future, so to speak, and get their draft capital back, that's not happening. Sorry, like that's the bridge too far. And obviously, if that's some kind of stipulation, then you move on because you have their future and you can dangle the Suns' future, which is not a good one right now. You can dangle that in front of the Milwaukee Bucks and say, hey, how would you like to play off and benefit off of the Suns' calamity, right? Like, how would you like to
be quicker than that?
Let's do that. So to me, the Suns don't have a player that's worth giving up. The Rockets giving up the Suns' future for, if that makes sense, right? So I wouldn't do it for Kevin Durant, and I wouldn't even do it for the most recent version of Devin Booker that we've seen. And I like Devin Booker, but I wouldn't give up all of those picks to get him. So to me, it's either, hey, I'll give you this 10th pick, you get Jabari Smith or one of these other guys that's not necessarily that's not Alperen Sengun, Jalen Green, or Amin Thompson, but that's as good as it's going to get for you.
There have been conflicting reports I've seen about Devin Booker, but the main thing being that the Rockets have soured on him based off of, I guess, just last year, this season that's wrapping up now at the NBA Finals, are not as interested in him now as Giannis. The news there is that suddenly, to quote Seinfeld, suddenly a new contender has emerged, and that's the Toronto Raptors, evidently. Now, the odds, this is all just going off of betting odds, really, and the reporting from sources. But based off of the odds, the Rockets are still behind, or I should say the Raptors are still behind the Rockets in the odds. Giannis is still favored in Vegas to stay in Milwaukee at minus 140, and then you have the Spurs, followed by the Rockets, would be the third favorite if you include the Bucks. The Rockets are at plus 450. Now the Raptors are at plus 1,000. And I've heard this idea that if you're Giannis, the East is almost like the JV compared to the West, which is the varsity. Why not stay in the Eastern Conference if you're Giannis, if you can find that fit? I know that's why some people have floated out even this ridiculous idea of going to the Brooklyn Nets because it's New York City and it's the Eastern Conference, even though they have nothing else right now. But, those could be appealing things for Giannis. Now the Raptors in that Eastern Conference emerge. And there's always been this other thought, too, in NBA circles of, these international guys are different than the guys that grow up in this country that might be more ring-chasing, and the international guys are a little more loyal, and they stick to their teams, and they don't want to leave. The Bucks are still the favorites to keep Giannis. Do you think he even moves? And if he does, do you think it's the Spurs, the Rockets?
Yeah, I think they're just specific to Giannis and not even necessarily the international guys, which there probably is something to that. I do sense that Giannis is more inclined to stay and more inclined to ride it out. Now, I would have some serious questions about that decision-making. You know, like if writing the wall, and to me, to want to stay is not seeing the writing on the wall. It's to not understand the gravity of the situation. So, like, I would question that. I would also question, y'all, is this hypocritical of me that as much as I respect Giannis and agree with the point that would be made on the surface of, hey, the East is easier to get through than the West, that I lose a little bit of respect for the idea of running away from the grind? Mm-hmm. Like, you're Giannis. I could see maybe if he was even a lesser talent, like a top 15 to 20 player instead of a top 5, which he is. You're Giannis. So wherever you go, that's the side that the ledger moves toward. That team has the momentum, for lack of a better term, than, let's say, just the idea of a conference being stronger. Like, no, the West just got even stronger because Giannis is in it if he goes there. Right. The East, remains, I guess, whatever it was because Giannis remains there. Like, you are a significant enough talent and player to influence what a conference looks like to me. So I would suspect him to view himself the way I view him.
I'm with you. When I saw that news, honestly, yeah, it turned me off a little bit. Like, you know what? I want him less now. I want you to come compete in the toughest.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Have that confidence. Don't just don't take the easy way out. Real quick, because we have to hit a break. The Athletic also reported that if the Rockets cannot re-sign Steven Adams, they would target Brook Lopez. Would you welcome Brook Lopez onto this team?
Yes, because I think he provides, obviously provides size for you, and you need that with Steven Adams being out. Now, he's not the brute force that Steven Adams will be, but also the shooting element. Shoot the ball, I would welcome on this team because they don't have enough guys that can just simply do that.
We'll see what happens as the offseason unfolds. The NBA Finals get underway this week between the Thunder and the Pacers. Hey, coming up, it's the time for Dirty's Daily, as we do here on The Drive, 4 p.m. every day. The fellas might not be here, but we'll hold it down anyways. We'll do it next. It's The Drive.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
How does Coach D'Amico plan to address the offensive line during OTAs?
When it comes to finding our best group, it'll be a lot of mixing and matching guys, putting guys in different spots and seeing, which 5 guys
Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Tyler is my daddy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by McCullers Injury Lawyers.
Yes, sir. Dirty's Daily, powered by McCullers Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. Now, the fellas are not here. Luke Morrow sitting in alongside Brandon Scott, but we'll still hold it down here for Dirty's Daily anyways. Clint will be back tomorrow. He'll be in the rest of the week. B. Scott, you'll be here with him the next couple of days?
We'll see. We'll see.
Put a pin in that.
Yeah. But you're right. You're right. That is the plan.
Yes, it's the plan. But whatever that expression is, best made plans, whatever it is. You finish the rest. But we're here today. Happy to be doing so. And we'll handle Dirty's Daily today. You can always text the show, 713-572-4610. Brandon, you were out at OTAs today. And so the big story on C.J. Stroud. He was not throwing or did not throw again today. We heard from DeMeco Ryans talk about it. But for being there in person, as we go another day without any throwing, just what were your takeaways? Well, no, first let me start with this. What were like the vibes of being there in person, specifically towards C.J. Stroud? As you talk to the other people, as you watch the team, how did it feel with Stroud being unable to throw today?
Yeah, so a thing that happens at practice and especially at an OTA or a training camp is attendance, and this carries over into the regular season. So that's one of the things that's going to happen pretty much at every practice. But like aside from that, the one thing other than like just checking off boxes or checking off numbers, if you will, to see like go down the roster list, who's here, who's doing what, who's working off to the side, who do you see, who do you not, it's what exactly is C.J. Stroud doing? And you can hear all of us are watching, and then you can hear the whispers, and you're even asking yourself, did you see, like if you look over to the side and you miss something, hey, did C.J. throw? Have you seen him throw? Like basically everybody asked the question to each other. We're all asking that. So nothing from C.J., nothing from C.J. So it is a thing there at practice that, kind of has just sort of metastasized, if you will. It started off as kind of a small thing in the beginning, the first day, and once you get to a third day, and this is just the third day that we've watched, they've been out there much more than that, it becomes more of a thing. So let's watch out for CJ. Let's see what CJ's doing, and then that's going to inform our questioning after the practice is over, and of course it's going to inform the conversations that we have, like on the radio, and the pieces that we write in our respective publications. Like this is going to be the lead, and of course, like we mentioned earlier in the show, it's something that led SportsCenter, the last SportsCenter edition that we were watching. I'm pretty sure it's something that we're going to see later in the night on SportsCenter. DeMeco Ryans himself, not just down there on the ticker, and not just a headline on ESPN.com, but an actual, what we call in the TV business, a SOT, sound on tape, of DeMeco Ryans answering these very questions. So it is a much bigger story today than it was, let's say, 6 days ago. So I mean, those are the vibes. All eyes on C.J. Stroud, and then all questions on whoever can answer a question about C.J. Stroud.
Knowing what you do know, and obviously the Texans have been very secretive about this, but where's your, let's say, panic meter, we'll call it, on a scale of 1 to 10 in regards to the Texans starting quarterback right now? What number would you place it at?
So I'm going to keep the panic pretty much down to a minimum, but I also don't want to minimize the importance of him being out there or the importance of him just simply being healthy. So, like, if you're asking me about how panicked I am, it's probably around a 4, okay, in terms of, like, actual panic, if we're going to use the term literally. But in terms of how big of a concern it is or how important it is, I mean, it's the highest number that you can get. Like, it's got to be, you can overstate the importance of having, especially when you have a franchise quarterback. If he was just some slap, you know what, quarterback, then I don't think it'd be that big of a deal at all. He's just a middling guy, replacement level. But we're all under the impression that C.J. Stroud is a high-level, top-level quarterback. And those guys don't grow on trees. You don't just easily replace them. So, to hell with depth at a position. C.J. Stroud ain't out there, cancel Christmas. So, it's super important. And I think that, right now we're at a point in the season where we don't need to panic, but it's obviously something that you have to be concerned about and keep an eye on and continue to monitor because of how important he is to the overall operation and goals that the team has in 2025.
I want to use Dirty's Daily today to run through some of these Texans talkers and some of your thoughts coming out of OTAs after spending some time over there. So let me ask you about Christian Harris, and I believe D'Amico was asked about Christian Harris as well today, but last year, when we talk about these injuries that drag on, and we always focus on the Astros, and rightfully so, because the many examples there, most notably Kyle Tucker and Jordan. But when it comes to the Texans, Christian Harris was their version last year, where we were just trying to figure out when he was going to come back, what was the injury. And despite some high expectations, last year was kind of a lost season for him. Where are you right now on Christian Harris, or where are the Texans with Christian Harris after spending some time over there for OTAs?
Yeah, and so this was the other thing. C.J. Stroud was obviously the big focus, but this was the other thing that I was asking about even before we got to D'Amico Ryans, just asking the ones that are in contact with Christian Harris's agents, because there are multiple agents apparently for Christian Harris, and they're not getting too many answers. And so I took it to D'Amico Ryans. I asked him after the practice, what is their sort of a generic question of, hey, what's the plan to get Christian Harris, let's say, back to form of what he was 2 seasons ago as opposed to last year? And we got a very short answer of, he's on the right track to be ready for training camp. But for me, Luke, Christian Harris is the most curious case, even more so than CJ. CJ Stroud is in an infinitely more important situation and a more important case. But I think, pretty straightforward. Seems like sore shoulder, doesn't seem catastrophic. I'd be shocked if he's not, ready to go week 1 or if he's not ready to go for training camp. That's when the panic meter starts to go up. But with Christian Harris, man, we haven't seen him look the same since he was running down Lamar Jackson in the divisional round two seasons ago now. And like you mentioned, last year was a lost year, and it seemed like he was on his way, and this is why this is important. It seemed like he was just on his way to becoming one of those impact guys, one of those marquee guys on the defense. And you look up, and 2 rookies last year, second-year guys now, but 2 rookie guys passed him up in the hierarchy there in Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. Those are guys that I'm much more feeling like I can depend on, rely on, and expect more out of to contribute to the defense overall 2 years before them. And again, was chasing around Lamar Jackson in a playoff game, specifically given that assignment. So where I'm at is uneasy. He is the most curious case of them all, and I just can't quite figure it out. I wish I had a better answer, and that's the concerning part, is that I feel like I got far more questions than answers when it comes to Christian Harris.
Yeah, I think that puts it well. We do have that audio, but I figured not even worth playing it because it was so short. It's a 5-second clip of D'Amico who said he's working hard and will be ready for camp. So keep our eye out.
Yeah, and I'm the one that asked the question, and I wasn't expecting to get an elaborate answer because you can tell D'Amico just does not like talking about injuries. I don't know any coach football coach anyway that does.
We don't like that.
And I think that, it's part coach, but then also he's a lifer, right? So he's a former player. It makes sense that he would want to protect the shield. I know that's normally associated with the league, but the shield in this case is the team, the Texans team that he's, in charge of running. But it is an odd thing that a guy that, at least I was under the impression, was supposed to be as important to the overall operation as he was, plays a position, I know not the exact same linebacker position, but at least is a linebacker in the way that D'Amico Ryans is a former linebackers coach, and admittedly continues to have a heart for linebackers, right? Has a bias toward linebackers, even as a defensive coordinator, which he once was, and as a head coach, which he is now, still cares a lot about linebacker play. Say probably your most talented guy, just raw talent at that position, is somebody that we're not really sure what his status is or how much he's going to be able to contribute. Like, think about it. Not only was he hurt last year, but when he came back, still didn't quite look the same, didn't look great out there, and then suffered another injury. Like, everybody knows about the calf injury from last year that held him out for so long, but little is talked about the ankle injury that, sidelined him toward the end of the season, or limited him at least toward the end of the season, and appears to be what's limiting him now. I don't know if it's the same ankle injury or if it's a new ankle injury, but it does appear that he's got another ankle or has an ankle, like right now. I don't think it's the calf. I think it's the ankle right now. Okay, what is the effect of that? What does it all mean? And I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
How about our guy B. Scott, though, asking the good questions today? You got that answer out of Christian Kirk about the offense, asking D'Amico about Christian Harris.
Skeezy always bringing it.
You know what? And I appreciate that, but I do want to just kind of give us all collectively, everybody that was there, the entire press corps, a pat on the back. I don't think we always do a good job, just in the interest of transparency here. I don't think we always do a great job of asking the necessary and great questions. I thought we did that today, and kudos to us. Will Kunkel from Fox 26 was the one that asked about the injury part, or I'm sorry, the surgery question.
Oh, yeah.
Which had not been asked before and I think needed to be asked at some point. I'm glad that he did it. And D'Amico's sort of non-answer, similar to what I said earlier, the silence was deafening. And I know he wasn't silent, but he didn't answer the question. It was a direct question, didn't give a direct answer. But it's hard not to read something into it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I mean, you expect a direct answer to a direct question and you didn't get it.
Yeah, and we'll play that audio again coming up at 5 o'clock if you didn't hear from the head coach earlier today. Third and final thing I wanted to get to from the Texans OTAs with you is, we got the news of the Ronald Darby retirement yesterday, but with the top-end talent, we talked about Darby's retirement earlier, and how, that's a depth piece, it's a veteran piece, it's a guy you should be able to replace this offseason. Even with that news, which, despite some Texans fans freaking out, I don't think it was a huge piece of news. Did you come away from the OTAs feeling like, hey, this secondary could be one of the best in football?
I do. I do think that the secondary can be one of the best in football, but again, that's got to do with the top end of the talent, the front end of what they got going on. Because I'll say this, I don't think Ronald Darby retiring is that significant, but I do think now more than ever, or now more than before, I should say, that Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter got to stay healthy. Like, those guys just flat out can't get injured, or not, at least not significantly injured. They missed some time, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on a number of guys. Obviously, whoever comes in and fills in for them, I don't think is going to be nearly as good or as talented. And so pressure on them to at least try to perform close to that level or to not be a significant drop-off. I think more than anything, it'll put more pressure on the guys up front, who I think are the engine of the defense. But to give some relief on those guys who got to cover, you're going to have to shorten the amount of time that they got to cover. Because I don't think Kamari Lassiter, or as far as number 2 corners go, probably close to as good as you can get. I just don't think you can afford it. You can't afford it, and so now it means that Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter, even the guys inside, they got to get home a lot quicker. I'm curious to know, does that make you blitz more or blitz even less? And I know they don't even like to blitz a whole lot. They're very selective and very selective with how much they blitz and when they do it. So does that put more pressure on you to blitz and try to, put pressure on the offense? Or do you feel like, hey, we can't afford to do that because we don't have the guys that can cover, that can cover the same. So it'll be interesting to see what is the residual effect of if something happens to one of those guys, given that they don't have a Ronald Darby or even like a Jeff Okudah, who wasn't healthy for most of last year and just, probably wasn't as effective as they wanted him to be. But you just don't have that. You don't have the depth at that position that you would ideally have. And, I guess who does have depth at corner? But you would like to see it be a little bit more comforting than what it is.
And then I had to squeeze this in. I saw this story yesterday. I didn't know where to fit it into any show, but I figured why not here at Dirty's Daily. Oh, last thing, by the way, in the secondary, Pro Football Focus did do strengths and weaknesses for every team. No surprise, the Texans' strength, according to Pro Football Focus, is the pass defense. Weakness is the offensive line. And then they put Cam Robinson as the X factor for the Texans season.
Interesting. I think that there's something to that because he's replacing offensive line that they had last year. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I think that speaks for itself. I will say to the point of the secondary, Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter both, like I'm expecting them. Those are super motivated, highly motivated guys. And you just kind of read some of the stuff from the offseason about how they're moving and how they're operating and how they're approaching this season. They're moving like guys that have been in the league much longer than 1 year, much longer than just going into their second season. They got high goals and aspirations of not just playing second fiddle to Derek Stingley Jr., but carving their own lane and their own path with this Texans defense and in this league. So I'm really excited to see what that looks like, because last year they were doing this kind of just like with wide eyes and not necessarily really knowing what they were doing. They were playing off of sheer ability. Now they're really thinking the game through, on top of the fact that they're still young guys who are extremely explosive and can make plays.
And let me shoehorn this story into Dirty's Daily because I saw it. It's absurd. A guy won $3.6 million playing the lottery in Canada. I don't know if you saw this story.
Good God.
And his ex-girlfriend took the money and ghosted him. Supposedly, he did not have a bank account.
Oh.
He's playing the lottery. He doesn't have a bank account. So they put it into her bank account.
Oh, my God.
Went to go claim it. They got the big giant check. And then I don't know the exact timeline, but he said she never returned to the hotel room they were sharing, and he hasn't heard from her since. She ran away with the $3.6 million he supposedly won.
Damn.
I probably shouldn't admit this out loud, but I would not only be hunting for her, but I might kill her. Sorry to admit it.
Yeah.
Let this be a note to anybody in my life who is now. First of all, I got a bank account, and I ain't putting no $3.6 million. I wouldn't put that in my mama's account, and I know where she's going to be at all times.
Oh no,
and trust her implicitly, but it ain't happening.
He also says that he was given bad advice by the Western Canada Lottery Corporation, as they did not warn him of the risks of having his girlfriend sign the winning ticket. So now I think the money technically, becomes hers anyways.
What's the
damn amount?
Let me ask y'all, and I know we got to get out of here, but if you don't have a bank account and then you win the lottery, more money than you've ever seen in your life, what's your first order of business? Is it not to go get a bank account? Like, how long is that?
Buy a briefcase.
How long is that ticket redeemable? And I think you can get a bank account before that ticket expires.
It's a good point.
That would have been literally the first thing that I did.
He was going to walk out of there with that giant check and just go
I like Happy Gilmore.
Cash it at Walmart or something. I don't know.
I was kidding, by the way, about killing her, but I definitely would want to. I wouldn't do it, but I'd think about it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, someone on the text line said the same thing. If you win $3.6 million, why don't you go open your own account?
It's a thought.
It's a good point.
I mean, it is a novel concept, but maybe go do that.
That is brutal. You win $3.6 million, and your now ex-girlfriend runs away with it. Tough. Hey, when we come back, who has the most pressure on them to get this Texans offense right in 2025? We'll do it next at The Drive.
Nick Caley expects physicality from the new-look Texans offense. on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The fellas are out today. Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott filling in for them instead here on The Drive. Coming up, who has the most pressure to get this Texans offense right in 2025? We'll get to that. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. Evidently, it seemed like last segment might have come off as a little negative. And I think part of it, I always say, it's like you never hear about all the planes that land. It's more interesting to hear about the planes that unfortunately didn't land correctly. But you never watch the news and they say, hey, by the way, the flight made it safely to JFK this morning.
Yeah, good talk.
Yeah. So, but with that said, I can be a bit of a people pleaser, so I want to make sure everyone's satisfied. And I'll just ask you before we get to the Texans offense, having spent time out at the OTAs, what was the most positive thing? What stood out most to you positively about the Texans?
I think not even just this practice today, but since we've been out there since last week, okay? The most positive thing is feeling like that Jaden Higgins, the top pick that they made in this draft, is the real deal. Now,
the arrow's pointed up.
How much can you really glean from an OTA practice? How much is there really to take away from it? I mean, that's up for debate, and I think that's a fair question to ask. But have takeaways from what we see. He looks every bit of the part. So I would say that that's a big thing. Also, for me, and I know people have different feelings about the idea of Derek Stingley fielding punts, but every time I see Derek Stingley with the ball in his hands, I get football horny, to use a Clint Stoerner term that I'm not a big fan of, but I just want to stick with the sort of the theme of the show. Like that gets me excited because I feel like
that boner.
Man, look, Derek Stingley Jr. is just a dynamic player. I think in any context, I think they should figure out more ways to get the ball in his hands. And I'm not saying that he needs to be like playing two ways and be playing offense per se, but fielding punts, punt returner, I can deal with that. I know there's a lot of maybe apprehension about the injury history and you want to kind of shield him from that. But give me fun over fear. You know, I'd rather have fun than be scared. And the idea of Derek Stingley having the ball in his hand and fielding some punts this year intrigues me. And I watched him before they really got started field some punts with one hand. Like, the dude is he is a sensei out there, man. He is a football savant, and I want to see more. So Derek Stingley and just laying eyes on him is a positive. Jaden Higgins looking the part, I think, is a positive. So, yeah, no, I think all of those things are things that you can feel really good about.
I remember when Adrian Peterson used to return kicks, and you want to get the ball in some of these guys' hands and let them see, let them do things, even if it's on special teams.
Yeah, Adrian Peterson, in a lot of ways, was the perfect football player. The right combination of size, power, speed, no weaknesses in his prime.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you want to literally give him the ball every time?
Yeah, right.
I mean, I don't know why you would do anything else.
Yeah. By the way, we also did make the case that the secondary might be the best in football last segment, so I guess it wasn't all negative.
Yeah. Especially healthy.
That's right.
And they're healthy now.
Yeah.
Did they not hear my Kalen Bullock take?
That's
my
right.
Kamari Lassiter take?
Yeah.
That these guys are on an all-pro track. Mm-hmm. Even if they don't actually attain it, that is clearly what they are working toward. Not playing second fiddle to the guy that's already all-pro, but hey, we're here too. I love it.
That's right. You can always text the show, 713-572-4610. Let me call an audible. We'll get to that pressure for the Texans offense coming up in a few minutes for next segment. And instead, let me insert here, still with the Texans offense. I've had this concern now for a couple weeks that I'm worried we might be a little too, it's funny I bring this up now after the conversation we just had, we might be a little too hopeful or positive with the Texans offense or specifically the weapons. And I bring this up because Seth actually put me onto it a couple weeks ago, where he had mentioned last year C.J. Stroud, when under pressure, was, I'm trying to remember the numbers off the top of my head, I think he was 9th in the first 7 weeks when under pressure in terms Diggs got injured, he became like 19th under pressure in that rating. And Seth was talking about he went back, he watched the film, and he saw a lot of just small window throws that Diggs, as a veteran, right, was a big help when under pressure. Just kind of throw it up towards him or throw it towards him. Diggs can make the play. And so that got me thinking as I look ahead to this year. Obviously, Stephon Diggs is gone, but you look at some of these weapons, and you're relying on Christian Kirk, who, unfortunately, and maybe this isn't fair to label him, but, he's been oft injured in recent years, and I think that should be continue to be a concern. And then behind him, you look at a lot of young guys, most notably the 2 rookies they brought in that many believe will be 3 and 4 in the depth chart. So those are 3 of your top 4 receivers. We know what Nico Collins is, but, he was also obviously on the team last year. But when you look at the new pieces brought in for this offense, you have a guy who has injury concerns, and you have 2 rookies who I'm hopeful, I'm excited, but still draft picks are kind of a 50-50 proposition. Who's to say that they do pan out? So I guess my point in all this is that I feel like there's a wide variance with the offensive weapons, that if everyone hits their ceiling, you could have a really good wide receiving core. But worst case scenario, maybe that's why it's worst case scenario, Christian Kirk deals with some injuries. The rookies take a little longer to develop. You don't have that Stephon Diggs last year that could bail you out of tough situations with a shaky offensive line. I just worry about that worst case scenario this year without someone like Stephon Diggs, and what, when Stroud's under pressure and he looks out there and you see these young guys running around, what that could
worry is real and valid, because it's not just you're not just wondering, you've got a decent enough memory to know what it looked like when it was like that, right? Like it literally just happened. The answer to the question, you've got an actual example of what that looks like, okay? So the rookies clearly weren't here last year because they're rookies. Christian Kirk wasn't here last year, and everybody else who's here was, okay? So like the rest of the options, Nico Collins, obviously great. You need more than that. So what do you have that's beyond that? Okay, John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. I think for the roles that we suspect that they'll play, and that's just like complementary receivers, guys that are options but not primary options, I think that they're just fine in those roles. But if the worst case scenario plays out as you describe it, and Christian Kirk is banged up and those rookie receivers aren't quite as ready as we feel like they could be, and some of us are hoping that they are, then now those other guys are thrust into the positions that they were in last year and didn't necessarily live up to that, or didn't necessarily seem like they were ready for that or up for that. And so, no, that does not make you feel good in the context of it being a new offense, a new offensive lineman, and new offensive linemen that are here for a reason, here to fix the problems that they had previously. No, that is not in your confidence, I don't think, if those guys the rookies don't live up to the hope and the expectation, and Christian Kirk is not able to stay healthy. It's a legitimate concern. Who is he supposed to be throwing the ball to? Who are the weapons supposed to be? Are you relying more on hoping that Dalton Schultz has a little bit of a bounce back year? We had the conversation earlier in the show about some of the thinnest positions. Tight end did not come up, but it easily could have.
Yeah.
So I think it is a valid, while we're hope trafficking, and it is a season for that, it is a time for that. I don't take any shame in that. I think it's just fine to be hopeful and optimistic in June, okay? But while we're doing that, I do think the other side of that is being cautiously optimistic about what the reality is. And the reality is you got 2 unproven guys that are expected to play very key roles, and 1 proven guy who does have an injury history. So that's hard to avoid, honestly.
Yeah, which is why I think there's a high ceiling, but I also think, unfortunately, there could be a low floor. To your point, Kick Rocks also said it's got to be the tight ends who get the targets under pressure. But, yeah, I don't know how Texans fans feel about Dalton Schultz right now. So, I don't know if that makes you feel any better.
Soft as baby poo.
There you go. Speaking for all Texans fans, I think many would say something similar.
I got y'all's back.
Yeah, appreciate it. So I don't know if the tight end position or Schultz makes you feel any better in that scenario.
Yeah, no, not at all.
All right, I teased this earlier. Then we called an audible on air for timing purposes. Now we'll get to it when we come back. Who has the most pressure on them to get this Texans offense right in 2025? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
Guys, it's 6:10 to talk about on the radio.
Should we be concerned about CJ's from Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott in for the guys today here on The Drive. Coming up, who has the most pressure on them to get this offense for the Houston Texans where they would like it to be in this 2025 season? Talk about that.
This is interesting, man. I've pondered on this ever since you presented it pre-show.
Yeah,
because I think all of the options are viable. You know, not as a cop out, but just as a reality of it.
Yeah,
I think you could go a number of different directions. So I'm very curious to see how this segment goes for all of us.
Text the show 713-572-4610 to offer up your thoughts and opinions. Who has the most pressure on them to correct the offense this year? And I guess when I think about that question, I might say that it comes down to, like, who would be blamed the most if things don't work out this year. And
that's an interesting spin on it. That's an interesting spin on it. Yeah, okay.
Let's go who are we going to hold most accountable if things don't work out this year? And so the options that I presented, and feel free to provide your own, but the obvious ones: head coach DeMeco Ryans, obviously new offensive coordinator Nick Caley. Then you have the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, of course. And then Cole Popovich, new offensive. Throw me, say, the GM for the roster construction. You could do that as well.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
It might be. We'll see. I know 713 texted in and said Stroud doesn't have it, whatever that is. I know some people are down on Stroud after what we saw last year and from year 1 to year 2. So who has the most pressure on them to right the ship and correct it? Obviously, Caley's the new guy. We saw Stroud last year. DeMeco's been here. Popovich was here, but now in a different role. So when it comes to Stroud, you have something to base it off of. You want to see improvement from last year. Caley, maybe there's some sort of learning curve. But who has the most pressure? I will toss it up to you first, Brandon. Who do you think the onus is on the most for this offense? Who do you think might be held the most responsible if things don't improve offensively for the Texans this year?
So I think that the answer has to go to the offensive coordinator, Nick Caley. And I think that it's pretty close between Caley and Cole Popovich, because the primary issue with the offense was the offensive line. I think we can all agree on that part. You know, for all of all of our different gripes and things that we might point out about the team, the thing that kept them from going from good to great or from even mediocre to good was the offensive line. That was the Achilles heel. They couldn't protect Stroud. They didn't really run block as well, even though the run game was better, but I think that was largely in part because they just had a better running back. They had Joe Mixon, like an actual number 1 running back. So I think is probably – this is interesting because the offensive line itself is probably under the most pressure. But from a coaching standpoint, I think it's Nick Caley, and that's because he is the new guy. Like I think with Cole Popovich, you could say – and let's say the offensive line doesn't perform well. Mm-hmm. You could maybe excuse that away by just saying, you know what, they're just not good at acquiring offensive linemen, because that's been my take. That's been my position on it for a while now. Like, for as good as they are at identifying defensive players, they, for whatever reason, have a weakness when it comes to scouting or evaluating or acquiring offensive linemen. I don't know what the reason is, but again, all I can deal with is the results, and the results ain't good. So I know that part. But to me, Cole Popovich was here last year. You could say, like, that just simply changing coaches wasn't enough. They needed a complete overhaul in talent, okay? But for Nick Caley, I think it's much bigger, because you're changing offense and scheme and system and play calling. He's in his first year doing it. And again, I pointed this out earlier when we were talking about the C.J. Stroud injury, but this is just such a critical year in the C.J. Stroud era.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, nobody has any questions about paying the guy. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. But just in terms of making the most out of, we talk about this all the time when we're having football conversations, making the most out of the rookie contract of the quarterback like hitting on finding out you hit on the quarterback early, not wasting no time on it. And certainly you did that with C.J. Stroud, with him starting from day one and being good basically from his third game on, right? Or really the second half of his second game in the NFL all the way through. He's been a legitimate quarterback ever since then. So it's like, okay, now C.J. Stroud's present and future is in the hands of Nick Caley. Okay, and that to me is much bigger than just simply the job that the offensive line coach does. Also, the offensive line coach does still answer to the offensive coordinator. So, like, even to some degree, whatever lack of performance you get from the offensive line coach and the offensive line is still going to fall at the feet of said offensive coordinator Nick Caley. So that to me has got to be the answer. He's responsible for the offense in its totality, but also we have now put the future of C.J. Stroud in his hands, and there's nothing more valuable and more important for this team.
That's interesting because I actually thought of the other two names I had mentioned. I think I lean more towards C.J. and D'Amico, actually. And I think it also is dependent on where you stop drawing that line. So like you said, Nick Caley oversees the offense. And I'll get to some of these texts in a moment, but I've seen people say, well, yeah, but then D'Amico's the head coach who oversees all of it. Yeah. So he's responsible for the guy who's responsible for the offense. And then I saw someone say, well, Nick Caserio's the GM who does all the hiring and the play. So he's responsible for the guy who's responsible, so on and so forth.
There is a chain reaction here, a domino effect, if you will.
That big Nick energy.
So it's everyone has a different who you most responsible. 832 says it's got to be Caserio. He's responsible for better or worse for all the personnel decisions, including the offensive coordinator, O-line, acquisitions, etc. 100% on D'Amico. This year and last year, he needs to coach the whole team. Someone else said D'Amico, period. The answer is CJ. D'Amico commands a top 5 defense. We've changed the offensive line. We've changed the offensive line coach. We've changed the offensive coordinator. The only constant has remained CJ Stroud. If he doesn't deliver, it's his fault. Someone said the offensive line and the offensive line coach.
Well, wait a second here, man. Hold on.
Yeah.
Because, look, I was just interacting with one of our texters during the break about, us being a little bit too negative and all of that. Part of the reason why I didn't go with D'Amico or CJ is because I thought that would have been overly negative. They are a huge part of the reason why the Texans are where they are now. Huge part of the reason why they won 10 games over the last couple of seasons. I just felt like those, not to say that there's not pressure on those guys, they're almost obvious answers because they're at the top of the food chain, but they also, to me, have the most equity built up. They have the least to prove. They are the most accomplished of this list. And so, maybe it's, heavy is the head that wears the crown. If you want to take that, stance or perspective on it, you can. But to me, those are the most proven guys. Those are the guys that I believe in the most. And so, yeah, they got pressure on them. But maybe I answered it the way that I did because the other ones are the ones that are unproven. Those are the guys that ain't shown me nothing. Yeah. I don't know what Cole Popovich is as an offensive line coach. I still feel I would be shocked if I got to the end of this season and I was somehow doing a complete 180 talking about how D'Amico Ryans ain't no good coach and C.J. Stroud ain't no good quarterback. I just can't imagine that world. I think the world of both of them, and I got a hard time believing that something's going to happen this season that's going to make me think otherwise. So, yeah, they got the most pressure because they're at the top of the food chain, but at the same time, they're also, again, like I said, they got the most equity built up. I got a hard time believing that they're not going to at least give me, at the bare minimum, what I've seen from them in the previous years.
Yeah, which is interesting because I'm with you on that, which is why I think I go the opposite way.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would give Caley and Popovich almost a pass, I guess, because it is their first year.
Maybe some grace, okay.
Although they will have, don't get me wrong, they have a lot of pressure on them, and if things are a disaster, I think there's a lot of pressure on this offensive team that I wouldn't be surprised if Nick Caley's one and done if he proves the job is too much for him. I think there's a lot of pressure in getting this right. But where I go to Stroud and D'Amico is because they have been here. And while D'Amico is a good head coach, and while he's a very good defensive mind, and he's done a really good job here, and don't forget what things were like before D'Amico arrived here in Houston. Let's not take him for granted. Still, the offense has been the side of the football where, as the one texter I referred to said, coach the whole team. There's this idea of he's the defensive guy. You bring in your buddy Bobby Slowick, it was a disaster. Now if you bring in Nick Caley, I shouldn't say disaster, that's too strong, but it didn't work out. Now if you bring in Nick Caley, and that doesn't work either, it's almost like how many opportunities, not that D'Amico will be on the hot seat, but when it comes to specifically the offense, how many opportunities do we have to give, right? You go 0 for 2 in coordinators. And then for Stroud, I've always said this, that I always compare it to the whole, in the music industry, the third album being the big thing. He was great in year 1. I don't know any other quarterbacks, please text the show if you can name one, who had a rookie season like C.J. Stroud and then never duplicated it or just fell off. So I am a C.J. Stroud guy. But when you have the good year and then you have the bad year, that third year is kind of the prove it to show us what you really are. And then you talk about the contract, you talk about this, you talk about the opportunity to win while you have the quarterback on that rookie contract. So I think there's a lot of pressure on him. Obviously, there always is, because quarterbacks, it's like the whole quarterback win stat, where obviously that's not just about the quarterback, but we put so much pressure on the quarterback that when the team doesn't win enough, when Lamar Jackson plays well in the playoffs, but his defense fails him, Lamar can't win in the playoffs. So it might not be fair, but it always comes back to the quarterback. So I think I lean more towards DeMeco for trying to, as the head man, got to get this side of the football right, and then obviously Stroud, because you're the quarterback, fair or otherwise, it's always going to come down to you, even if you don't have the best play caller or you don't have the strongest offensive line. You know, Patrick Mahomes makes his offense better. Tom Brady seemed to make his receivers better. So you still have to try to get the most out of that offense you can, even if it's not the perfect setup.
So what makes it a fun segment is actually the cop-out answer, which is really all of them.
It's true.
You know, like, and I'm glad I waited to the end of it to make that point. But they're all under a tremendous amount of pressure that I think is just different from the previous years. Obviously, Nick Caley and Cole Popovich are new to their role, and DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud, honeymoon phase in the first year, a lot of anticipation about isn't necessarily as great, but the result ended up being the same, and so you can come away from it with a similar feeling, like, okay, we're headed in the right direction. Winning a division, double-digit wins, winning a playoff game. The vibes are high. And I guess that's why I went that way. It's like a lot of it has to do maybe less with the question of pressure and more for me with confidence, right? My confidence is pretty high in those other two guys, and therefore I'm not putting as much pressure on them because I already believe in them and what they do. But the other ones, I don't, because I don't know them. I don't know what they do or how good they are at it. So there's pressure from that standpoint, but it's certainly fine to go with either one of those other ones because they're in higher positions, right? You could just leave it at C.J. Stroud because everything falls at the feet of the quarterback, right? Like it's a quarterback-driven league. And then, of course, the head coach. The head coach-quarterback combination is the most important combination that there is in football anyway. So you could almost say by default that it's on them. But those two guys, Nick Caley and Cole Popovich, are the unproven ones, and they're the ones with something to – C.J. Stroud has proven himself. You know, last year, downgrade, whatever, he's proven himself. DeMeco Ryans has proven himself. They got equity built up. These other two guys, they don't.
Yeah.
They just don't. So there's pressure for them to just simply prove themselves as worthy of the positions that they've been given.
It's true. Yeah, it's all four of them fall into it, and then it just comes down to personal opinion on every Texans fan of who you would blame the most. By the way, I see all the everyone immediately says RG. A quarterback who had a great first year, obviously we have to exclude injuries. A quarterback who had a great first year and then he just fell off. He kept getting worse to the point where he was just never that guy again.
Well, and in specific to Stroud, there have been very few rookie seasons like that. Like,
it's true.
You could even argue that the closest thing like it came after it, which was last year.
Yeah.
You know, with Jaden Daniels. So,
true.
like, I mean, that part of it I think matters, that you just rarely have you seen a quarterback perform like that, period, much less drop off after that.
It's true. Yeah, so something similar to Stroud's performance rookie year. People said Vince Young, and then people said Carson Wentz, who also had an injury, though. Or RG3, I should say, in Carson Wentz. Someone said Vince Young, but he completed half of his passes, had more interceptions than touchdowns. He was a different quarterback. I don't count him as having some legendary rookie season. Anyways, if you know of somebody who fits the profile, please text the show. Coming up, it's time for 5 o'clock fire. We'll do it next. It's The Drive.
A friendly suggestion. Don't disrespect Coach DeMeco. KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Yes, sir. 5 o'clock fire here on The Drive. Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott filling in for the guys today. Clint will be back tomorrow at B. Scott for the next couple days this week. At least that's certainly the plan. Hopefully getting off from work for the day here on this Tuesday with an easy commute home. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. Are the Astros already making adjustments? We'll get to that in a moment. They begin a series tonight with the Pirates in Pittsburgh, one of the best ballparks in the league, even though no one goes there. Lance McCullers on the mound tonight against Paul Skeens. Skeens losing record despite his 2.15 ERA. I think McCullers has pitched better than the numbers. It was just that one terrible outing against the Reds, but he's 0-1, ERA of 5.89. Who are you looking forward to watching more tonight, Lance McCullers or Paul Skeens?
Yeah, it's Lance McCullers for me because I'm an Astros fan. I'm a Houston guy. And, look, I'm a general and overall baseball fan. So if you give me Paul Skeens against anybody else but the team that I root for, but the team that I follow, then the answer is going to be Paul Skeens. And probably even if it was anybody else in this rotation, like Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown, I feel like I'm good on. Like, I understand what I'm going to get from them or know what I should expect from them. I feel good about them. On the other side of that, if it's a Ryan Gusto, Colton Gordon type, I shoulder shrug, like I get it. Like, I don't expect a whole lot. So locked in on Paul Skeens. But right there in the middle of those four guys that I mentioned on the Astros side is Lance McCullers, like firmly planted, uniquely positioned as a guy who I kind of sort of believe in, but also because of the history and how long it had been since he pitched up until recently. So it's Lance McCullers for me, but Paul Skeens, I am, like, from an Astro standpoint, very interested to see what this very decidedly mediocre Astros offense is able to accomplish against a decidedly excellent pitcher in Paul Skeens. So Lance McCullers is the answer, but Paul Skeens is a very, very close second.
Yeah, I've seen the run total for the Astros as low as 2.5 tonight against Skeens and the Pirates, so we'll see how that goes. This is the one unfortunate thing that, like, when you look at this Astros schedule, this is a bit of an easier stretch in the schedule. You get to play Pittsburgh, who's not good, even though it's on the road. But it's like, man, of this 3-game series, we get Skeens. Why couldn't we get the other guys? Right? Like, it's a bit of should be an easier series to take on the Pirates. But then you have to face one of the best pitchers in baseball tonight.
Yeah, I get that. I'm definitely with you, especially as somebody that's rooting for the team. But at the same time, I do like. I mean, ideally, from a competitive standpoint, you'd rather it be Hunter Brown up there, right? So, like, if we got to go up against Skeens, then damn it, they got to go up against Hunter Brown or Framber Valdez. Right. But the Lance McCullers thing does just make it, from a radio media standpoint, right, does to me just make it way more fascinating, way more interesting. Mm-hmm. Really any Lance McCullers start. But when you get to juxtapose it to Paul Skeens, like here's the standard for what pitching excellence is right now in Major League Baseball, and you're watching Lance McCullers not necessarily try to live up to that, but how does it measure up the cool thing from an observation standpoint?
You're right. I'm sounding like Giannis. If we're going to play the Pirates,
don't run from the grind,
that's
dog.
Right. We got to beat Paul Skeens in his building. Let's see if that's the case tonight. First pitch coming up in just over a half hour. We'll get to Tyler's best bets a little bit earlier, coming up in just a little bit, so you can get ready for all the games tonight. The Astros, by the way, while we're still on the Astros, before we move on to the next topic, injury updates from the Houston Astros. Another day and another update, another story here for the Astros. Ronel Blanco's scheduled to undergo Tommy John surgery on Friday. He was originally placed on the IL back on May 22nd. So that would put it at, about June, whatever that is, 7th. It's usually about maybe a year. So he'll miss maybe the first third of next season.
And then he's an Astro. So
I was just going to say, it's a good point.
Who knows?
Who knows? All right, so we'll see him in 2028. And then the other news is Zach DeZenzo's left hand revealed that he has a left hand capsule sprain Don't know what that is, to be honest with you. He has been prescribed rest. But
these nuts.
here's the noteworthy part of the statement they put out. He is scheduled to undergo re-imaging in 2 weeks. Do you think this is some sort of subtle adjustment already made by the Astros based off of everything that's been going on?
Yes.
That sounds new.
Very clearly. Like, is the first thing that, well, first of all, I just want to ask, do you need a medical degree to prescribe rest?
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like, I have no medical expertise, but I feel like I can. Are you okay, Luke? No? You know what you should do? You should go get you some rest.
That's true.
We can all say more rest and drink you some more water.
That's just my expert medical opinion. I don't know about the rest of you guys. But aside from that, on the injury update, I mean, God, like that, what a clear response to, oh, y'all don't think we're transparent enough, eh? Oh, y'all think we made a mistake with this imaging thing with Yordan Alvarez after we made the mistake with the imaging thing with Kyle Tucker last year, eh? All right, well, we'll show you guys. We're going to give you medical terms that unless you have a medical background or like understand anatomy a little bit better than the average person, you ain't going to know what the hell we're talking about anyway.
These Astros ain't loyal.
And, oh, by the way, we're going to make sure that you know that there's going to be re-imaging done past this initial diagnosis. So how you like them apples? How y'all love that, Astros media and fans?
Right.
Finally giving you what you've been asking for. I pick up what they're putting down.
Yeah, making a subtle change already. But
I don't hate it, by the way.
No, I like it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
They should have re-imaged Yordan after 2 weeks, too. Might have found something different.
Maybe they learned a lesson.
Jordan.
By the way, on the topic of rest, my grandmother had twins way back when, and my grandfather was a bit anxious about it, and the doctor told him, you seem to have anxiety, I prescribe you rest.
Yes.
So they brought newborns home, twins, and my grandfather's like, doctor told me I got to be bedridden. Sorry, lady.
Hey, I love how a dad gets to be prescribed something. It's like, and this was this as a father, we get the easy way out, man.
Right.
Like, if all we need is rest, we can go ahead and try to squeeze that in at some point. But, man, it's mama that's going through it, dog.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Crease, cracking back.
5 o'clock fire.
The big news out of the NBA today, the Knicks fired their head coach, Tom Thibodeau, after 5 seasons. Look, I knew this was going to be a possibility because it's the NBA, but you look back at the fact that they just had their most successful run in 30 years. They've had winning seasons for the last 5 years. He just brought them to their first conference finals in 25 years. Again, it's the NBA. I knew as that series was unfolding, he's on the hot seat. But we've seen coaches of the year get fired multiple times in the NBA. Now Thibodeau as well. Just first blush, your first reaction. You heard the news today, Thibodeau fired by the Knicks. What'd you think?
I'm not the biggest Tom Thibodeau guy, like the biggest Tom Thibodeau fan, and I think a lot of the criticisms that are levied his way are valid. But I do think overall in the NBA, this is kind of a generic statement, but I think it applies, there is a lack of appreciation for good coaches.
Yeah.
For, let's just call them above average coaches. Like, they just kind of throw them away as if they grow on trees, and it's an odd thing to me. Now, it worked out for, like in the case of, let's say, Cleveland and Detroit, right? Like, they get rid of Bickerstaff. He immediately gets a job with Detroit, and they do very well. But the guy that Cleveland hires in Snyder, that the coaching carousel or coaching musical chairs, if you will, that they did worked out. But it is some don't try this ish at home type of thing to me. Like, if you got a good coach, go ahead and keep him and don't take him for granted. It kind of baffles me, the lack of appreciation and overall respect that they have in this league for good coaches, that they're willing to just kind of car wash them the way they are. It's a weird thing to me.
Yeah, it sure is. And specifically with the Knicks, like, don't forget, kind of like I said earlier about the Texans before D'Amico, for the Knicks, you were lousy for 2 decades before Tom Thibodeau. And then you went through Mike Woodson for 2 years, Derek Fisher for 2 years, Jeff Hornacek for 2 years, David Fizdale for 2 years. You finally had some stability in Tom Thibodeau. You're finally consistently winning for the first time in decades. And you fired him because you came up 2 wins short for making the NBA Finals. I just don't get it. But it's the way of the NBA.
Yeah. It's tough.
It's
tough living.
It is. Fortunately, they get paid a lot of money, but otherwise, tough business.
Holy smoke!
5 o'clock fire.
Big news with the Houston Texans continues to be the fact that C.J. Stroud is still not throwing. Today was the last day of OTAs. B. Scott was out there today asking the questions. No Stroud. We've been talking about it all afternoon. But what I found most interesting about all this was DeMeco Ryans was asked about it. And it wasn't so much what he said, but it was more so what he was trying to avoid saying or what he didn't want to answer. Here was DeMeco Ryans. If you didn't already hear it today, here was the head coach when asked about.
Everybody's going to ask first, is CJ not throwing again? There's no concerns with CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, but he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there. Really excited the way our guys are working and competing out at practice. When you see a good team, what excites me is you're seeing both sides make plays. Offense, defense, there's a lot of back and forth, guys making plays. So really excited to see where our team are here in our second week of practicing. They're really growing, developing, taking the steps we need to take, and it's fun to watch. For CJ, it'll be, like I said, he has general soreness, and we're just taking extra precaution with him. When he's ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
Do you have any work on his shoulder in the offseason?
That's it for CJ, guys. On the questions, that's it. What I said, that's it for him. Like, it's general soreness, and we're taking extra precaution with him. We're not going to rush him into anything. He'll be fine. When the moment is for him to be ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
DeMeco Ryans earlier today talking about C.J. Stroud. Everything he said sounded great. Not concerned. When we need him, he'll be ready to go. So maybe it's just a short-term thing here, not any sort of long-term thing to worry about. No concern, not worried, just general soreness, yada, yada, yada.
Ooh.
But what stands out, the troubling part, is when asked specifically about anything done with that shoulder this offseason, he gave the old runaround. Couldn't give an answer, where you could simply just say no. Now, you were there today, Brandon. What'd you think of DeMeco Ryans' press conference in regards to C.J. Stroud?
DeMeco Ryans has been successful enough in both football and life to not need my advice, and so I'm just going to give it. If I were advising him, I would advise him to say, like, if the answer is no, please just say that.
Yeah.
Like just say no. Now, if
we don't like that.
If the answer is yes, I'm a little bit more sensitive to that because I understand why you might not want to volunteer that information or offer that information maybe ever, or certainly not at this point in the offseason. So I get it, which makes it a little bit more interesting because if the answer is no, you figure maybe what's the harm in saying no?
Yeah.
If the answer is yes, again, we see what the harm is in saying yes, or at least what the reluctance would be in saying yes. I'd like to think, and this is maybe just kind of me being a little bit overly optimistic about it, is just that DeMeco Ryans went up there with the anticipation or with the expectation that he would be able to say what he needed to say, maybe get one follow-up question and reiterate what he said. And when he got another one and a couple of more, maybe he lost his patience a little bit and was not expecting as much pushback given that he tried to get ahead of it. And I think that was more so of a lack of patience with the line of questioning as opposed to just avoiding what the answer is entirely. Like, look, man, I ain't got to answer all of these damn questions. I don't owe y'all no explanation. And that's me doing an impersonation of what I feel like he might be thinking in his own head as opposed to whatever the actual reality is. Just less so wanting to be accountable to everybody else. I'm accountable to myself and my team, not the media. I can understand that perspective, even if I didn't necessarily like it and it made me feel a little bit uneasy. I did not like not getting a definitive no to that. I don't suspect that he did have any kind of procedure. My understanding of what's going on is that whatever happened with CJ is fairly recent. And so that in and of itself would tell me, like, you know, unless the recent thing was actual surgery, which I don't believe it was, then this is a new thing that's going on with CJ Stroud. So I think the answer actually was no. I wish he would have just said that.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If that's the answer, just say it. What's the big deal about it?
Next time, just say no.
Yeah. I like that theory on DeMeco, though, of going up there with the plan and then, you know, just kind of get frustrated with the questions and whatnot. But, if the answer is no, just say it.
Treat it like dope. Just say no.
That's right. We've already established Tyler remembers the Dare song.
Yeah, they taught us, those Dare folks, doing the Lord's work.
Come on now, treat it like heroin.
D won't do drugs. A won't have an attitude. Or I will respect myself. E I will educate me now.
I wish I could pretend like I actually paid attention a little bit more in that segment of education than I actually did.
Yeah, did you have the DARE program?
Oh, yeah, we absolutely did. We had DARE. I got into a little bit of trouble, so we had Scared Straight.
Oh, wow.
I was in some of those classes where they tried to scare the hell out of you into living a good life.
Yeah.
I don't know if it exactly worked, but eventually everything worked out for me.
Did you know that song at all, the DARE song that he just sang?
I'm sure I was taught it, but no, I didn't. I didn't commit it to memory. Absolutely not.
One of those weird things that is just forever lodged in my brain. Forever.
It's pretty good. I don't remember that ever being.
It's good information, It's educational.
That's right.
Learn something. We teach the kids.
We do sports and PSAs around here.
Fair enough.
On the text line, 713 is calling a no-hitter against the Astros tonight, so that's great.
You can shut the hell up.
And also from 713, we get way too many texts that I see on the text line about the daughter of Jeff Hornacek. Anyways.
What?
It happens.
I'm not familiar with her game.
Me either, but every time I fill in on this station.
I expected you to say that.
Every time I fill in, people are texting about Jeff Hornacek's daughter. I don't know the backstory.
I'll do some research on it.
I was going to say, now I got to do some digging.
Yeah. Well, we got some time here to do it.
What do they call that? This is, we got to do some, what is it, journalism?
Investigative?
There it is. I don't know why I was blanking on that word, man. It's been a long day.
Yeah, thank goodness it's time for a commercial break. We could get to the bottom of this. Hey, when we come back, we got Tyler's best bets a little bit earlier today because, well, the Astros get underway a little bit earlier than maybe some nights. So get to those best bets next. Talk a little Astros as well. It's The Drive.
How does Coach D'Amico plan to address the offensive line during OTAs?
When it
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott in for the guys today here on The Drive. And you as well, 713-572-4610 to text the show. Are the Astros building a bad reputation? We'll get to that, plus Tyler's best bets in just a few moments. More texts came in about the daughter of Jeff Hornacek. Someone even sent a link.
I've never seen or heard about this, and it is throwing me off.
We have done the necessary investigative work.
Oh, yes, we have. And
we can return to report that, I don't feel like you need good reason to be is worth mentioning in any context and in any setting.
That Hornacek makes me feel quite Hornaceky. You know what I'm saying? What I mean is a little southern blood flow.
Oh, yeah. That was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was not expecting that. Nicely done by you, Tim.
I appreciate y'all, man. Whenever Ron's ass is here, he tries his best to make me feel like I'm an idiot. Freaking jerk.
It was corny, but still witty enough.
There's some irony there, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. It's funny, too, because I don't think he gets I will give a crap what he says.
Pretty funny.
713 said, whoa, she's hot. About Hornacek's daughter.
Yeah, I don't feel like we need good. I don't know what the reason is and why she came up. Like, it's very random and very unexpected.
It always is.
But upon further review, I don't feel like we need a good reason for this.
No. Sex appeals there.
No, my blood is still warm.
Champ.
So, yeah.
Champ Slice said, she's aight. Nothing special.
Oh, okay. All right, Champ.
Okay.
All right, well. More, I would say if she was interested, I'd say more for me.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like the Office episode where they had that whole debate about whichever actress it was, if she's hot or not.
Who was it? Yes. Oh, it's so good. That's a good episode.
Yeah, we're going to have to do that with maybe during All-Star Week in Major League Baseball. There's nothing else going on. Bring up the daughter of Jeff Hornacek.
But in what eyes? Like, I mean, maybe this is just not your prep. Maybe you've got like a specific type and she doesn't fit it. But like, I don't think she fits my type. But like a objectivity here, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know under what context she wouldn't be, a good-looking girl. Even if it's not exactly your lane or your type.
Yeah, she's easy on the eyes, no matter which way you. You know what? Who said that? Who popped off about she's aight?
Champ Slice is a country. Y'all know how Champ Slice likes to get down. But
silly goose.
Champ Slice, you lying if you said you kick her out of bed for eating crackers.
That's right.
I bet you wouldn't.
Speaking of which, from the 936, they ask about Olivia Dunn. Do you think she's going to be at the game tonight, Tuesday night in Pittsburgh? Paul Skeens pitching. You think we'll see Livy Dunn at the game?
I mean, is she normally at the games?
I don't know.
Because it's not like as much as we love the Astros, all right, it's not like they're one of the, like, say, marquee brands that transcends baseball. Like, if she's a heavy baseball fan, then maybe she is like, hey, I want to watch the Astros. But if she's just Paul Skeens' girl who only likes baseball because she dates a baseball player, then I got a hard time believing that anything other than, say, like Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, something like that.
Yeah, girl.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't really see her very often at the games.
Yeah.
Astros Pirates get underway in about 10 minutes. So because of that, a little bit earlier than normal, let's get to Tyler's best bets for this evening, including that one tonight. How'd things go yesterday?
Awful.
Okay.
Fred's streak right now.
Bodes well for tonight, then.
It does.
You're due.
And I feel really, really good about a few of these. Not that I don't feel good about them every night, but I feel good about this. We're getting back to the green. We're getting back to the profit. We're doing this a little bit early. The best bets, as Luke just laid out there, because, well, first pitch is coming up here soon for the Astros. And 3 of my 6 best bets tonight are within that Astros game up in Pittsburgh. So first off, I got 2 unders for you. I got Cubs at Nationals under 5 runs in the first 5 innings this evening. Got those odds at plus 100. If you can get that, lock that in. Royals at Cardinals. Ron's crap-ass Royals under 9 in that game tonight between the Royals and Cardinals. Those are your two unders. Next, I'm on a money line. Atlanta, the Braves, they are hosting the D-backs tonight. I'm on minus 145 for them. If you can get it there, or even minus 150, I like it. Now, real quick, here are your three Astros bets. And again, if you ever miss any of these, as we discuss them quickly, you can go to my Twitter, at T-Mill Real Deal. I got that little blue check mark, unlike we're on the show, Hughley. It's easy to find. First, in this Astros game against the Pittsburgh Pirates with McCullers on the bump versus Skeens, Astros +1 run. I got it even money. Game 1 at the Pirates tonight. You can throw in that +1.5 with the hook if you want a little worse odds. Next, I got the Stros. This has been a bugaboo this year, man. I am riding large money tonight. I'm actually a little nervous. Large money tonight on the Astros half runs against Skeens and the Pirates. I'm nervous.
Yeah.
Take that for what it is. Maybe that's the one you don't follow out there. And then lastly, one player prop for these Stros tonight against the Pirates as they get going here in the next 8 minutes. Jeremy Pena, the shortstop. We have won a lot of green money on this bet this year, and they just keep giving it to us. Pena over 1.5 total bases tonight, and I got those odds at a whopping +160.
Hey, not to throw us off, I got a betting question on total bases because we were confused about this. My girl made a bet on,
don't count.
I think it was I think she had a Mets bet last night on total bases for Pete Alonso, and then he got hit by a pitch.
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's same as a walk.
Yeah, I don't like that, but yeah.
I wasn't sure, honestly. So
that's a very normal question for that bet because you have guys like Jordan who, when he's healthy and hitting well, he's just getting free passes left and right, and they're like, all right, well, that's 2 walks.
I mean, because you do take a base.
Yeah.
You know?
I know.
So, like,
It
I don't
should count.
I'm
I know.
confused by that.
Yeah, I don't like it.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a base. It should be part of the total base, but yeah, it's only on hits. I don't like it.
They should say that. Maybe be clearer, folks. Betting community. Know your baseball terminology, guys. Come on.
But those are your 6 best bets for baseball tonight on a Tuesday. And by the way, the final result yesterday was 1 for 5, so we're off to a 20% rough-ass start.
Was your one the Pena bet? Or what? Did you bet Pena?
I didn't bet.
Okay.
No, the Astros were off.
That's right. That makes sense.
I can't remember
that
the one.
That would have been a horrible bet.
It's
Brewers.
not even worth. Yeah, that's
Brewers
it.
over the Brewers. Yeah.
But any of those 6, you two fellows, Luke Beast, trap to think they're locks, or any you think are just terrible, awful bets.
I'm with you on the Braves. I can't bring myself with the Astro plays. I don't know if they get 4 runs tonight facing Skeens. I don't know. +1. Jeremy Pena, let's hope for like a leadoff double and you cash right away. But I don't know. I don't know where you are, Brandon, on the Astros tonight, but I don't think I can bet against Skeens.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't feel confident, honestly, about any of them, and I hate to say that. I hate to say that to you, Tyler, because I know it's been a rough little stretch here. Now the Pena one, the only that's going to be an interesting one though, right? Because Skeens we know, and of course Pena has been excellent as of late.
So I've hit this very bet multiple times this season.
Well, it's strength against strength. Yeah. So something that absolutely has got to give there. That would be the one I wouldn't say I feel most confident in, but I am most intrigued by. The whole something's got to give element to it.
So y'all just crapped all over my best bets. That's fine. You know what? Scared money don't make money.
Hey, it's your bet,
Scared
man.
money don't make money.
It's your money, dog.
Drive family all together now. Scared money don't make money.
It don't. Scared money don't make money, and I'm rooting for Tyler Milner's pockets.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
definitely rooting for you, man. I just got to be real with you. T-Mill, real deal. You take on that mantra, man. It's the real.
Wouldn't want y'all to be anything less.
I'm a little nervous about them bets, man.
We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Find them on his Twitter if you missed them, or use the rewind function. Let's play along and hopefully all make some money off of those best bets for tonight. Astros and the Pirates, they get underway in about 5 minutes here against Skeens up in Pittsburgh, and so obviously since they're on the road against, we'll see how they get going. When we come back, let's talk a little Astros. I think the Astros are getting into an interesting place here with their roster. Also, are they building a bad reputation around the league? We'll talk about that next. It's The Drive.
Don't mess with the Houston Astros.
Nick Cayley expects physicality from the with Stoerner and Hughley.
Luke Morrow and Brandon Scott in for the fellas today here on The Drive as we put a bow on things for this Tuesday. Clint will be back, and we'll be in with B. Scott for the next 2 days. Coming up at the top of the hour here when we're done is Texans All Access. And then following after that, you get Area 45, of course, from 7 to 11 with the guys' best late-night sports talk show in Houston.
I do want to say before we get into it, not to get too mushy and lovey-dovey. Luke, you and I have never worked together.
No.
This has been a treat.
Oh,
this has been a pleasure, man. I've enjoyed. I wasn't nervous about it or anything, but we've never done this, and I have thoroughly enjoyed it, man. This has been every bit of worth it. So, kudos to you and shout out to the listeners as well, man. I have enjoyed myself over the course of this 4 hours for sure.
Well, awesome. Happy to hear. That's most important, and likewise, I echo that. It's been great to work with you, and always great to work with Tyler behind the glass as well here, and everyone that's part of the drive, and of course all the listeners. We always try to be as engaging with the text line and YouTube and all that stuff as much as possible. You can text the show 713-572-4610. Just to put the finishing touches, I love this text from the 713. Abby Hornacek, every time basketball, jazz, coaching, or anything related comes up. How anyone says, all right, they don't understand. All right, so there you go. Always get the Hornacek for whatever reason. I never have mentioned anything about Jeff Hornacek, but every time I'm sitting in, someone's texting about Hornacek's daughter. The Astros are getting underway here just about now with the Pirates in Pittsburgh. Before we go, a couple thoughts I had about these Houston Astros. We'll see how they do against Paul Skeens tonight. Most importantly, we'll see how Lance McCullers does on the other side against a bottom three Pirates offense statistically. But earlier this hour, we were discussing, the injury report that was put out by the Astros about Zach DeZenzo, a left-hand injury, but they announced that they're going to do re-imaging in 2 weeks. And we said kind of tongue-in-cheek, but also kind of serious that, it seems like this is an adjustment to everything that has transpired recently with Yordan Alvarez and the reputation this team has built here with how they've handled injuries in recent years. And it got me thinking. We talked about this at the time a couple weeks ago. I don't remember who I was in with. I think it might have been John Lopez on In the Loop. But Alex Bregman he did that interview with ESPN, and he said, the Red Sox found some things with my swing. They asked him, how'd you get off to such a great start? He was an MVP favorite. Bregman was having a great year, a career best start to the season. And he acknowledged that the Red Sox noticed some things that they thought he should have improved on, and he thought that's what led to the improvement. And so, he thought some people, that doesn't reflect so well on Alex Cintron. And then we also talked about Tucker not wanting to pay him, so they trade him away. And Alex Bregman goes and gets his money elsewhere. And this thought about, are they getting a reputation in the league amongst other players of being like a place that, if you go to Houston, they're not going to pay their stars. And then, moving away from that, but similar idea, we get this whole thing with Yordan, and people that follow the Astros know about this reputation they're building amongst the Astros fan base of how they handle injuries. So all this preambles to say, do you think that there's any fallout with the players in the league, that they see this Yordan story, maybe Kyle Tucker last year, and they think, I don't know if I'd want to play in Houston. I don't know if they have the players' best interest in mind, or if they would handle my injury as well as some other teams.
Yeah, it's a fair question, and I'm not exactly sure what the answer is, but I do think, you're using the term reputation. Another word that I would use, and this is just me parroting Chandler Rome at The Athletic, because this is what he wrote after the Yordan news that we got over the weekend, and that's that they got a perception problem. So and we're kind of talking about the same thing, basically just using a different term. But so the reputation, I'm not exactly sure, because that would require a little bit more insight around the league that I don't necessarily have. But I do think it speaks to the perception issue, and that's all of it. Everything you mentioned, and the one thing that you didn't mention that we can just throw in there is what I think is more of a luck issue, the unluckiness that they've had with the pitching, with pitchers' elbows and all of the Tommy John. And they drop like flies, among the rotation, just their pitching staff in general. And it just seems like that's something that you can just rely on. Unfortunately, no matter what team you root for, if you follow baseball, you can rely on this. Somebody is going to have Tommy John either for your team or somewhere that you follow, your division, somewhere that you follow closely. Somebody's going to go down with Tommy John. You can rest assured. It is just odd that the Astros seem to have it not just more frequent, but they get those back-to-backs. Like they're shotgunning Tommy John. You know, it's just weird and odd. So like I was talking about this with some of the assembled media today at Texans OTAs, and just kind of got into a off conversation about the Astros, some of the guys that cover the Astros as well. And it's like, man, these are separate issues, but the Venn diagram, where the Venn diagram overlaps is the people that consume it and the people that care about it. And look, the issue with the elbows is its own issue, and the issues with the imaging and the not being able to see past the inflammation or take another imaging after the inflammation, that seems like more of a competency problem, but it still all brings you to the same place of having a perception issue with these Astros, or perceiving them to either be unlucky, bad, or both when it comes to managing pain, health, and injury. So I think they definitely, if not a reputation problem, I think what Chandler Rome wrote in The Athletic over the weekend is certainly accurate. There is a perception problem.
The Astros just went 1-2-3 in the top of the first against Skeens. So we're waiting on that Jeremy Pena 2+ bases tonight.
He'll drop some panties.
Could have used an extra base hit to start the game. Didn't happen.
I think you got another 2 or 3 whacks at it.
That's right. If you missed the best bets, you can find them on Twitter or use the rewind function for the other games that haven't started yet. But Tyler's on the Astros +1 tonight. Team total over 3.5. Pena over 1.5 bases. So we'll see how that goes. But 1-2-3 in the top of the first for the Astros. The other thing I was thinking about for the Astros is I feel like they're getting into this interesting spot with their roster where they just called up a couple more of their prospects over the weekend, most notably Jacob Melton. And so now when you look at it, if you go back to their prospect rankings before the start of the season, Cam Smith was, of course, number 1. He made the big league roster. He's been in the big leagues all year. Jacob Melton was the number 2 prospect. He now just made the big leagues for the first time. Zach DeZenzo's the number 4 prospect. He's been in the big leagues the whole season. And then you could even throw in A.J. Blueball as the 6th prospect who, had a cup of coffee there in the big leagues this year. But the other one I wanted to mention was the other guy they just called up, Shea Whitcomb, 4A Shea, who is the number 13 prospect for the Astros. And so the point I'm making is, I read the Chandler Rome piece about Jacob Melton's just going to kind of come off the bench. I don't feel like you bring up the number 2 prospect for the first time just to be that bench guy, pinch hit, fill in occasionally, and then when someone's healthy, send them back down. The best development. If you're going to bring up a guy of that level that is your number 2 prospect, it should be someone who's ready to play, get consistent at-bats, and really should be there to stay. It's like the same conversation we were having with Cam Smith, that if you put him on the opening day roster, you can't send him back to the minors if he gets off to a bad first month. Right? These guys should be up to stay. And so my point being, now you have 4 of the top 13 prospects on the big league roster. Granted, one is injured right now. But we're almost in this transition of you're getting all these young guys coming up, and I wonder what that means for some of the other pieces of the roster. You're not going to get rid of Altuve, of course. You never would. But, do you move him to second so Melton can play the outfield and you just move on from Dubon? Or, you shuffle some of these pieces. Are we seeing some sort of transition here to this new era for the Astros, to some of the younger guys that are going to push some other guys out of the door here during the season, not during an offseason?
Yeah, this is interesting because you make a more holistic point, I feel like, about the Astros, talking about their prospects and how they're managing them or bringing them up and sending them down for that matter. But, I look at, let's just take Jacob Melton as the antidote, as an example. That seemed to be much more of a short-term play than a long-term play.
Yeah.
And I think it had a lot to do with, if desperation is too strong of a word, I'm looking for something real close to that, because we all know that the lineup is too right-handed heavy.
Yeah.
And that's been part of the issue, of course, especially with Jordan being out, especially with Kyle Tucker being jettisoned to Chicago. So now you don't have best bat but 2 left-handed bats, So Jacob Melton was, I think, brought in large part to help balance things out a little bit. is the short-term play of that worth whatever long-term risks that you're kind of alluding to with maybe not properly developing your guys or not giving them enough runway to develop? Yeah, no, I think those things do kind of conflict, but this is what happens when you have to manage short-term expectations and aspirations with the long-term viability of your ball club, right? Like you have to find some kind of meeting in the middle. You have to have a meeting of the minds of, hey, what is the urgency for the team that we have right now and the goal and task that we have in front of us right this second versus what our future looks like. And that's a delicate balance. One that I do, honestly, again, not to cop out, but that I do sympathize with, like trying to figure exactly what does that look like. And the Astros, as we know, have notoriously been at least pegged for having a weak farm system. Now, we see that they're able to just invent pitching. So, like for whatever it's worth, they say they got a weak farm system, and then you look up, and then here's some pitcher from, some random place, some Latin country or like whatever it is. You just invented a pitcher. See Framber Valdez. See Renel Blanco, who emerges as a starter when he's damn near 30 years old. Like they've been able to kind of figure this part out in the sort of long-term plan and what does it all really mean for them long-term and how they're managing these prospects for sure.
Yeah, because it does feel short-term, specifically with Jacob Mellon, but I don't like that idea. I don't think you bring up, and I know he's only forecasted to be like kind of a platoon player, which doesn't bode well if he's your number 2 prospect.
Right.
And you said the farm system is not very good, we know that. But I don't like the idea if you bring him up for the first time and it's like, it's just going to be